The Great Gospel of John. Book 7. There is no copyright for this book. This is God's Word, and God's Word is free. It may be copied freely, on condition that the text will not be changed. Original German book, Das große Evangelium Johannes, 1851 to 1864. This book 25 is translated from the German book 3, 115 to 214. Chapter 1. The consequences of the natural phenomena in Caesarea Philippi. The Caesareans were in great fear about the expectation of the terrible things that, in their opinion, would come to pass on the earth. The Jews were expecting Daniel's judgment, and the pagans expected the war of the gods, and the general people were indignant that their leaders were refused any further obedience, and began themselves to destroy whatever they came across. In short, in a few hours there was the greatest anarchy in the city, which was mostly the fault of the stupid priests. For there were among them several instructed in Egyptian wisdom and experience, who did not make much out of the false sun that had suddenly disappeared, because they had heard from old Egyptian sagas that such phenomena had already taken place many times, without any damage to the earth. And some Jewish Pharisees thought to themselves that some sort of second Joshua had arisen, and had ordered the sun to shine for longer because of some sort of important action. A certain sect of the Jews also had the belief that the sun, as an eternal reminder, remained longer in the sky every 100 years on the day of the complete victory over Jericho, without any further evil influence on the earth. These Pharisees, therefore, had almost no fear at all at the event that took place. Many Oriental magicians, who because of their journey were also in the city, said that the sun always, whenever it was completely darkened in the day, shone longer in the evening afterwards, in order to replace the damages done to the earth that it had caused by its daytime darkening. These had therefore no fear of the event that had occurred, but they all wanted to make use of the event, in that they drove a very hellish fear into the people. True, after the extinguishing of the sun, the people seized every means of atonement that the priests recommended. But that was all too little for the bottomless greed of the priests, for the people did not give everything that they possessed that was expensive or valuable. But an old, venerable Greek, who was also an efficient, natural, wise man, noticed such dirty tricks, quickly took some more sober people to his house, and briefly explained to them, as well as was possible, the very natural and completely non-harmful possibility of such an appearance. But besides this, he drew their attention to the unscrupulous tricks by the priests with the comment, You see, if there was something to fear from the strange occurrence that has taken place, the crafty priests would not run around the alleys so actively with their sacks and blackmail all sorts of unheard of sacrifices. If then, after several hours, the sun goes up again just as usual, these deceivers of mankind will run through the alleys again and demand sacrifices of thanks from the people. Go and tell the poor, betrayed nation that the old wise Greek tells them so. Now, this old Greek natural wise man had a good reputation among the general people, and his statement went like wildfire among the people. Barely within an hour after this, the latest decree was turned around, and the priests had to give all the sacrifices back again and then head for the hills as fast as possible. For the people became more and more bitter, and there was no anointed servant of the gods who was safe of his life any longer. I saw all this in advance, of course, and made Uran aware of it in the moment just a few seconds later that we began to discover the unmistakable traces of the people's rebellion against the priesthood. Although there were still many who were waiting outside the city for terrible things in great fear. Soon after my announcement, we noticed how at once several buildings began to catch fire, and a great howling began to penetrate even up to our ears. Here Cyrenius hurried to me with Julius and asked me worriedly what was happening to the city. For the whole story seemed to them very much like a civil rebellion. But I told him and Julius very quickly the whole contents of the matter, as I had just disclosed it. When Cyrenius and Julius heard such a thing, they became quite calm again, and simply asked me whether there would be any other bad consequences to face. And I said, "Not in the least for you, but for the priests who live there. For now the clever ordinary people are appeasing the gods with burnt offerings, in that they are burning the houses of the priests and the temples of the gods. And don't tell me you have pity for these priests, for these two evil nest of vipers must be extirpated." The false sun had a good light, for it showed the blind people the turpitude of its servants of the gods. And these now are receiving their well-deserved reward. Chapter 2. Mark rejoices over the punishment of the priests. Here Helena awoke again from her most gentle and blessed slumber of love, and was quite shocked when she noticed the heavy activity among the people on the mountain, and at the same time the city in flames. But Jara took her immediately by the hand and explained to her the whole event, at which Helena quickly calmed down again and said, A good hour ago, just before the quick disappearance of the false sun, it seemed to my mind that this city stood before such an unavoidable fate. And look, it is the realization of my somewhat hazy foreboding before my eyes and ears. You, Lord, have certainly predicted such a thing with the false sun, and now the actual reason comes on to show why you let it shine. I say, yes, yes, my dear little child, things may well have been so. A light that I placed in the firmament has always a number of good purposes, and not only because of the light, which is actually only a very subordinate side effect. Look at the light of the sun. The light in itself would be something extremely little, but just observe all the free and captive creations on the earth, according to their external nature, and you will discover the effects of the light and the warmth of the sun, of which no natural wise man on the earth has ever dreamed. All effects of the sunlight. This earth has so many and various miraculous effects of the sunlight that in many thousand years you would not be able to survey them with your fleshly eyes, and even less count them. But around this sun, whose light calls forth such great miracles on this earth, circle many other and greater planets, on which the same light calls forth very new, and on this earth unimaginable wonders. And on every planet lit by this sun, quite new and not occurring on any other planet. And look, everything is the reason and effect of one and the same light. And so you can assume very certainly that I also did not let the false sun shine simply because of some longer light. What do you think of that, my most beloved daughter? Helena says, "O Lord, you great one, you only holy one, every human opinion stops here for all eternity. For you are too endlessly great and wise, and who can fathom the depths of your omnipotence? It is certainly something endlessly great that I can love you above all else, and can be blessed in such love, which my heart is eternally not fully worth. But to want to investigate your holy, divine, inscrutable being further, that I would consider the greatest rage of a human heart. That, O Lord, is my opinion. Truly, you are to be loved above all else, and that I consider to be the greatest blessing. But you are not to be investigated by any spirit in eternity. After these words by the beautiful Helena, still drunk with her great love for me, old Mark comes and says, "Lord, I suppose the many and beautiful fish that I gave the priesthood as a tithe will be nicely boiled and roasted as well on the fire. You know, O Lord, that I am hospitable from all my heart towards everybody, as far as I am able. Truly, I always had perhaps more joy as donor, if I could provide someone with something, than the recipient. But the tithe for the Pharisees has annoyed me right to the soul. And as I notice, most of the Jewish priests' houses are in flames. That is a good repayment for these unscrupulous idlers and deceivers. I prefer that to if someone had given me 10 of the most beautiful houses in the city. I have truly never been a gloater, but this time, forgive me, O Lord. I am totally so. For to give to someone who is in need is a blessing for a good human heart. And to give a worker the deserved wage, and more, is the holy duty of a person. And to pay the measured lawful taxes to a sovereign is also the holy duty of every honest citizen. For the sovereign has great worries and expenses for the order and security in his land. And the subordinates are obliged, through love for the neighbour, to do everything gladly that the regent sees as healing and demands from the subordinates. There may of course be selfish tyrants who fully bleed the nation dry. But after a tyrant there is usually a good regent, and soon the nation recovers again. But the priesthood remains the same. It tyrannizes like a vampire the nation for thousands of years, taxes it often in an unheard of shameful way, and gives the nation nothing in return but the greatest deception, and that in every possible direction. Yes, an honourable person must praise God the Lord if he ever lets a judgment come over these sevenfold haters and fraudsters of the people. And so it is like balm to my heart if I see the beautiful houses and synagogues, particularly of the Jewish Pharisees, covered by the most beautiful flames, and in addition on the day before the Sabbath. Tomorrow is the Sabbath, and the boys are not allowed to gather or do anything else. Oh, these old, never-satisfied villains have deserved this beautiful lesson for a long time. I say, but do you know that the illumination of the city is meant precisely for the Pharisees and also the pagan priests? Oh, says Mark, I was just downstairs and have ordered something for tomorrow for the poor who are probably going to visit me tomorrow. And there came 3 young Greeks to whom I had bread and wine given. And they told me in passing what is now happening to the city. And I would have paid them a great pearl for every word. Such a joy I had at this. The false sun brought this beautiful effect to pass. I say, but tomorrow you will nonetheless have to pay for your joy, for many of the Pharisees will come to your table. Mark, very willingly. For this joy I will feed the lads for 8 days. Perhaps one or other of them will become a human being. With you, O Lord, all things are possible. Chapter 3. No one should rejoice over one's suffering. After these and other casual descriptions on Mark's behalf, and by several who had heard old Mark, Helena notices an extraordinarily bright white flame shoot high so that the whole area is brightly lit by it. Cyrenius also notices this flame rise from the centre of the city, and the flame became constantly brighter and larger and higher. Well, by night every light has the deceptive characteristic that it seems always to come closer to people who are not familiar with this tenet of vision. The brighter and brighter it becomes at the very distance it remains. Proof is that little children often reach with their hands for the full moon. They believe it to be very close because of its brightness, and dogs bark at it for the same reason. So it also seemed to Helena here, that the flame, becoming ever greater and brighter, was coming closer to us, and she therefore asked me to forbid the evil flame from coming close to us and causing us damage. There, I said, don't be so childish. The approach of the flames is only a very normal optical illusion. However, the brightness of the flame has the following reason. The fire has penetrated into the pantry of the great palace of the leading Jewish Pharisee. In this were kept around 100 tithes of the purest and best oil in sealed barrels. Also several barrels of the purest naphtha for lighting the palace. And besides, there was also a large store of butter, milk, and honey. These all caught fire, and now burn so beautiful and bright. And at this opportunity, as you, old Mark, secretly wished before, your tithe of fish will also be as beautifully roasted. For in the great food store there was already a great number lying ready for tomorrow. What do you say about that now, Mark? Mark says, Lord, you who can see into my heart as purely and well as into the great storeroom of the high Pharisee, you know that I was neither then nor now a gleeful person. I was very strict in my service as soldier, yet I never done harm to anyone by my own will, except he whom the law had previously damned, about which I could naturally do nothing. Yet I have never felt a certain joy at it, if the harshness of the law swallowed someone up. So also here I have no real heartfelt joy at the accident itself. And that my beautiful and good fish now will just be fried for the spirits of the air? But that now these old tormentors of mankind finally get a lesson from all sides gives me real joy. For the consumption of the treasures through fire is the least, but the total belief in their religion consumed along with it is the actual irreplaceable damage that is done to them. But it is a very great use for the deceived people, for they will now have a very open ear and heart for taking in the pure divine truth, and that is what makes me so happy. And perhaps it is possible that the unhappy priesthood, if they are not too nailed in their heads and hearts, will become more accessible for the truth than they were when they were rich. I think that tomorrow's day will let us experience some thought-provoking tests. Tell me, Lord, whether I am right or whether such a joy of mine is damned before your eyes. I say, oh, not at all. For if I had not had the same reason to let this happen, at which you really rejoice, you would not have seen the false sun, and this scene of fire would not have happened. But first, you had a malicious joy in your heart, because you were cross towards the Pharisees, because of the heartless and unscrupulous tithe. And look, that was actually why I reprimanded you a little beforehand, and therefore you will feed several burnt-out priests tomorrow. But it will not do you any harm either. You see, a correct and perfect person must be perfect in all his feeling, thinking, and acting. Otherwise he is not suitable for God's kingdom of heaven. We see, for example, a very coarse, mischievous transgressor of the law of good human order, a real scum of all civility. In short, a fellow who can just as well be a brother of Satan. For a long time, man has been practicing his very coarsest malice without being punished. For one cannot arrest him, because his genuine satanic cleverness protects him from it. How many people wish nothing more than that the villain would meet the punishing arm of the law soon? Finally, the court was able to get hold of the brash sinner, to hold him to account, and to condemn him to his long-deserved strictest and most humiliating punishment. Now old and young rejoice. The villain has been sentenced to his long-deserved punishment. Yes, among them are the very worthy, those whom it pains to have no legal authority in this sentencing, those who would themselves serve as executioners of this despised criminal, and smite him mercilessly to their hearts' content. But now let us ask ourselves with a pure heart, but also with an equally pure mind, whether such joy is suitable for a perfect person. And a pure heart and a pure mind would surely answer. I am certainly pleased that the people who have been troubled by this villain for years are finally released from this evil and can now live quite peacefully. But I would rejoice even more and greater if the villain recognized his wickedness, regretted it, and then improved himself, changed himself to a valuable person, and so, according to possibility, strive to repair the damage caused. Tell me which pleases you better, the joy over the punishment, or the one which is combined with a pure and truly humanitarian wish? Mark says, then there is no other choice, for the second is fitting for people, and the first is, in my opinion, still very rough, selfish and brutish. Chapter 4. Mathael becomes viceroy. Uran says, I have never heard such supreme humanitarian thoughts before. I am a person myself, and ruler over many 100,000 people. And they say from far and wide that my subordinates are the happiest on the Pontus. But nonetheless, I had to let the law remain as it came to me from Rome, with only a few changes for which I, as a ruling sovereign, received permission from Rome. But even the softened laws seemed very harsh to me. How little consideration is given to the nature of people, and to what extent is not considered at all whether a law is possible to be kept for some people, according to his nature and characteristics. How fatuous it would be to claim that a shoe would fit all feet, and how even more fatuous would be a law which would ignore characteristics and traits. But after you, O Lord and Master, have now pronounced the laws of life, every person can direct himself accordingly, no matter what nature or characteristics he has, and can observe such a very human-friendly law very easily. If I now get home again, things will soon look very different in my land. Mathael and his 4 companions, who now are completely dressed as Romans, will receive Greek official clothing from me and help me to direct my little state in the best way. And Mathael I now name as my first adviser, and since I have no son, also to Viceroy. Here Cyrenius steps up and says, "And I, as the Roman governor over all of Asia and a part of Africa, equipped with all powers from the hand of Caesar Augustus, 23rd of the 9th, 63 BC, to the 19th, the 8th, 14 AD, who was my brother, and now also from his son Tiberius, confirm this most superb choice. You, Uran, could not have found anyone more worthy in the whole world. Dixi, Cyrenius." At this I say, and I confirm him too, for he has already had my anointment in the Spirit for a long time. But you, Uran, can already anoint him with the nard oil before the people and before all the personalities of your kingdom, so that they know who they are dealing with and what they owe him. He will protect the kingdom from attacks by the Scythians better than a whole army of the most chosen soldiers. I will give him, in addition, an extraordinary power when he begins to take on this position. He does not need to for now, and his wisdom is enough for him. Uran says, "Lord, would it then not be time and not possible to convert the very dangerous Scythians to the better recognition of your being? It is a pity for the otherwise so magnificent breed of people that he finds himself in a most uneducated situation. One sees among them such magnificently formed people as otherwise nowhere else on the earth. But their spirit is a complete nothingness. It is often amazing when such a majestic shape of a man, or a more than paradisiacal, beautiful maid, comes forward, and both often know no language, but often just grunt like pigs, which certainly they neither understand or anyone else. I don't want to have these Scythians under me for some desire of territorial conquest, but in order to educate them. Could such a thing not happen without a sword? I say, in that Matthau's companions will do you good service, and your desire will be fulfilled many times over. But all Scythians you will not bring under your sceptre, for their realm has an extremely great spread. But those living around the Pontus, the Black Sea, you can have for your own, and educate them according to your discretion. Uran says, Lord, eternal thanks to you in my name and the name of all the people who will be awakened in the Spirit through your teaching. Truly, you will never lack in my effort and my persistent will. Just give me your mercy, therefore. Cyrenius says, and I say to you that you can call your own property whatever becomes yours from the Scythians. If you want to hand it over to Rome secretly, then you shall be let free of 10 consecutive years of taxes for all your land, and your offspring shall have full right of inheritance. And in future, after 30 years, your land will not be given to the highest bidder. Tomorrow, you will receive the confirmation of everything that I have told you written on parchment for eternal times into your hands. Only a strange foreign enemy could take it from you with violence, but from Rome it remains yours for all times. I say to Cyrenius, give it to him today in writing, for tomorrow is the Sabbath, and we do not want to harm the poor in spirit. Cyrenius says, Lord, how can I now write the confirmation at midnight? But tomorrow I will do it before sunrise, and that will not cause any annoyance to anyone. I say, look there, my Raphael is already finished with it. Here, take these documents and read them to see whether they correspond fully to your will. Cyrenius takes the documents, sets up a torch, and reads them, finds them true word by word, and then says, if this was the first, it would amaze me endlessly. But I have already several pieces of proof from Raphael, and so it doesn't amaze me any more, for such a thing is just as possible for him as it is for any person to penetrate with his eyes to the furthest star. Well, since the documents are finished, my Uran should take them into his possession immediately. Here Cyrenius, in a moment, gives Uran the documents with the words, take them as proof for you and your offspring, and make sure you win the people for the kingdom of God, the kingdom of love, for the kingdom of eternal truth, which has come to us mortals in Jesus, the Lord from Nazareth, so wonderfully from the heavens. We are in him, and we live in him now, and shall live eternally. Chapter 5. Helena becomes the wife of Matthau. Uran thanks me and Cyrenius very heartily, and also Helena, who, however, adds the question, saying, But my father doesn't have any male descendants. Who will follow him in the government? I say, but my very dearest Helena, haven't I given you then a most wise descendant, whom your father has named as Viceroy? Do you not approve of him? Helena says, almost crying with joy, well, do we ever? But I had to ask to be quite sure of your alone holy will. Lord, forgive me if I have offended you by this question. I say, just take it easy, for no person can ever insult me, and least of all you. But because you have now asked me for something that you could have known very well, without this question, so I ask you now for something that I also possibly know before your answer. Look at Mathael. He has now been named by your father as Viceroy, and as such confirmed by Cyrenius and me. He is still a young man of barely 28 years. Would you like to take him for a husband? Here Helena casts her eyes down, a little modestly, and says after a while, but Lord, truly nothing is safe before you, be it ever so well hidden in the heart. You looked into my heart and found there that I am exceedingly fond of Mathael. And you have now revealed me before I really wanted to be revealed. But since my heart has now been revealed, I can answer your holy question with nothing but a perfectly true yes. I certainly love Mathael very much. But it is a different question whether he will love me. I say to Mathael, from now on, friend, you can speak on quite comfortably. Mathael says, O Lord, you very most eminent one, you are never greater in my heart than when you speak with us so humanly. Whether I could love this pure virgin, who is totally devoted to you in her whole being, in such an intensive way as I love you, O Lord? But she is the magnificent daughter of a king, whereas I am the poor son of a commoner, not exactly from Jerusalem, but from the vicinity of this great city of 100 gates and more than 10 times 100,000 people, where I and my family not even belong. There is the snag. I say, well, so what? Who was David from birth? Who was then Saul? Who has anointed them kings of Israel? But if I now do to you what I once did to both of them, how should you not be of equal birth as Helena? Do you think then that I don't possess enough power to set you in a moment on Caesar's throne in Rome? You know the power and strength of the angel Raphael, here present for our service. And at the moment, 1,000 legions of such angels are at my disposal. Who will want to engage battle with them? For Raphael is enough to turn this whole earth to dust in an instant, not to mention dethroning a Caesar in Rome, and setting another quite happily on the throne. But nothing of this kind happens, although I do not lack the power to do so. For I know why I leave also the present emperors on the throne at Rome. But likewise, I have also the most unlimited power to give you whatever I want, and to make you whatever I want. Who will dispute us? Behold, God's power goes further than the power of an earthly king. Or does the life of a king not lie just as much in my hand as that of a beggar? The slightest breath of will of my spirit, and the whole creation is no longer in existence. Therefore, friend, do not be concerned. What I say is said for all eternity, and to what I choose a person, that is what he is, and remains unchallenged and sacrosanct. For I alone am the Lord, and do everything according to my highest own love and wisdom. And no one can say to me effectively, Lord, why are you doing this and that? Yes, whoever asks me in the love of his heart, I will give his heart an educational answer. But whoever wanted to disagree with me will receive no answer, only a judgment. Therefore, be calm. If I make you a king, you are then truly a king, and whoever does battle against you will be crushed. Thus, take Helena's hand, and look, she is and remains your dear wife. Here, Uran rises and says, filled with the highest gratitude, O Lord, Almighty of eternity, how can I, as a poor sinning person, ever show myself thankful to you in even the smallest way worthy to you? You fill me with the highest grace and good deeds. What a great and long-lasting worry you have taken from my heart. How hard it is for a feeling father to choose a man for his single dear daughter, about whom one could claim in advance, with a certain certainty, that he is fully suitable for his daughter, and that she will be happy with him. What sort of sacrifices have parents often laid in the hymen temples for the good of their married daughter, and thought that they would reach a happy marriage thereby? But the sacrifices were only too often in vain. The marriages were nonetheless unhappy, and the married daughter only too soon became a true slave, instead of a friend and most faithful companion of her husband. But here comes true what I heard from the elders, that the true marriages are made in the heavens by the gods. Of course it goes without saying that the mistaken expression gods should be left out. For once one has found the one and only true God, then the false gods ceased to exist. This marriage is therefore determined and tied by you, O Lord, yourself, and I can now wait in the calmest hope that it will also not escape your blessing, which certainly must be earned through the exact observance of your holy will. Otherwise it will not be given. Helena, my beloved daughter, would you have thought when we set off on our far journey, with the intention of seeking the true wisdom and the unknown God, and then to bring all that back to our nation, and thereby make them as happy as possible, that we both would be made so unspeakably happy here on this deserted, void, and highly unpleasant place? Do you see, daughter, how the teaching I often told you? Whoever wants to find everything should seek nothing but God alone. has been most magnificently fulfilled here. You sighed as we left our city with the secret intention in our hearts not to return until we had found the truth and the single true God. And you said longingly, "Father, then we will probably never get to see this city again and this beautiful land of ours." And I said to you, "Be calm of heart, my daughter. We are going not on a rape and not to threaten our neighbour with war, but we are going to seek the highest happiness for us and for our land. No God and no power in the world can call our plan bad." Then you became calmer, and we set off on our journey courageously. But at that moment I asked you whether you ever had the slightest idea of everything effusively good and happy that we have found here. Chapter 6. Helena's gratitude and good intentions. Helena says, "Oh, Father, which mortal could ever have had even the slightest idea about this?" In addition, we were still in our better thinking too deep dug into our paganism, and were not capable of any pure idea, in order to imagine even the slightest possibility of everything that we have received from the single mercy of God the Lord, here directly from Him Himself. But now and forever we can do nothing for Him except to continuously love Him above all. And our brothers and sisters, who are our subordinates, we want to love them like our own life, so that we can announce to them faithfully and truly the name of the most eminent and holy, single, true God, and give them carefully such a state of mind through which they can become people pleasing to God the Lord, on the path of true love and humility. And Mathau, now my dearest husband, will offer us with his brothers his strong arm and his powerful, wisest heart, and so our well-being in the name of the Lord will also be his, and his well-being will be the well-being of all our many subordinates. That is everything that I can profess as faithful and true before God the All-Holy in the most grateful depths of my now very contrite heart. O Lord, be always clement and merciful to me, a poor sinner before you. For you alone know best how much I can bear the earthly burden of life. I do not want to go through this life without a burden, and I will carry it with the power that you give me, O Lord. But do not tempt me beyond that, Lord. I say, my yoke is gentle, and my burden is light. But sometimes a little additional weight does not bring you any lasting damage. Instead, only a great use for soul and spirit. Your husband Mathau will tell you at the right time what burden he had to carry in order to get rid of everything that was of the world, so that his heart could grow to such strength. What he has now, no power and no eternity can ever take away from him. But what you now have taken in from the outside resembles a seed sown very recently in the earth. And that must pass many a test before it becomes a true, blessed, mature fruit. Therefore, do not shy away from the multiple burdens that will meet you here and there on this earthly path of life. For I will send it to you for the strengthening of your soul and your spirit. If then now and then something comes over you, then think that it is I who lets such a strengthening occur. For the more I love a person, the more he will be tested by me. For everyone should become equally perfect to me. For that, however, there will needed be much self-denial, patience, gentleness, and the fullest submission to my will. But whoever moves entirely in my will also become perfect in his spirit, as I am perfect, because such a spirit becomes fully one with me. Tell me now whether you have understood all this clearly and well. Helena says, "Oh yes, in as far as it is possible for a mortal person to see the word of God in his temporal, deep limitations." I say, well, that's good then, and we now want to relax a little after the work we have done. Whoever would like to sleep a little, sleep. But whoever wants to stay awake with me and pray, should stay awake and pray. Then many called, "Lord, we want to watch with you and pray." I say, then do as you wish. But we've got to prepare ourselves for tomorrow, for it will be a hot day. Turning to Cyrenius, tomorrow your brother Cornelius and the Captain Faustus will come here to see what has happened in this area. For they do not suppose that you are here, and even less that I am staying here. But nonetheless, it must be ensured that they find accommodation here with their entourage. This time there will be no accommodation to be found in the city, for the fire will cause damage to the town, because with this burning of the temple and synagogue, other buildings and civil houses have been destroyed with them. Tomorrow we must have our wits about us, and it is therefore necessary that everyone prepares themselves well. But whoever is sleepy should sleep. But I must watch and pray. With these words I left the party and went onwards up the mountain in order to be alone and to join the eternal Spirit of my Father more deeply with my whole being. Chapter 7. The Prayer of the Lord. But many who were on the mountain and had heard this order of mine began to wonder. Helena and Uran also wondered a little, and immediately asked with many others, saying, "Strange! Now he is going to pray and to prepare himself for tomorrow. Whom can he invoke? And to whom can he pray? Is he then, despite his deepest wisdom, perhaps not the supreme divinity? He is not going to pray to himself, is he? And if he did, one could very well ask, what's the use of that? Strange. He goes to pray and prepare himself for tomorrow, as if he, as the highest divinity, has not been very well prepared since the beginning of eternity. Strange. Strange. What is that supposed to mean? Before, he spoke as only a true God alone can speak. It depends on the slightest breath of his will, whether the world exists or not. And now, he is going to pray himself. Bids us to sleep and rest, or to pray as well, and prepare ourselves for the morrow. Well, if he himself goes to pray to some divinity known certainly only to him, who should we pray to then? To him, or the divinity that is completely unknown to us, to whom he is praying? No, that is even more than what one could dream in a most silly dream. Here Mathal suddenly gets up, somewhat worked up, and says in a loud voice, so that many can hear it, "Why are you judging here like the blind about colours? Oh, you blind, all of you that are here, with the exception of the angel Raphael and you, his oldest disciples, who are also very blind and thus foolish. Doesn't he wear flesh and blood on this earth, just like all of us, out of which his soul evolved like ours, in order to be capable of entering into a full bond with the eternal divine spirit? Only the spirit in him is God. Everything else is human, as we are humans. When he prays, then that means, in other words, he lets his being be completely penetrated by his eternal Spirit of God, from which all other spirits come. Just as the small image of the sun in a drop of dew originates from the real sun. According to his Spirit, he is the real sun. But we and all spirits are only living images of this eternal, original, primal Sun, God. Do you now understand what it means if he says that he is praying? Jara and Helena understood it first, but the others could still not fully align themselves, because they were still putting soul and spirit together in the same basket. then Matthau began to teach them properly, and then many caught on. But everyone praised the truly deepest wisdom of the intrepid Matthau, and Helena grabbed Matthau's hand, pressed it to her bosom, and said, "Yes, my very most magnificent and God-given husband. If your wisdom constantly progresses so magnificently, then I would like to know how strong I will love you in the end. If you had not come to all our aid with your wisdom, in the end, we would have begun to doubt the divinity of the great Master. Apart from all the never-heard-of most wonderful deeds performed by him before our eyes. But now everything is in the best order again. And we all now know very well to whom we should pray and call on in fullest trust." Cyrenius says, "As much as I am happy to see you, my dear friend and brother Matthau, positioned as well as possible, I would have been even happier to have you constantly at my side. For there is no one among us, with the exception of the angel, who is now talking to Sueto, who is as entirely enlightened in all things as you. How blessed is a nation whose regent you will be. And actually, you are already in your character. But nonetheless, we will see each other often, for either I will come to you, or you will come to me." Matthau seizes old and venerable Cyrenius's hands and says, "Most noble Cyrenius, we will work hand in hand, and let it be our principle to make the nation as wise and happy as possible in the name of the Lord. It is true, we will constantly direct our attention mainly to the spiritual well-being of the nation entrusted to us by God for leadership. But also, in the natural respect, no one should have to complain about any pressing need, particularly if he is spiritually in good order. In the great Roman Empire, such a people's leadership would no doubt have a lot of difficulties to battle. But in a small country, it is very easy to implement. And happy little states then usually become a mirror in which the great ones check to see whether they have any dirt on their faces or whether their hair is in order. A mirror is usually only as large as the palm of a hand, and yet a person, if he wants, can look gradually from the head to the tip of a toe. Thus, a small land can easily become a mirror for a very great kingdom. But if a small land wanted to take a great kingdom as their model, it would thereby very much decline, and all its subjects would fall into the greatest ruin. Thus, we prefer to be a small mirror than a giant that looks into. Am I right or not, High Cyrenius? Cyrenius says, I would only like to know him who would say you were wrong. You are always correct, for out of you speak forth the awakened Spirit of God. But just look at the city. The fire seems to be stronger and stronger. In the end, will this important city burn down? Our Raphael could surely help there if he was worried about it. Chapter 8. The Nature of the Angels. Jara says, "Oh, he surely could. If he receives a sign from the Lord in a way that is certainly invisible to us, otherwise he does nothing. He has been given to me as a teacher and protector. But if I say something to him that he should do this or that for me, that's when he does the least. And if I would like to learn something from him, not only does he say nothing, but he asks me then immediately about it, and I am supposed to tell him just what I wanted to learn from him. Therefore it is a shame to waste words. I am truly very fond of him, but I would be 1,000 times fonder of him if he was only a little more obedient. He is always extremely friendly, it is true, but one cannot ask him for anything, for everything is a wasted effort. Mathal says, I wanted to see whether he could not be moved to at least protect some of the civil houses from the flames. I will call him over and see whether the most blessed Jara is correct about everything. At this, Mathal calls Raphael and says to him, Friend, look at the city. It seems to me that now even some poor huts are on fire. If it is so, couldn't you prevent this? The angel says, In any case, if I were permitted to. But my will is now entirely the Lord's, and I can only want what He alone wants. If the Lord wants it, you cannot imagine a fast enough moment, and I will be finished with the extinguishing of the fire. But without the will of the Lord, I can do it just as little as you. For I have not carried out all the miracles I performed, but only the will of the Lord through me. We angels are in our being nothing but the emanations of the divine will. Or we are the will of the Lord personified, and cannot do anything of ourselves, because we actually cannot be thought of as existing and living as independent beings, devoid of the pure divine will. As you cannot think of any effective image of the sun, in truth, in a mirror before your eyes. If beforehand a beam of the true sun does not fall on the surface of the mirror. But in order to understand my being even better, I will draw your attention to a type of concave mirror or burning glass, which the famous mechanic Archimedes from antiquity invented quite by accident. These mirrors have the very natural characteristic of concentrating a number of sunbeams falling on its surface into a point at a certain distance. These sunbeams, concentrated into a point, then have both in light as well as in heat an often greater power than the simple beam, as the focus, having in its greatest concentration hardly 2 thumbs' width in diameter, is taken from a square of the mirror's surface, which is often a man's height in diameter. Such a focus then has certainly more than 1,000 times greater strength, both in lighting as well as burning, than the natural simple beam of sunlight, but is unthinkable without the sun. It, namely the mirror, only joins the beams of the sun into one powerful and fast-acting focus. But without the sun, it is devoid of every strength and effect, and possesses only the characteristic of intensifying the beams of the sun when they fall on its surface. But without the sun, the effect of the focus is nothing. Thus we angels, as I said, are in ourselves only the focus to take in and intensify the divine will. And where we then act, we act through the focus of the divine will intensified in us. And you can then see nothing but wonder upon wonder. Do you understand that? Mathael says, "Oh, I now understand that extremely well. Only I didn't know that Archimedes was the inventor of concave mirrors. For these were originally accredited to a certain Hemerod, and then the famous Thales, who also is supposed to have created a lightning machine." Raphael says, "Quite right, but Archimedes was a wood turner and discovered both the existence of the very useful concave mirror, the lightning-generating cylinders and plates, as well as mainly the levering machines through a successful use of his own invented and well-calculated screw, after which invention he said, 'Give me a solid point outside the earth, and I will unhinge it for you. Give me a place to stand on, and I will move the earth.' Wikipedia. But from all this, you can conclude that out of myself I cannot comply with your well-meant wish. But if the Lord designates me for it, then everything will be promptly done. Therefore, just turn to the Lord." Jara says, "You cannot concern the Lord now, for he recommended us to rest or pray if we stay awake. And we should do that, for what he says has its reasons. What does it bother us if the whole city burns down? The Lord has his reasons why he let this happen to the city, and the reason can be highly good and full of divine love and mercy. If we now want to change something, we would not make the situation any better, but only obviously worse. At the right time, the Lord will do his will without our contribution. There is and remains nothing to be done about my Raphael, for without the will of the Lord he is an empty skin." Chapter 9. Jara's Wisdom. Mathael says, "Oh, you little Jara, you! Look, I would not have sought this wisdom in your flesh, by heaven." Very good, my dearest Genesarethine. But now I would like to hear from you how you actually pray. Jara says, "I put myself with all my thoughts and feelings in the deepest depths of my heart, where the love for God dwells. Thereby, this holy love is nourished, as if you lay a good, dry, and very easily inflammable log on quiet embers that no longer flame up. The wood will soon wake the quiet embers so that they begin to drive very small flames over themselves. These little flames will then soon seize the log, and then the whole thing will transform into the brightest flames. And then it will become extremely light and completely warm in the heart. It is only then that the thereby awakened godlike spirit in the heart speaks. O you, my Holy Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Let your fatherly love come to us poor sinners full of death and night. Your single, holy will be done here on this your earth, as in all your heavens. If we have sinned against your eternal, holy order, forgive us our madness and have patience and leniency with us, as we will also have patience and leniency with those who have sinned against us. Do not allow us to be tempted in our fleshly weakness above our strength by the world and by the devil, but deliver us through your great mercy, love, and compassion from the 1,000 evils through which our love for you, O holy, great, dear Father, could be dimmed and weakened. But when we hunger and thirst spiritually and physically, then give us, good, dear Father, according to your holy discretion, what we need daily. Alone to you all my love, all honour and all praise eternally, eternally. You see, that is how I pray. But which praying before God obviously only counts for something, if beforehand the love for God in the very depths of the heart has crossed over into the light and bright flames, in the prescribed way, through the union of all thoughts and feelings in the divine centre of the heart. If this prelude is missing, every prayer with simple words, no matter how beautiful they are, is an abomination before God and will not be accepted and listened to. For God in himself is a spirit, and therefore must be prayed to in the spirit of love and in the most flaming bright light of truth. Do you understand now what the fullest truth about prayer means, according to my mind and according to my understanding? Mathal says, "Oh, you most blessed girl! Who would then ever have sought such a depth of wisdom in you? Truly, I could still very well be your disciple, and I am not in the least bit ashamed to admit such a thing here before everyone loudly and openly. Yes, only now I understand your unconquerable similarity to the Lord and vice versa, as the Romans say. You also seem to have been awakened by the Lord very recently, like me. Jarrah says, "Whoever loves the Lord God above all else will soon and easily be awakened. But whoever seeks him with the mind, in order to love him, when he has found him very firmly with the mind, he has then taken on a great and vain task, with which he can never reach the desired goal on this world. Therefore, you have quickly reached the intense light of mercy from God. For in the heart of your soul, there always must have been a strong flame. Although you were occupied in your body for a time, by the worst spirits of hell. Mathael says, "Yes, divine child, there you must be very right. I loved God from my childhood above all. Therefore my parents had me devoted to the temple, where my flesh was only turned into a true machine of hell. But my soul nonetheless remained as it had been since the original beginning of its existence. But no more word about this, for I do not like to remember it. And now tell me, my most beloved Helena, how this wise girl has pleased you. Is it not amazing how wise this child is?" Helena says, "Where are and who are her parents then?" Mathael says, Well, that is all common knowledge now, and you have already seen and spoken to her father Ebal, the innkeeper from Gennesareth, also present here, in the evening in your 3 huts down below. Have you forgotten already? Rather, tell me how you like the extremely pithy wisdom of this girl, and whether you do not feel the living desire, along with me, to be just as wise as her, this very dearest, blessed little one. Truly, I know a lot, but this child knows more. I see her in my mind, how her chaste bosom hides things about which we have not even the slightest idea. But she seems not to have a very special esteem for Raphael. How do you like all this, my most blessed spouse, Helena? Helena says, very wistfully instead of cheerfully and happily, "Oh, my Mathael, poor Helena will never get that far. It seems as if the heart of the Almighty is directly within the heart of this maiden, for that is an experience in the sphere of the innermost life of God in a person, as one can only take from the mouth of the Creator. Then it is certainly understandable why she does not have a great opinion of the angel, for she must be as close to the true wisdom as he is, as one eye resembles the other. It cannot be doubted that the angel possesses an endless power and strength from the Lord. But I would doubt whether he is stronger than this maiden in the true wisdom in love for the Lord. I would like to enter into some conversation with her, if I didn't have so much respect for her wisdom. For the like of us can only let out a foolish word to the girl, and then you would receive a reprimand from her mouth so that one would not dare one's whole life long to let another word pass over the lips. If the girl was poor, I would give her all my treasure that I have with me. But she seems by her quite expensive clothes to be a child of well-off parents, and a present from me would certainly not find a good response, particularly with her enormous depth of wisdom, which in any case despises all the worldly splendour even more than we do, and particularly I, who am not capable of giving her even the smallest drop of wisdom. I am indescribably fond of the girl, but nevertheless in her vicinity I become positively fearful and afraid. But for the information, how we should pray to God, I nonetheless owe her great thanks. But how will I be able to present this child with deserved thanks? Jara, who in the meantime was discussing something with Raphael, says, "Most graceful High Queen, love me as I love you. Anything else is unnecessary." You know in any case what I think of all the treasures of the world, and you have just spoken very wisely. And if it really depended on us greeting each other with mutual coarse material treasures, I could certainly offer you more than you me. But what is all the splendour of the world in comparison with only a smallest spark of the true, living love for God in our hearts? My friend, we must keep this jewel faithfully, protect it, and look after it in our hearts, so that it does not become estranged to us. If we possess that in ever greater splendour, in purity as well as in the intensity of life, then we possess more than what all heaven can understand. Do you understand that? Chapter 10. True wisdom leads to the right decisions. Helena says, "What you have just said so truly, I have understood very well. Only one thing I don't understand is how you became so wise." Jara says, "Don't let that concern you, for that is a thing of the Lord, who gives the people different gifts of favour according to their capabilities, and sows among them like a sower the wheat on a tilled field. Where the seed falls on good soil, it soon and easily bears much fruit." I think that your heart is also a good field. Helena says, "It should be. But I lived too long in blind paganism that still chimes in me like a badly tuned tone on a wind lyre. I surely know the truth now, and it has now become my life. But considers my great nation at home that still firmly depends on paganism and on its tin gods. What effort will it cost us now to give the nation another light and to take away their superstition? If the Lord's all-powerful will does not support us, we will achieve little or nothing." Jara says, "But you, along with your father, were a heathen, and it did not cost too much effort and work to bring you to the pure truth." Helena says, "Truly, I cannot compete with your wisdom in purely spiritual things. But in this world, there are also very different issues, and mostly in conjunction with the diverse religions of the people, who are much harder to remove than the mistakes of a heresy. First, you have to deal with the priesthood, who has set up a teaching about gods where they make the most and at the same time can survive well. But the temple needs a lot of equipment and always employs a number of artists and craftsmen and other servants and labourers. All these people live from the temple and lose their earnings and their bread with the loss of the temple. Can you imagine the trouble they would cause? If one could give these people some other income, things would go much better and easier. But where in a not too large kingdom can a source for jobs be found for thousands, and from where the food for so many people? For several years we would probably not be at a loss, but for many years? which source to use and still remain fair and honest? Besides, the priesthood possesses the greatest faith among the people and enjoys the highest reputation. The evil priests must only say to the people that the gods have cursed us, and we will then see how we can escape this land with a safe skin. You see, friend, those are things which force us to ponder much. As I said, only miraculous help from the Lord can give us advice. Here in this Jewish kingdom, it will be difficult to spread this purest light from the heavens, because the old religion of Moses is already too much peppered with such falsehood and deceit with which the priests have become too rich and now live too well. At the same time, the priests know how to deal with the rulers and make themselves indispensable to them in all political considerations. The rulers usually give them, then, too much freedom and privileges, with which the priests then win over the blind people for themselves through all sorts of illusions, and the rulers at the end of the evil game must put on a good face if they do not want to be lost. In such circumstances, it is difficult to become lord of a people. One must be very satisfied in the end that one can and may play at being a lord, even if one is no longer such in reality. Believe me, the actual lords of the people and the peoples have been the priesthood for a long time, and the emperors, the kings and princes are simply their secretly very morose dogs' bodies. And many want to make things better and get rid of all the obese and well-fed servants of God, if they could. But they cannot, and least of all in a humane way. And look, if I now think about it, my hair neatly stands on end. Do you see this difficulty? Jarrah says, "In any case, and I also know that not everything that glistens is gold. But in addition, the fact also has to be considered that for us people many things are not possible that are very possible for God and with His help. Thus, just do as much as you can and leave the rest to the Lord. Then everything will reach its desired proper goal. Then you have Mathal, who is equipped with much wisdom, strength and power from the Lord, and his almost as wise and powerful companions. They all will in time achieve something, and so you can now relax. And when Mathal begins his teaching in your country, as he has done with you, it will not be difficult for him to win over even the priesthood, whom he can then give a new position. And they will know how to bring the rest to the people. But as far as the artists and manual workers are concerned, they will be also of use for other things for the converted priesthood. But if you, dearest friend, now want to throw over on your return everything old, even if mistaken, certainly it would be understandable why such an effort and such work would be badly rewarded. The correct wisdom from God must know how to create the correct means everywhere. If it doesn't know, then it is by no means a correct wisdom from God. What it does with one person, it does with thousands, Only naturally more time and patience is demanded than with one person. But everything can happen in time and with the suitable means. Rome was not built in a day, and you cannot empty a well with one bucket. And so it is everywhere. The good will, the time and the correct means can move mountains and dry up a sea. Nothing is impossible for God. Where He helps spiritually and naturally, everything is possible. Therefore be comforted and trust firmly in the Lord, and then it will go much better than you now imagine. Tell me, dear Mathau, whether I am right or not. Chapter 11. Uran tells Helena not to fear. Mathau says, in any case, who will want to underestimate it? But my dearest spouse imagines the matter to be much too enormous. Yes, it will certainly not be easy work, but by no means like the Augean stables which Hercules, the giant, was supposed to have cleaned in a set short time. I am not afraid, and think that things will go quite easily, with the help of the Lord. Helena says, I hope so too, but I know my people, and all the traditional institutions of the land, and I tell you that among them, that is, among the people of my kingdom, it is very difficult to be and remain a normal human being. To fight some mistakes of people is easy, but it is a huge task to battle the fanaticism of the diamond-hard superstition, which the priesthood knows to activate through all sorts of false wonders. One would only be capable of effecting enormous counter-miracles. But that begs the question whether anything is gained with the people. One would only drive them from one superstition to another, if they are not given the correct light to distinguish a genuine wonder from a false wonder. But how can one do that if one knows the substance of the false wonders too little? But the old priests who have already performed so many false miracles before the eyes of their people for the authentication of their deceptions will never recant. For if they do that, all the people will descend upon them and rip them to pieces. For an entire, great people can never be instructed as fast as an individual person. The old priesthood must be looked after quite differently, and the nation must be prepared immediately for such a massive change. And we will be lucky if after 10 years we will have managed to talk with the people about spiritual matters. Do you know, my very dearest husband Mathau, I do not doubt for an instant your great wisdom, neither the necessary extraordinary help of the Lord. But I know all the massive difficulties that will face us, and it will then be very likely that we will have to seek foreign lands again. This religion is divinely pure and magnificent, and endlessly blissful in addition. But the world is too much in disorder, and in my opinion it will always be a very difficult job to preach to the devils in Orcus God's gospel of peace. Mathael says, "Oh, certainly, it will not be an easy job, but we will have an even greater joy when we are successful with the Lord's help. But we must succeed, even if the whole world should fall into ruin. For I am a very peculiar person. What I undertake must be carried out." And now let's talk about something different. Uran says, "You are very correct when you turn your conversation to something else. I have had a small but very refreshing nap in the meantime. And in my dream, I have seen wonderful things. But here and there, I have overheard a bit of your discourse. And I tell you that the little one Jara is quite right, and you, my son Mathael, are also right. But the fear of my good daughter, if not totally unfounded, is still somewhat too vain. I know my people as well as I know myself. For the most part, they are traders. They get to know all sorts of nations and, alongside that, their traditions, habits, and religions. In the middle of the land, there are certainly communities that still hang on to their oracles. But on the coasts, you could buy their whole religion for a few farthings. The priesthood has had a most evil reputation with most of them for a long time. And the philosophy has replaced the actual religion. In Taurian, over whose southern side I also command, polytheism is already over, to which the Roman poet Ovid, staying there, through his Metamorphoses, through which he made a mockery of religion in an honest and poetic way, made no little contribution. Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle are now the gods of today. And with them, this religion will take root easily. For these three wise men preach also only one true God, and totally reject polytheism as the real thing, and observe it as only comparative to features of the one and only true God. We ourselves had hardly ever travelled to this land of the Jews. We had not heard that in the temple in Jerusalem, the only true God is almost visibly present, whom particularly Plato describes in his Symposium, and how one can unite spiritually with this one true God. My nation is not unaware about this, and something honest can surely be built on it. I would naturally have let myself be initiated in everything in Jerusalem, and had I found something satisfactory, I would have then brought it from there to my people. But that we came here directly to the smith instead of to the apprentice, which now is no longer doubtful after everything that we have experienced, heard, and seen, is probably a freer and more extraordinary act of mercy by the Lord God for our earnest good will, about which we do not and never will claim to be worthy. But we will have an easier job to do at home, because we can be completely prepared for every situation with the divine help that has been tested here. We have, my most beloved daughter, not sought nearly as much as we have found. If we had only found a little more than in Plato's Symposium, we would have gone home again endlessly satisfied. But what now? when we have found something of which Plato in his Symposium never dreamed? Now we will return home with great cheer and will announce it loudly to the nation what we have experienced, heard, and seen on our search. I must tell you that I am now really looking forward to it with my whole heart. I therefore do not understand how you, Helena, could get into such a fear about it. I cannot dispute that you have some justification, but it is not suitable for our land, but perhaps rather for Judaism, which now that I know it somewhat better, is full of deceit, full of domineeringness, and full of evil will. There the fear would have a more appropriate grounding than with my true lambs of the people. What do you think, my most beloved and honoured son, Mathael? Mathael says, I quite agree, for in the temple in Jerusalem things are really monstrous, and it would be very daring to appear there with this teaching. In the temple, where once Jehovah's Spirit was visibly present in the Holy of Holies, rules everything that can be named bad and evil. There is no trace left of anything divine in reality, instead only empty names. And the priests are wolves and hyenas in sheep's clothing. If one day we are alone, I will tell you quite a bit more about it, since I was a Templar myself. But for now, let's leave it. For here there is something better to talk about than the now fully godless Temple of Jerusalem. I must now turn to my dearest Jara, for she hides in her breast secrets about which we all never had any idea. So Jara, tell us something about your experiences. Chapter 12. Mathael doubts Jara's experiences. Jara says, "Oh, very willingly. But you would hardly believe me. You, dear Mathael, know a lot about the stars. But I perhaps even more, which is certainly not to my credit, but instead a pure extraordinary favour from the Lord. Wait, I will ask you something. If you can give me a satisfactory answer, then you understand as much as I do. But if you hold back with an answer, only then will I be free to tell you some things that I know. What do you consider the small stars in the firmament to be?" Mathael says, "My very dearest Jara, this is a somewhat strange question. As far as the sun, the moon, and other planets are concerned, I could perhaps give you a not unsatisfactory answer. But the eye of my soul has not yet penetrated to the fixed stars. I suppose that they are also far-off worlds, as the Lord once suggested. But how they were actually created, and what their nature and composition is, that I naturally cannot tell you. and I would like, therefore, to ask you if you want to give me some instruction about it. Jara says, Dear Matthau, if you cannot believe that I have travelled to some of these stars in my flesh and blood, then my telling is almost completely useless. But if you can believe it, I can then tell you something about it. Matthau says, My very dearest child, faith is truly put to an extremely difficult test there, because the physical possibility for this is unthinkable. In spirit, in a type of ecstasy of your soul, such a thing is possible. And I want to believe you, what you will tell me all about the far-off fixed stars. But when you say to me, in flesh and blood, there, dearest, I cannot believe the first thing. And the tale, perhaps quite true and correct in itself, loses much of its effective truth, as even the intention must seem purely impossible. Jara says, Why should it be impossible, then, that I have been on some of these stars in complete flesh and blood? Are not all things possible for God? Matthau says, Oh, in any case, for God nothing is impossible. But God has placed everything in a certain order, and this order is a law that He Himself observes most conscientiously, and also must observe. Otherwise the whole creation would no longer exist in the next moment. The Lord performs many miracles here, but nonetheless for the exact observer, everything is constantly within His eternal holy order. When we wished that evening to have the day extended, He did not let the earth or seemingly the real sun stand still, which in His own highest words would be against His order. And if He did such a thing, all life on the earth would be in the highest danger of death. Whatever would not be destroyed by the too enormously powerful throw would then all the more certainly find death in the waves flooding all the land. You see, as I now know the earth and the regions of the air, I know that at a height of only 10 hours above us, no being can exist any longer, just as no fish can live out of water, although a fish could still be kept alive out of the water for longer than a person a 10 hours distance over the face of the earth. Now think about the endless distance from this earth to the next fixed star. Even the distance of the sun from us, which my free soul can measure exactly, is something frightening. An arrow, once shot, would have to travel for more than 50 years at an even speed before it would arrive at the sun. But now, according to the feelings of my soul, which are certainly not fully reliable, the next fixed star is 10 times 100,000 times more distant from us than the sun. So the flight of a fired arrow would take more than 1,000,000 times 50 years. But if a person could move as fast as a fired arrow, the air rushing against him would rip him apart in an instant. But what would happen to him first if he, namely a person, cut through the terrible space in a few moments? What would happen then to his flesh and blood? You see, The laws of nature are also given by God and can only be cancelled by nature itself. But as long as nature remains, the unchangeable law of nature also remains. There can be no exceptions, for such a little exception would have to bring forth an unpredictable disruption to the whole nature of things, which all hang together like links of a chain. But it only takes one link to break, and the whole chain is devoid of its binding effect. There you now have my reasons why it is not easily possible for me, at the moment, to believe that you seriously travelled to certain fixed stars in flesh and blood. Truly, very much is possible for God that I cannot see now, despite all my wisdom. But your claim, my dearest Jara, does go a little too far into the extraordinary, and I cannot accept it as true before you have clearly shown me, in an understandable way, the reasons for its possibility, which are in accord with the divine order decided since eternity. But you don't have to be indignant about it, for nevertheless I do not fully deny it. Only I cannot accept this as instructively true, for the reasons I have just given you, which I have not pulled out of the air. Perhaps you have convincingly true proof, however, which I cannot know. If you do, then let me hear them, and I will then no longer doubt whatever you want to say to me. Jara says, Yes, you are seriously a very wise and unusually clever man. But you do not see everything by a long shot. You see, if there was something that could be done with Raphael, he could bring me here some natural objects in a moment, which I took from these stars to this earth as a souvenir and as proof that I was really there. But you can't do anything with him, and therefore I cannot deliver you such tangible proof. It is true, as a simple person of nature you could still doubt their genuineness. But your soul, filled with the divine spirit, would then at least easily recognize that the pieces of souvenirs that I brought with me do not belong to this earth. For there is a splendor and value in them, in comparison with which everything that the earth has of value is simply carrion. That would be an imperial piece of immeasurable value. But let's leave that now. It is beginning to dawn in the east. The Sabbath is approaching, and it is important to prepare us for this day of the Lord. Mathael says, You are completely correct. But will we therefore not get to hear further proof today concerning your physical travel through several fixed stars? Jara says, How can we do that? Your counter-evidence is too solid and too well-founded in the existent, unchangeable divine order, and I cannot give you any other proof of my true visit to the fixed stars than this, that for God all things that still seem so impossible to the human mind are nonetheless possible. Did you count and measure the time in which the Lord had Iran's ships brought from the middle of the sea to the shore by my Raphael? Whose hair was even touched by such a very fast transfer? How much time did Raphael need to set up Iran's great tents and all the possessions he had brought with him, which were in part very fragile, on the shore in the best order. Didn't you notice Raphael's flash writing? Doesn't that contrast with the natural laws? Even only a little strictly speaking, and yet you saw it happen before your very eyes. Can you then claim, according to your own rationale, that such a thing is impossible? You see, I can tell you, because I, as no other mortal on this earth, have experienced physically that in the most endless space there are such enormously large suns which, if they were hollow, would have a greater space inside them than this whole heaven that you see here up to the fixed stars of first, second, and third distance. These enormous suns, around which whole solar systems with their countless many central suns and planetary suns move around, an even more endlessly great central sun for the sake of sustenance. And the movement is so fast that you would not be able to even catch them with the speed of thought. From here to every fixed star of first, second, third, and even fourth distance, the flight would hardly last 7 moments. And we, with our sun and our planetary sun, which makes exactly the same fast orbit as the previously mentioned and described central sun of the solar system, make quite completely the same movement, and that is certain according to natural laws and all higher accounts. Do you feel anything of it? Or is some planet mistaken, or we ourselves, if we now, in one instant, fly through such an immeasurable distance of endless creation? But if such enormous heavenly bodies can hurry on with such an unthinkable speed without damaging their essence, how much easier is it, if the Lord wills it, for a body such as mine? Do you now have a somewhat better grasp of the possibility that I, in my body, actually travelled to some of the nearest fixed stars? Mathael says, "Oh, child, a whole heaven of wisdom is in you, and I am only beginning now to believe the possibility of what you have just said in the strangest way. But don't now speak any more about it, for our souls are not yet extended enough to understand such great things. For that, I myself need several years more, as open as my soul is now. Chapter 13. Discussion about the strange experiences. At this, Mathael is silent in quiet contemplation of what Jarrah said. And Helena and Uran observe Jarrah quite silently, seized by the deepest amazement. Jarrah, however, is watching the still fiercely burning city and waiting with great longing for my return. It is now fully silent on the mountain. Only in Mark's house it is lively for the announced foreign guests, namely for Cornelius and Faustus, and the morning becomes brighter and brighter. Thus it was quite calm on the mountain for around a good hour, except, as already mentioned, that in Mark's house things were very active because of the new guests announced, but also because of the new arrivals who were certainly to be expected from the wrecked city. But during the quiet towards the morning, several fell asleep. Even Cyrenius, Julius, the boy Joso, and several high state officials present here with Cyrenius fell asleep. But the 30 young Pharisees who were watching the fire in the city most attentively remained awake and discussed the happenings and what was heard. Likewise the 12 with Suetel, Reba, and Baal. Mathael, Helena, Jarrah, Uran, and at Mathael's side his 4 companions, Rob, Boz, Misha, and Zar, also remained awake and were full of great thoughts. But they were all silent and thought about everything that Jarrah had said to them. And they did not dare to ask her about anything else. But Jarrah also considered whether she had not said too much to these people at once. Only after a long while, as the horizon already began to redden, the otherwise very taciturn Rob opened his mouth and said, "Dear friends, I still cannot find any peace in myself with all my thinking. Everything here is truly so extraordinarily strange that it always seems as if one is dreaming. And one can do whatever one wants, but one can never accustom oneself to everything that has been seen and heard, so that one feels at home in this knowledge. And this ever-growing feeling of foreignness is still the most natural thing that a thinker's thoughts can occupy themselves with. Everything is nothing but wonder upon wonder, of the most colossal sort. You, brother Mathael, have here become king of a great land, and we to your consuls. The great, holy master only has to look out over the wide earth, and it shakes like a child before the whip. Then, in addition, the young head magician comes from heaven and performs things before which our hair stands up like mountains. Now this maiden comes as well, and again tells things that could make one crazy without any effort whatsoever. Tell me whether it is possible to come to terms with these things in some way. But where has he been for so long? It must be a good 3 hours ago that he left us, and still he has not returned. A second of Mathael's 4 companions, who is called Boz, and was also no talkative person, says, "What you feel, I feel also, and I cannot begin to feel at home here for everything in the world. Everything happens, seems to me as unexpected as possible, and in its own way it is always so eccentrically great that one cannot imagine anything greater. Every deed, every word, and every tale beats everything that the human ear has heard before, and that the eye has seen so much into the dirt that nothing remains, including Moses and all his miracles, but dust. There is not the slightest doubt that through the most remarkably good and great Master, who, born in Nazareth, is in his body a son of the carpenter there. The complete fullness of the divine Spirit is working. But which mortal can feel at home beside such immensity? If he speaks, it is not he who is speaking, but the eternal Spirit of God in him. And if he acts, then I would like to hear from a great wise man what God is supposed to be able to do over that which he can do. He is completely God in word and deed. His will commands most actively the whole of infinity. And yet he walks as a simple man before and among us, and eats and drinks like we do. Where are all the sayings of wisdom of Solomon, who said at the dedication of the temple, "Lord, I truly know that heaven and earth cannot encompass you. Where all creation ended, you are still eternally and infinitely powerful. But nonetheless, we have built you, O Lord, a house in order to meet with pure and regretful hearts, in order to thank you, O Lord, for all your favours and blessings, and to tell you in hardship of our affliction and our misery." 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 12. Even if that is not word for word what is written there, it is nonetheless the brief sense of what the wise builder of the temple said in great, wise words at the dedication of such. Would he also have spoken in this way if he had seen and talked with him and got to know our Master, born in Nazareth, as we have? For his personality, the temple is still several thousand times too large. And the all-powerful will of our Master that rules everywhere is not the Master God himself, but only an incomprehensible strength of one and the same Master, whom we can see, hear, and speak to, and nonetheless thereby get to know his personal extent as well as we know our own. How does he do that? That his will reigns over all infinity and eternity. And his eye and his ear are fully present for everyone. You see, those are all things that no spirit can fully understand, and the consequence is that one cannot feel at home in it. Yes, if the spiritually great divine Master was a Samson or Goliath, things would be somewhat more familiar, for one could say, an all-powerful spirit must also have a corresponding body. But our Master is rather smaller than big, as far as his person is concerned, and yet his spirit plays with infinity as a boy with an apple. That is the incomprehensible thing. And all wise men with their teachings about the being of God suffer here the very most violent shipwreck. But although we have been taught differently here, we nevertheless cannot now feel immediately at home. In short, I am now actually dreaming much more than feeling fully awake and at home. My soul now sees a lot. Yes, I can see the whole formation of the world. My gaze penetrates right down to the deepest depths. I see the moon as a very sad, miserable, small world, designated for even smaller and more pitiful people and other creations. I see Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and in addition, other similar planets, big and small. Saturn looks strangely wonderful. It is much greater than our Earth, and floats in the exact middle of an enormous ring, above which, let's say, 7 moons greater than ours buzz around like bees around their hive. I also see the wonderful, widespread realms of the great sun. But with all this, I feel not nearly as foreign here as in the strangest vicinity of the Creator of all the countless worlds and its wonders. Perhaps you others feel more at home, since you perhaps do not perceive this thing as calmly and deeply as I and Brother Rob. But if one begins to observe the issue correctly, with calm and in the greatest depth possible, compared with everything that one has ever seen or heard in the world, or read in the old books, then one begins to feel even more strange. Yes, one becomes so absorbed in the end in one's own existence that it seems like a very perceptible nothingness. Tell me whether I am right or not. Misha then says, "You are both correct, and I also have the same feeling, but I feel very much blessed nonetheless." Rob and Boz say, "Yes, there is no talk of that. It blesses us also very much and above. But that does not cancel out the feeling of complete foreignness in this issue. God is and remains God, and we can think and feel however we want, but we will never fill in the rift." Chapter 14. Misha, about the Lord's presence. Misha says, "It is not even necessary. Let's be glad that we are what we are, and that we finally have before us physically in all the most endless sphere of effect what the elders strove for in vain, but always got totally lost in thin air. Observe Moses and all the prophets, then take the wise men of Egypt and Greece on top. Summarize their enormously mystical spiritual ideas about God's being, and you still have not even a grain of sand of that which we have here, tangibly, physically before us, in fullness. Moses, the greatest prophet, wanted to see God on Mount Sinai, but he received from the flaming cloud an answer with a voice of thunder that made the earth tremble. No one can see God and live. But we now see the same God, speak to him, are happy witnesses of his wisdom and omnipotence, and still live very well and very comfortably. If the good Moses sometimes felt somewhat strange on the mountain, particularly when 1,000 times 1,000 of the most powerfully cracking bolts of lightning played around his head at the same time, then that is very understandable. But if we here speak of a particular eeriness in the presence of the so very good and most pleasant God, then we fully deserve the harshest mocking. Didn't our forefathers enthuse about a Holy Father in heaven? But nonetheless could never gain any understanding of him. We now have the same Holy Father in all most tangible truth before us on this earth, which is now the heaven of all heavens. And we feel not at home. It is true that one must feel quite unaccustomed and different here than a child at home with his conceited toys. But for that, we are now also in a very curious school of life. When a child goes to school for the first time, he will certainly not feel as at home as with his toys in his parents' house. But when he goes to school for a year, then he will also feel as at home there as with his toys at home. But how he, our God, Master, Lord and Father, nonetheless penetrates everything with his all-powerful will in the whole of infinity, from the greatest to the smallest thing, and is most clearly aware of all his endless and countless creations, from the greatest to the smallest. That, brother, is none of our business. And there is certainly nothing for us but to know and see that things are so, and must be so. Otherwise, all things would obviously instantly have to lose their objective existence. We must just have patience. Today we know this much. Tomorrow we will obviously know more. And in a year we should know much more than now at the beginning of our spiritual development, in which we nonetheless stand much higher than Moses and all the great and famous prophets before us, who with their most holy visions can hardly have guessed spiritually and then written down with highly mystical words and signs what we now can touch with our hands without any mysticism. If we just consider that actively, we will immediately feel a lot more at home than Saul once felt among the prophets. The others say, "Yes, yes, you are completely correct, and we all feel much more at home already." What a person's reasonable word is capable of doing. Tsar, who until now had still been silent, but otherwise always full of cheerfulness in his mind, says, "It is laughable what foolish things the cleverest men often say. Mitya, the weakest among us, has nonetheless brought to light the very cleverest opinion. How could one feel here in the least strange and eerie? Quite the opposite. We are now in exactly the right spot. We are with God, our eternal Creator and Father. We began with Him and have now turned back again as far as possible. What are we talking about feeling uncomfortable for? We have only just come home." No, what strange opinions brothers Rob and Boz have. What do you say to that, Mathau? Chapter 15. Mathau continues his explanation. Matthau says, "You are correct, but these two also. This thing is highly personal. You and Misha are from the same bright star in your souls. Those two are children of this earth, but with the same right to the Lord's love and mercy as you. Your souls were already closer to the spiritual at the very beginning than the souls of Rob and Boz. And there is therefore nothing to be amazed about if they, finding themselves here in such nearness to the very purest spirit, feel stranger and more uncomfortable than we, who right at the very beginning stood closer to the spiritual than they both. They will gradually begin to feel more comfortable. And now they feel much more at home already. But one day cannot give what a year can. After a year, they will feel and speak quite differently than now, when their spirit becomes more and more at one with their souls. Do you understand such wisdom?" Tsar says, "Oh, I now understand that very well, for my soul has become very bright through the great suffering that we have withstood, and I now understand everything easily. Only I cannot quite handle Optima Forma in the proper way, the maiden with her travelling around the fixed stars. Although I believe the child, and in a certain way must believe her. But the how is another thing. Well, we are now, in a certain way, in the centre of the very highest, divine force. Why should things not happen in such vicinity to the very highest God that otherwise never come to pass in the whole of infinity?" Matthau says, "With your constantly cheerful mood, you often bring things to light which say more than a whole Solomon's temple full of the most appropriate wisdom. Our Misha has just made a very useful speech as well, and we can be grateful to him for it. And so you, Brother Tsar, have also represented the possibility of this girl's physical journey to several fixed stars in such a way that I can no longer doubt the possibility. It is really classically true. We only have to think where we actually are, and the possibility for everything lies clearly before our eyes, ears, hands, and feet. But the remark that one of you made, that one can imagine the endless power of the divine spirit more easily in a physical giant than in the more smaller human form of the Lord, is certainly something for the simple sensual perception, because something colossal always makes a more powerful impression on the human senses than something small. But for the purely spiritual understanding, it is nonetheless sheer nonsense. For the divine power needs no material form in order to become more or less effective, according to the extent of the material quantity. But the material itself is basically just an expression witnessing the spiritual power of the divine will, for which it is all the same to call a whole world or a grain of sand into being. What is a physical giant good for? The divine will needs only an eternally unchanging base from which to be effective in endless rays everywhere, in the endless space of the worlds, and being in the same strength and power, and to hold this holy, eternally unchanging, all-powerful base, truly, no giant body is needed. True, the Egyptians have often presented almost everything that is in any way concerned with the divinity in terrifying giant forms, in order to fool the lower classes who they wanted to keep in the dark. They were supposed to fear the divinity in terror and quake, and before the words of the priests, to tremble in all remorse like leaves before the storm. But have these giant god figures made the people better? Oh no. In time, the nation got used to the terrible figures and thought nothing more of the Sphinx's head, rearing 30 men high over the ground, and wondered more at the patience of some old sculptor who chiselled a head out of a rock of granite. Therefore, let us be cheerful that the Lord himself has now visited us in the fullest and most unveiled truth, as a very simple person, not characterized by anything particular, and is teaching us in the simplest way in the world to recognize everything about our destiny, ourselves, and him in the fullest truth. This is all we need, and we can seek counsel for eternity about everything else. Zah says, I thank you, brother. That is very true and good. We have now mutually set ourselves up to bear good fruit in the name of the Lord and Master, and things have become beautifully light. But as I notice, everyone except us has now fallen asleep before the dawn. And I must admit that I do not feel the slightest trace of any tiredness in me. And you must all be quite wide awake as well. Everyone says, quite perfect. We've never felt so strengthened before. Chapter 16. The task of the angels. Here, Raphael steps up and says, I am not sleeping either, and yet you said that everyone except for you is now sleeping. Zah says, Friend, the fact that you are not asleep, and that you can never sleep at all, will be clear to any person who knows you as well as we do. Therefore, you might well have saved yourself such a remark. You see, dear angel, it is quite enough that we people here are sometimes somewhat stupid, and we need no support on your behalf to become even more stupid than we are in nature. But you can truly instruct very magnificently us in many things as a consequence of your immense and immeasurable wisdom and experience, which is older than the world itself. Raphael says, Who am I then that I am not supposed to have any sleep? Zah says, But I beg you, my heavenly friend, don't speak to us and ask us so pompously. You're an angel of the Lord from heaven, here equipped with a light body, by the Lord out of necessity. You can throw off this body in more than lightning quickness and destroy it. You are quite a different being, according to the body, to us still mortal people of this earth. You were never born. Except for the Lord God, you have never had any other mother and father, out of whose body you were produced like us. You only know an immeasurable holiness since the most unthinkable times. You only know the names of pain, suffering and sadness, and the better regret, but not from your own personal experience. And therefore you cannot talk to people in the fullest truth about earthly human things. You can only talk to us about spiritual things that we will accept from you very thankfully, for you must be fully at home in them. But you cannot talk about physical things because you have never had to complain in a body. Raphael says, Look, all the things you know. Even if I have never been inside a body, I nonetheless know better what a body is and what every fibre in it does than you could ever learn in 1,000 years with all your industriousness. Are we angels not those who have to care for everything that concerns the being of a person, from his creation to his departure from this earth? Are we not those who purify your souls through the suffering and pain worked in your flesh, making them capable of receiving the Spirit of God? And we are not supposed to know then, what are your diverse sufferings and pains? What do you think, then, in your mind, if you can make me such a reproach? Believe me, that we angels are also capable of pain and suffering. And I tell you that we often bear more pain and suffering than you, since we have to experience only too often how the stubborn people crush all our great efforts with scorn and mockery under their dirtiest feet and constantly turn their backs on us. Friend, if you had as much patience with a person over whom all power would be granted, if you constantly showered him with the greatest good deeds, but the person despised you extremely for all that, and didn't want to hear or know anything about you, and only constantly directed all his thoughts and striving to get rid of you as his greatest do-gooder and friend, possibly even to harm you for all your cares and efforts for his salvation, to destroy your good reputation and name, and to make you into the craftiest traitor. Tell me, if you were only like Cyrenius, what you would do with such a person? Would you have the patience to treat such a villain right until the end, with all patience and measure and tenderness? Zar says, raising his eyebrows at these words by the angel, No, friend, I would never have such patience in my life. Even without power, I would have no patience, not to mention with power. Raphael says, You see, and I have so much irresponsible power and strength that I quite alone could destroy and quite annihilate in the fastest instant this whole earth, the moon, the sun, and all the stars that are visible to your eye, which are sheer enormous great space bodies, with everything that they carry. And yet I have always such a patience with the unchanging people of this earth, through my own free will. But all that would be nothing. It would be an evil that is easy to bear. But consider now the continuing very most willful behaviour of Satanas and her angels, who, as very powerful spiritual beings, constantly go around with the laudable plan to destroy not only us, but God as well, and to take away all his power. Such a thing can never happen, of course. But enough. The indestructible evil plan is there, and they do not stop trying to carry it out. Constantly suffer the greatest pain and agony for it, which they cause themselves through their most evil desire. But that nevertheless never totally puts them off their evil forever. You see, we see all this and have the power not only to tame them in the most sensitive way, but also to destroy them completely forever. And that all without responsibility before the Lord God. And nonetheless we treat them as our fallen brothers, with all patience and consideration, and direct things strictly, so that their free will is never limited by us in any way, but is and remains always free. Only we always prevent with all care the effect of such things. Friend, what would you do in such circumstances? Zar says, "There I would thrash around like a bear and would see whether such spiritual beasts would not show me obedience, particularly if I possessed your power and strength without responsibility." Raphael says, "But don't you see now that an angel of God is no such a light thing as you had imagined, and that I also see a little of the actual humanity, and recognize it, and therefore can talk to you about it?" Zar says, "Oh yes, I see that very well now. But only tell me now whether you have to be here, or is it also your free will?" Raphael says, "Oh yes, I could just as well leave you according to my own freest will. But I want to stay with you, because such a thing pleases the Lord. But pleasing the Lord is also my own will, and even God himself can do nothing against that. For therein consists the maintenance of all creation, about which you, with all the countless stars, cannot see even the aeon part, not to mention the endless entirety and the being itself." But now the sun is close to rising, and the Lord is coming back. Therefore, we should be fully attentive again for every sign of his. Chapter 17. Raphael says it is useless to worry. Zara says, "Shouldn't we wake the sleepers then?" Raphael says, "They will wake up soon enough when the Lord is fully with us again." Jara jumps up most hurriedly and asks with a passionately loving force, "From where? Where is he coming from, the love of all love? My eyes still don't see anything." Raphael says, smiling, "It doesn't matter. If your heart just sees him, your eyes will soon catch up. He will be here at the full sunrise." Helena, who has also remained awake, says, "Jara, let's hurry towards him. Oh, what bliss it is to meet him." Jara says, "Yes, yes, friend, you come along too. Oh, what a joy that will be if we see him from some distance coming towards us." Next, both hurry like the wind towards the wood in the west and soon disappear in it. Uran, who was also awake, looked after the two and said, when they disappeared in the wood, "In the end they go astray? The mountain rises quite sharply over there, as it seems, towards the south, and must be several hours away. They will run on in their haste, and the master might come from another side, and they will seek him and in the end not find him." Raphael says, "Worry about something else. These two will get lost just as little as I would, or could get lost. Where the heart is once in such a very strongest light because of love, going astray in anything is henceforth purely impossible." They will certainly get deep into the forest, but they will find the master. With this, Uran calms down, directs his glance once again towards the still fiercely burning and also very strongly smoking city, and discovers with his far-seeing sharp eyes a number of groups setting off in all directions. He also sees whole processions coming towards our mountain and says, "Well, health to everyone. If they all come to us, where will we get enough bread for that many people? These will eat old Mark along with his household completely out of house and home." Raphael says, "Worry about something else. The whole earth and all creatures on it certainly need very much of everything in every moment, and the Lord nonetheless satisfies the whole earth itself, and all the beings on it. But what is the earth in comparison with the sun, which is more than 10 times 100,000 times larger than this earth, and constantly needs an immeasurable amount of food to maintain its powerful light and to maintain the countless creatures on its wide pastures of light? And the Lord cares for them as much as for you, noble friend." But now think about the eternally immeasurable space of creation, full of suns and earths, of even greater size than this earth and its illuminating sun. All of them are constantly most richly equipped by one and the same Lord, with everything that they need for their existence. Nowhere is there a lack, but everywhere there is the greatest abundance. But if it is so, and it is eternally impossible in any other way, how can you then worry from where we will get enough bread for so many, who are now on their way to us here from the city? Uran says, Yes, you are quite correct. I am no wise man, and I often forget for moments where I am now. But now I am quite in order again. Hebram, who has also remained awake among his 30 companions, comes over and says, But that will cause great confusion today as the strict Sabbath. If this fire had happened on a working day, we could support those who were burnt out and come to us with advice and deeds. But as it is, it will be a difficult task today, even for the great master. Raphael says, You also, worry about something else. Have you ever seen the sun celebrating the Sabbath? Or the moon, or the stars, or the wind, the rain, or the growth of the plants, and several other things? But why do these creations not celebrate the Sabbath? Because the very most active will of the Lord never celebrates a Sabbath, whose Lord He is. Or how can you imagine an annoying law that God has ordered for the people only for their salvation, for as long as it seems to Him to be advisable? But if God neglects the Sabbath and its celebration, what are you then trying to achieve with your foolish Sabbath? Wouldn't you like to dispute the Sabbath with me? Should I also bless the Sabbath through useless, purposeless, and senseless idleness? Oh, wait. Exactly today, as a Sabbath, I will make such a storm that your hearing and sight will disappear for months. Hebram says, Oh, you heavenly friend, you don't have to take my question badly. Just always think that we are people, and even with the best will possible, we still always fall into old habits in extraordinary circumstances, like a pig in a poke. But you, O powerful servant and angel of God, protect us all in the future from this, for we are all sheer weak and very fragile people. Raphael says, Go over to your brothers and calm them, for they all are floating in the same foolish worries about the Sabbath, with which you came here. Show them the great foolishness of their worries. They are now gradually becoming awake. Hebram goes and does with good success what Raphael ordered. When this is in order, Ebal from Gennesareth wakes up and immediately asks Uran about his jarrah. But the latter informs him about what has happened and how Jarrah and Helena went to seek the Lord in the forest. Ebal says, Oh, they should not have done that. The wood will probably already be populated with all sorts of guests from Caesarea. How easily might something happen to them that could affect them most unpleasantly? Raphael says, You worry about something else as well. Both of them reached the right place a long time ago and will soon be here again. The Lord is coming at the full sunrise, and both of them will not be far behind him. Uran says, How long do we have until the full sunrise? Raphael says, About another short half hour. Chapter 18. Priests and their dignity. With this, everyone is satisfied, and it is peaceful once again on the outlier, which is separated by a small saddle from the higher range stretching towards the south. But below, at the sea, it is becoming very lively, for several parties from the city have arrived at Mark's home, and naturally lament in very vivid colours about their distress and their undeserved misfortune. Mark's kitchen, it is very active, and both sons prepare several field ovens with Mark in order to prepare the considerable number of meals for so many guests. Some of those who arrived from Caesarea head for the mountain, because they have already seen people on it from far off. But when they see Romans, they immediately pull back again, for they believe that the latter are keeping a sharp watch here in order to round up those fleeing and to direct them back to the still burning city to help put it out, which would have been very particularly inappropriate for the arch-Jews on this, the Sabbath. For in Caesarea lived some arch-Jews who, without being exactly Pharisees, took Moses' laws very terribly seriously. And this was a new moon Sabbath, which was always treated more strictly than a usual one. Therefore they were, after the disastrous events of the previous evening, as if newly refreshed with ashes on their shorn heads and with torn clothes, much stricter than on any other Sabbath of the new moon. It would therefore have been highly fatal for these highly strict Sabbathists if they had been sent back by these Romans, who did not respect the Sabbath, to put out the flames. Therefore, they did not stay long on the mountain at the sight of the Romans, although these were still asleep, and as already mentioned, returned again straight away. Raphael smiled and said to Mathael, "Did you see them, the strict Sabbathists? They quickly cleared off at the sight of the Romans. But rejoice, they will yet give us a lot of trouble today." Mathael says, "Friend, with love, wisdom and patience, and particularly with the help of the Lord, everything can be done. Blind in heart, naked in understanding, they are stuck in their foolishness like an old rusted nail in a beam. The poor people. Well, perhaps we can heal them all." Raphael says, "Friend, as long as a person is foolish, things are easier. But if arrogance, domineeringness, and pleasure-seeking joins foolishness in a firm bond, then improvement is difficult, and most difficult of all, with the priesthood of the high-ranking sort and type. Just take whatever position of a human you like. For example, a general, or some other high-ranking imperial servant. As long as he stands in his office, he will make use of the respect and honour awarded to him, and it is acknowledged. But with time he can become unsuitable for his position, and then he is put into retirement, and he is de facto nothing any longer, and no longer worries about his earlier arduous position. The high priest, however, retains his reputation until the grave. And after his death, the surviving priests have a temple-like monument set up to their own honour and exaltation, and give him a divine reverence. The priesthood, therefore, knows how to keep the position untouchable for long periods, and to protect it in all thinkable situations. Just go up to such a die-hard priest, with whom you can easily notice how much he is in the wrong and stuck in lies. You will achieve nothing with him. He keeps his position high above that of an emperor, because he thinks himself to be a representative of God on earth. He therefore will not exchange his position with any other in the world. If you want to buy his position with much gold and silver, he will say to you, "I have enough gold and silver, but my position is worth more than all the treasures of this world. For I am an official of God, and no official of a worldly prince, and my position remains in eternity." After such a retort, you then no longer hold the reins, and you have to dance to the tune of the confirmed high priest. Therefore, I believe that there is not much that can be done here with these arch-Jews. In addition, your sense is quite perfectly worthy of God. Everything is possible for the Lord God, however, what often seems impossible for us angels and you people. Matthew says, "I thank you for these words. But now the sun is rising, and we must keep ourselves ready for the arrival of the Lord." Raphael says, "You are quite right, for the Lord is the true Son of all sons. If he rises in a person's heart, then it is the day of days for that person." Can you already see him coming from the wood, since you are looking there so studied? Matthew says, "The sun is already over the horizon, but there is nothing to be discovered of the Lord and of the two who hurried to meet him." It seems to me, taking things quite accurately according to your statement, that you have miscalculated a little even with your heavenly prophecy. The rising of the sun and the return of the Lord do not coincide at all. Look, the sun is already standing high above the horizon, and there is still no trace of the Lord. Now tell me how I should interpret your prophecy to us. Raphael says, "But you must also direct your eyes over there to where he is coming from, and not over there from where he is not coming. Look around, and you will then immediately convince yourself that I have not made any false prophecy." Chapter 19. Seeking the Lord. Matthau, Uran, Ebal, and Matthau's 4 companions all look around quickly and see me coming up the hill with old Mark, and hurry towards me. When they reach me, they all greet me in the friendliest way and thank me for coming back. But since they do not see Jarrah and Helena with me, they become afraid, and Ebal, extremely concerned about his daughter, asks me somewhat anxiously whether both girls had not come to me in the forest, since they had hurried towards me after Raphael's words in the morning. And since they were now not with me, they must still be seeking me in the forest. I should therefore send Raphael after them, so that he would bring them back again to the company unharmed. I say, why are you worried about these who are seeking me? Do you think then that I can only protect someone from dangers if I am physically near to them? When you, Oran, were in great danger, who told me then that I should look for you and save you? Don't I know where both of them are and where they are seeking me? Just leave them, and they will come back again. Both of them have found me in their hearts, which is easy for everyone. But whoever goes to seek me physically, although he knows that I can only be sought inwardly, must learn this lesson. For example, hear that a simple external seeking and meeting me does not put them in a position to come nearer to me, but instead only to lose me more and more. You can bear that in mind on this Sabbath morning. In any case, both found my track and will now soon be here. Ebal says, well, if that is all, then everything is in order again. They would otherwise have certainly stayed with us if Raphael had not brought them so quickly to a decision through his words. The good boy sees everything nearby, even if it is still far away, and one can easily be taken in by him. He will never advise you against it easily, even if in the end it was something bad. For in that way he wants to bring someone to the right path through bitter experience. And so he did not advise these two earlier against going to meet you, but instead only spurred them on, and therefore they are now sitting somewhere tired out, and do not know how they got here. Well, my Jara deserves it, since she knows Raphael's ways and means, and knows what she has to do. She was taken in by him once, and that is quite healthy. But he can rejoice when she returns. Then he will receive a very particular lecture, and will once again wonder at Jara's eloquence. Right at this moment Raphael comes past, who in the meantime had wakened the sleepers. And Ebal said to him, You have once again been the cause of a somewhat unfortunate undertaking by Jara, and with her also Helena. I have to honestly admit to you that the ways and means that you deal with the people entrusted to you and lead them does not please me at all. If a disciple of yours wants to do something that is not quite in order, you must distract him from it through word and deed, but not, still advising him in some way, let him commit the sin and finally keep him from a future sin only through the evil consequences of the path of a personal experience. That may well be very good and purposeful for spirits of your sort, but for people such a thing is never suitable as far as I can see. Raphael says, You are a thoroughly honest and just Jew. But as far as the secret path of the Lord is concerned, you are as foolish as a fish. Do you really think that what I do of myself? I am a finger of the Lord, and do what the Lord's Spirit urges me to do. If you had more insight, you would see that very well. But I know how far your insight stretches in such things, and therefore I ignore such weaknesses of yours. You can see that the two have not got lost at all, in that they are now coming towards us quite healthily and preserved over the mountain from Mark's hut, accompanied by a daughter of Mark's, who brings us the news that the breakfast is ready for us. Ebal says, "Yes, but how did both of them get down there without being seen by us?" Raphael says, "Didn't the Lord say before that they had found his tracks?" Ebal says, Well, I am quiet again. Because they are here again, at least for me, everything is good again." Chapter 20. The reason of Caesarea Philippi's destruction. After this conversation, Mark announces that the breakfast stands at the ready, and all the tables are already laid with food and drink. Then we head down from the mountain and towards the tables, which are found in the same order in the morning, and none are missing. Here Uran says to Helena, "When you were down below, did you see whether our tents are still up and in order? And have our servants got enough to eat and drink? And are our beasts of burden all cared for?" Mathael says to Uran, "Friend and father-in-law, in the presence of the Lord, every worry is in vain. Now think about nothing other than the Lord. For he thinks for us, and for the whole of infinity." When we headed down from the mountain towards the tables after this remark by Mathael to Uran, Cyrenius asked me on the way, "Lord, should I order a division of my soldiers to put out the fires in the city? For if we do not bring any help to the city, by tonight it will be a glowing pile of embers." I say, "Dear friend, if I wanted that, I would have sent my Raphael there long ago, and the fire in the city would have been extinguished in a moment. But I want this city, which is bad for both God and the emperor, to be humbled, and therefore I am allowing everything to be destroyed by fire, except the homes of the poor and sober. But everything else shall be turned to ash." In the future, better people shall settle here, and the offspring of our old Mark shall rule over this city and area with a just scepter, with the emperor's permission, and it will remain their inheritance from child to child, and from grandchild to grandchild. But if they forget about God, then the same thing will happen to them as has happened to the inhabitants of this city. If the fire had happened to this city of whoring on a working day, it would have been put out long ago. But on the Sabbath, and particularly on the first Sabbath of a new moon, no Archjew moves even the tip of his little finger in fear of being soiled before God. The conscience of the Archjews is very sensitive in this respect. But the neglect of good deeds does not disturb their conscience in the least. Neither does material and spiritual adultery and all sorts of fraud. They even are of the opinion that a sin against the commandment of God on a working day is hardly a sin, and one could purify oneself again before the evening. But on the Sabbath, one would have to remain impure until the evening, during which time the Prince of Night would begin to rule. And then it would be easily possible that an envoy of Satan might come, meet someone unclean, and in this way take possession of this unclean soul. Sin harms people only at night, and then only until midnight, because in this time Satan is allowed to go on the hunt. By day he has no power, and one can then sin as one wants, and it doesn't matter. Only one should bear in mind that one should purify oneself before the going down of the sun, according to the method prescribed by Moses. And one then has nothing to fear in the night from the sins committed by day. These blind people do nothing for the sake of God, even if they have committed very many sins against His commandments during the day. The only thing that matters is that they do not fall prey to Satan. And because such a thing can happen most easily on a Sabbath, when they are not allowed to kill a goat, a lamb, or a calf, yes, they cannot even wash themselves 7 times. They beware as far as possible to keep themselves pure during the Sabbath, so that the devil cannot take control of them once the sun has gone down. You now have the reason why these sinister characters, in all things, prefer to let their houses become ash on the Sabbath than to move a hand and extinguish the fire. Therefore, a Roman general, who will not be unfamiliar to such coarse and irremovable foolishness of this people, will one day have an easy game to drive this race apart with one blow if it becomes rebellious, particularly on a winter's Sabbath, and to transform their great city into a heap of rubble. But now let us have breakfast. Otherwise, a number of not very cheerful visitors will come upon us, whom we will have a job getting rid of in some good way. At this, everyone moved to the tables, and the excellent breakfast was consumed with great zeal this time, and there was no one who did not give old Mark the fullest praise. Also, Iran and Helena remarked that they had never before eaten such well-prepared fish and such tasty bread. Mark, however, directed all praise to me and said, "That is the salt and the best spices of all food, of all drinks and of all things. To him alone bring your just praise." But there was not one among the guests who had not understood what Mark had said, and everyone praised me silently in their hearts. But Mathael said loudly, "Yes, yes, old Mark, where the Lord is the chef of all life and all in all, one can live incomparably well, for their spirit, soul, and body must receive the best food. You have done very well, in that you directed the praise that you were given back to the Lord. But for this reason, your name will not die in the hearts of those people who got to know you as a friend of the Lord." Mark thanks me, therefore, that I had paid his house such an effusively great honour. Then he thanks Mathael too for his good words, and declares himself to be fully unworthy of everything. Chapter 21. Conversations with the Orthodox Pharisees. After the breakfast is consumed, Cyrenius and Julius ask me what is now to be done. I say to Cyrenius, "Wait here a little, and there will soon be something to do. Look at the coast. There, like lazy cloud formations, creep several arch-Pharisees with their arch-disciples. They already know that you are staying here for reasons that are unknown to them. They suppose that you are inspecting the areas on the Sea of Galilee, but are nonetheless holding a sort of camp here. Uran's splendorous tents confirm them in their hazy opinions. They are now paying attention to see whether you will come over the sea in a ship or perhaps out of a tent. Then they want to entrust you with a plea for compensation, since they believe that the heathens have set their homes on fire. But they will soon and easily learn that you are already here, and we will have them round our necks. Then you can already imagine what a job they will give us to do. I tell you all that only so that I will not be revealed before time. They must first be properly driven into a state. Only then will the fear of fears be announced through my revelation. But you will soon find out what effort and debating we will have to sustain with this adulterous lot. Mathael and Raphael will do good service for us. But until the middle of the day, we will hardly get rid of them. Therefore, let us now be quiet for a short time. And you collect yourself, for you now know what will happen to you." At this, everything becomes quiet. Only the soldiers and the servants hurry about the mountain somewhat loudly. After a while, Mathael asks me whether he is allowed to speak to the arch-villains quite without any retention. I say, "Certainly, but you will have to gather yourself exceptionally. I do not believe that it will be easy to deal with these armed heroes of the night, for these are armed to the teeth for every case." Thus Mathael also began to gather himself. But my disciples also asked me how they would have to behave in this situation. I say, you have neither to speak nor to do anything. Observe the whole thing as mute witnesses. And if any of the Pharisees ask you something, direct them to Cyrenius, and admit that it is none of your business, and they will leave you in peace. I myself will do the same at the beginning. With this decision, the disciples were also satisfied, and we waited for the annoying arrivals in peace. After a short half-hour, those waiting for Cyrenius on the seashore got the news from a Jew from the city who knew Cyrenius and who had passed by us, that Cyrenius was in the garden of the old soldier. At this news, all the arch-Pharisees and the other arch-Jews turned around and headed very quickly over to us. When Matthias saw them coming towards him, he said, "Well, my high friend Cyrenius, gather yourself. Now the storm will begin. I am very curious to learn what these lads will bring out." Cyrenius says, "I am no less curious, although I openly admit that I am least fond of dealing with these people. For if you show them even half the little finger, they immediately want the whole hand. And that is not possible, of course, because there are other people who are really poor and therefore really need other people to take care of them." At that, the petitioner had already arrived, of course with the leader of the synagogue at their head. He recognized the supreme governor immediately and spoke to him thus: "High-ranking, enlightened, and all-authorized Lord Supreme Governor of Collio Syria, yes, of all the Jewish lands, of the rest of Asia Minor and Major, and a part of Africa. It will not be unknown to you what an unheard-of misfortune happened this night to us, the inhabitants of the city Caesarea Philippi, ever devoted to God and to the Emperor. If we had even the smallest guilt to measure, we could now curse our negligence and cry deeply and further bear with patience what God the Almighty has let happen to us. But we have not given the slightest cause for this misfortune, as far as we know. But instead the evilness of some mischievous heathens has done it to us. Therefore we are then actually here to beg for a corresponding compensation from you. You will certainly let such a thing come to us by law and fee all the sooner, since we are firstly full subjects of Rome like the mischievous heathens, but secondly, we as priests and servants of the only true God are capable of turning the people towards the Emperor more in our balance for Rome than many thousand swords and lances. But if we are ever anti-Rome, then our tongues achieve more in a few hours than 100,000 soldiers in 1 year. Here one hand washes the other. Fulfill our plea. Take away our temporary begging stick, and let our destroyed buildings, our teaching and prayer houses, be built again at the expense of the state. And you will find in the name of the Emperor no ungrateful support. Yes, if there is no other way, we oblige ourselves also to pay back to the state such an advance after 20 years with interest. Consider, High Supreme Governor, our plea, and grant it to us. It will be of disadvantage neither to you nor to the Emperor, for we know who and what we are, and what we can do. If we are the Emperor's friends, he will rule his empire easily. But if we are enemies of the emperor in our closed minds, crown and sceptre will soon become an extremely heavy burden to him. Therefore, consider our present affliction. Consider our pleas as a clever man and act according to your discretion. Cyrenius says, hardly concealing his inner bitter anger, before I say either yes or no, I will first have everything checked most accurately. How and for what reason the city and your houses were set on fire. Whether you are quite so innocent, I could hardly know, for I have just heard this night from someone how you, as a result of yesterday's total eclipse of the sun, and then later, more because of the sudden disappearance of the evening sun, the nation began to harangue you because of the imminent judgment of God that is supposed to happen now, and was prophesied by one of your prophets. On your part, the priests of the Greeks did not neglect to exploit the strange occurrence of nature to their own favour. Both of your priestly groups have misused the known natural occurrence in order to force the people to the most unheard of sacrifices because of protection from effective prayers that attain God's will. The people who have been made deaf and blind since childhood did everything in their power that it could do in order to escape the latest judgment announced by you. Luckily, there was an intelligent and experienced man there who called some of the superior people from the people whom he knew, and then explained the appearance that took place in all peace and calmness, with perfectly natural reasons, and as something he had often seen. But he also was clever to draw their attention to support his explanation that the priests, if there were some truth in their statement, certainly would refrain from blackmailing the people from huge sacrifices for a few remaining moments of existence on this world full of lies and deception. The never-satisfied, greedy and heartless priests knew as well as he did that there was nothing in the whole affair, but at most a natural change of weather the following day. They knew the people's superstition and sinned at this opportunity in the most scandalous way. You see, such a thing was told to me in the night by a very most faithful witness. Well, what was the consequence of this wise and very timely lesson? The several, with few words, well-educated people hurried at this to the desperate nation and screamed at the top of their voices, "Comfort, comfort, comfort upon comfort. Listen to us calmly for your best." Then they instructed the nation in a very easy-to-understand way. The nation, seeing such a thing, was seized by anger and fury against you, and prepared then a little bit from Daniel's day of judgment for you. Since I see only too well now, from this faithful evidence, that actually it was not the mischievousness of the heathens, but only you yourselves, that in this night the otherwise beautiful and significant city becomes ash for the reason of justified anger of the population about your deceptive sense. Then you will hopefully see very well that I not only cannot listen to your very cheeky plea, but that I, on the contrary, as vice-regent here, for the best of my emperor and for the best of the people, will hold you to the strictest responsibility and to the full replacement of damage to the people, which I will collect most exactly, and judge, assuming that everything happened as I heard this night from a believable witness. What have you to put forth against this? Speak, if you have something that you can say against this. Already, during Cyrenius's tale, the black petitioners changed their colours like chameleons, and one noticed easily their inner anger glowing out of their genuine wolf's eyes. And when they should now justify themselves, they could hardly pronounce a word for sheer anger. Cyrenius waited a little while, and since no one else wanted to speak, he became worked up at the grimaces of anger by the petitioners, and said, in sombre seriousness, according to the tradition of showing the fullest mercilessness of a genuine Roman, "Speak soon. Otherwise I will be forced to take your furious silence as a full admission of what you are accused of, and in addition to immediately to pronounce your well-deserved judgment without any further consideration, and to commit you to the execution of this judgment. Speak, for you know that we Romans never tend to joke." Finally, the leader says, "Lord, the slander is too great. One cannot gather oneself so quickly and speak in return. But instead it is required to collect oneself and think how such slander is possible, and to consider the most powerful means to beat it into the dust of nothingness. Who can prove to us that we forced the people to make sacrifices? We preached what we felt and feared ourselves. Who can prove to us that we acted differently to how we had to feel according to the prophecy? Were the signs not there? Or does history not show us a quantity of examples where God's patience came to an end and suddenly a most terrible judgment came over the people? But we have also examples in the largest quantity where God allowed his great mercy and compassion to come to the improved people, despite a determined and unavoidably pronounced judgment, if the people turned back to the true repentance and regret. But if your wise man who instructed the few against us was of such an honest character, why did he then not come to us and show us what he showed to those few unhappy people who are always against us? Only a person who does not know our eminent religion and has no idea about the word of God through the mouth of a prophet and of the effect of such in a time of signs in the heavens can act so shamefully, evilly, slanderously against us. And a supreme governor of Rome believes such a person rather us? They will tell us, if such a wise man had come to you and had taught you as he taught the desperate people, you would not have listened to him and would have judged him or lapidated him. But who can claim such a thing about us before he has tested us? Only after the deed do we tend to judge and condemn. But before the deed, according to appearance and some evil supposition, never. Our religion speaks for our behaviour, but who can step up and prove to us that we believe differently and act differently? Malevolent slander or an evil supposition proves nothing for us. And your witness may well have told you whatever he wanted. But we declare his claim to be nothing until he can prove to us that we truly acted differently to what we believed ourselves, and that we would have let the wise man go, who incited the people against us with his wisdom, if he had come to us. We actively shared the fear of the people, and if the people brought us masses of sacrifices to atone for their sins in the belief that they would appease God in this way, should we not have accepted the sacrifices? Where is the opposite written? Noble governor, consider that you are here dealing with true arch-servants of God, and not with Templars of the new kind, who unfortunately understand only too well how to sway with the wind. We know that well, and the temple is therefore not disposed to us. But unfortunately few of us stick to the old faith, to which night flies, who whisper falsely judged things in your ear, will not part with. We have today certainly a magnificent day of the Lord, and there is nowhere a trace of a divine judgment, except that our city has fallen victim to the flames. But not through God's judgment, but through the unfortunately dubious evilness of some constantly hostile pagans. Would it have been that impossible for God to treat this area like what he did with Sodom and Gomorrah? If such a thing were impossible for God, who can step up here and say that after the previous signs it could not have happened? We don't want to say that God has protected this area from his threatened judgment because of our many prayers and sighs. God can have done it because of some pious person fully unknown to us, because both our prayers and the prayers of the pious have reached the foot of his throne. But who can prove against our religion and against our convictions that it is not so, but fully, completely different? I have now spoken in the name of my people, and you, High Lord, judge now a just judgment before God and all people. Chapter 22. Mark accuses the chief Pharisee. Naturally, Cyrenius was not prepared for this retort, and now didn't know what sort of objection he should make to the high priest. Therefore he called Mathael and said to him in a low voice, "Now you speak on, for I have reached the end of my wisdom. For these people are much craftier than I imagined at first." Mathael says, "High friend, it will truly become more difficult for us. For to prove to them what they would have done if the circumstances had so happened is a difficult thing. And if they had secretly had the evilest intention, which I do not want to dispute, then even the attempt to execute it is in vain. Where then is the single fully punishable execution of the evil intention that they truly have, but also could not have? But what sorts of thoughts can form in a person's mind if he is attacked from all sides? If the heart beats stormily, no person can bear too easily a purification of his quickly changing thoughts, which run in and out of each other like heavy storm clouds. And if, in time, the storm is laid in the heart, the person now calm rarely remembers any longer everything that happened in the storm of his passions. There may have been much damnable among it, but which God, I even say, will want to set himself up as a judge, they are really arch-believing people and have shared the fear of the people for one and the same reason, which we must accept as long as we cannot prove the opposite like a God. Their plea must be granted to them, assuming that the granting of such a plea, in extraordinary cases, as this one is ordered by the Caesar. We here can only make a judgment on what lies open before us. As long as we are not able to make anything stick against them. Our thoughts, however, can never serve as proof. And even if we question the whole city, we will not know any more than we know now. Mathal had only whispered these words to Cyrenius in a low voice, and Cyrenius, scratching behind his ears, said to me, "And what do you say then to that?" I say, "My time is not yet here. Therefore act now with each other, just you two and with them. But take old Mark along too, who knows them, along with his 2 sons, better than you. Ebal from Gennesareth also knows them, and Julius knows them more or less. Have them called over, and you will soon hear another language." Cyrenius immediately sends for Julius, who in the meantime had gone up the mountain to see to the soldiers, in order to observe the still very powerful fire. Both of them came quickly, as well as old Mark. When all those called were present, Cyrenius read out the petition of the Arch-Pharisees and the High Pharisee's speech, as well as what the High Pharisee brought forth as undeniable evidence. When Mark heard such things, he wondered much about the enormous cheek of the High Pharisee, and said to him, "You now, so extra honest and highly pious seeming High Pharisee, you came now as good as called by me, and desired against all my long expectation in my great net. Think back just about 3 years. What an effort you made to bring me to your belief. You dispensed me of the somewhat annoying and also painful circumcision of an old person. If I signed myself and my entire household over to your belief, that was perfectly enough. You even promised me a number of advantages in doings and dealings when I answered you in return, that I have a conscience and do not like to exchange the religion of my fathers for another one whose basic creeds I know much too little, and about which I do not know which new responsibilities can arise for me. I told you then, quite openly, that I was not fully against changing my somewhat clumsy religion for a better one. Only I must first be initiated into the entire essence of the new religion to be taken on. You said, however, that that was not necessary in your religion. For every religion was in any case nothing more than the cradle philosophy of children, and must also be kept for the sake of the children. Once a man has his educated intellect, however, he no longer needs the cradle philosophy of the children any more, and sticks to it only for the sake of the children. He himself, however, would be called an idiot if he seriously saw something in it. But a man like I could also judge whether it was not smarter to admit a religion outwardly, which sets the least obstacles in the way of my doings and dealings. I agreed to this and committed myself and my entire household to your religion. But soon afterwards my eyes were opened wide, when I soon was condemned to all sorts of annoying taxes, and I then saw even better what a despicable exchange I had made by accepting your religion. I had to give you a tithe of everything, and the first of all fruits. Very often I feared complaints from the Roman officials, but I did nothing, for I was always pulled up and told, Volenti non fit inuria. There is no injustice for he who agreed. Why did you let yourself be caught as an old, intelligent Roman? Repent now for your unconsidered foolishness. But if I came to you and told you of my misery, you would not listen to me, and always said in your great arrogance, Thus is it written. And I could withdraw again with a sad and frustrated face and mind, without having achieved anything. If I wanted to know your scriptures in more detail, I was told, We are the scriptures and the living word of God. Thus no one has to ask further for anything. But instead, everyone should do what we teach and demand. No one needs anything further. You see, you old, evil oracle of the Jews from Caesarea Philippi, that are your words and your behaviour. And you now suddenly want to whitewash your reputation? I swear to you by everything that is holy to me, that you will not move from this spot before you make well again, at least for me, all the highly unjust damage. The worthy Supreme Governor can lift the cross onto your back on my behalf, and there will be no injustice done to you. Do you understand, you old, bad oracle? Cyrenius says, Ah, that's how things are. Well, well, now we have something. Well, you wise high lord of dubious oppressors of the people, what do you have to say against that? The High Pharisee says, Do you know Moses entirely and all the prophets enlightened by God? Cyrenius says, I know Moses quite well, but I only know the prophets by name. The High Pharisee says, Very well, then go and learn firstly all my bitter responsibilities by heart, and punish me if you can prove that I did not follow them all. If you want to read, we have the scriptures with us here as the only goods that we can carry with us today on this high day of the Lord, if there is a danger that it could be destroyed. Chapter 23. Conversation Together. Mathal says secretly to Cyrenius, That is another difficult task which we are too weak to solve. Mark did his thing very well, but what can we do if we cannot prove any neglect of duty from what they say? Let's listen to Ebal and Julius now. But what they will say will not be of much use to us either, for the old fellow is too sure of himself and is capable of completely justifying every very shameful act from the Scriptures. What can be done then against this? Cyrenius says, "All right, then I, in my complete power, will damn every piece of scripture that goes against the healthy sense of a person, and we will have him then in chains." Matthau says, "That cannot be done, because he can then say, healthy human sense, however, also demands that a law is given and sanctioned before someone can be judged by it. What will you have then to say against that? One must collect oneself quite unusually carefully in order to be able to do anything against these lads from a human point of view. Now Cornelius, Faustus, Kis Jonah from Kis, and a certain Philippold from the same area should be here soon. They will certainly be of great help. I am looking forward to their arrival very much." After a measured while of consideration about what has been said both on the part of the High Pharisee as well as about the somewhat more secret remarks by Matthau, and about his joy about the announced arrival of Cornelius and his entourage, Cyrenius orders Ebal to say something tenable about the Arch-Pharisee. And Ebal rises and says, "High friend, foxes and your Proteuses, fickle, easily changeable people, are hard to catch. The foxes, because they always have two ways out, and the Proteuses, because they can change into anything, even into the elements themselves. Therefore, my opinion is this. Since after what has been said about these people by the most true and faithful witnesses, whom you know as well as I, you can have no doubt at all whether things are so or not. On the other hand, however, as a worldly judge, you can only come to a judgment of the world, which can convince your eyes and ears. My advice is thus the following. Let these annoying Proteuses go without the least granting of what they want, and without damning them to any punishment by a judgment. Thereby you have done enough for the inner spiritual truth and the senses of the world. That would be my opinion." I could tell you hundreds of facts about the many deceptions and the unscrupulous oppression of the people, which I have experienced at some occasions with these wannabe servants of God. But what good would that do for you? They will certainly find a hole through which they can slip into freedom. They cover themselves very carefully against every potential outer damaging wind with the cloak of Moses and with the coat of Aaron and the prophets. And no wind, however cold, can cause them even a sniff. But everything that can be done to external understanding from the scriptures of the prophets, we know very well, for they are fit for everything, as long as one does not know their inner spiritual sense. That is the main hiding place for these people. Therefore, nothing much else can be done except what I have advised you. Cyrenius says, Yes, you are quite right. I recognize that completely in its depths. But nonetheless, I believe that one could counter these people, perhaps, with somewhat provable criminals, where they then could certainly no longer get away. Ebal says, Oh dear, with anything but that. For these lads know every jot of the Roman law, and know how to get around the law better than any lawyer, so that no Satan can touch them. They will have committed such crimes either personally or participating in a group. Before God, they will certainly not be able to hide. But we cannot touch them if we want to deal with them legally. Perhaps Kisjona, Cornelius, Faustus, of the Greek Philippold. But among us, except for the Lord and the angel Raphael, no one can touch them. Cyrenius shakes his head and says, I could nonetheless have them guarded as suspicious people. Perhaps such seriousness would then be a little sobering for their minds. Ebal says, try it, but I put my word on it that you will not be able to withdraw the guards from the High Pharisee after the first protests fast enough. We have not a haze for the outside world about any causa criminis. There are no prosecutors, and therefore there can be no judge. The quiet statement of the Lord cannot be seen as a complaint for two reasons. Firstly, there is a lack of any worldly supervision, and secondly, the Lord himself would only be half a witness before the world. For at least for now, one could not consider his divinity, neither his prophecy, legally applicable ante forum Romanum. We know exactly where we stand with them, but the dry Roman law does not know our Lord and Master at all, and thereby neither his statement from his wisdom. And yet now, despite all your innermost conviction about this person, you can only judge from what you can discover from the people as proof of guilt. And a prosecutor is needed, and only then come the witnesses under oath. Or is the statement by a prophet or an oracle valid for something if neither belongs to your religion? Cyrenius says, yes, in extraordinary circumstances, particularly when the prophet has proven himself first before a proper court as worthy of complete belief. If the court bears no concern against him, he can serve as complete proof like a statement of a tested oracle. For only the judge has the right to accept the validity of a witness or not, and to decide whether he is admissible or not. Says Ebal, good, but what if the prophet can be used neither as a prosecutor nor as a witness? How can you force him to it? As a witness, rather, but as a prosecutor, never. Here we certainly have one, but how will you force this great one, and the angel Raphael, to appear either as a prosecutor or witness? Cyrenius says, certainly no force can achieve anything. Let's wait. For those announced will not be waited for long. It seems to me as if I saw oars at quite a distance on the sea. Mathael says, I have been noticing that since half an hour, but they seem to remain at the same spot. Well, how is the trial going? Are you still at the same point? Cyrenius says, not an inch further. You were right, and Ebal was right. And I see that we, with all our authority in worldly things, can achieve little or nothing, and the arrivals will most probably not help much either. Chapter 24. Cyrenius sends for witnesses from Caesarea. Cyrenius. But just now something occurs to me. I will immediately send a messenger to the district governor, who will have to send me all sorts of prosecutors and witnesses from the city. They will have something to say about these foxes, and we will then soon corner them. Mathael says, the thought has something in it. At least in that way, you can put them under guard. But that must be put into action quickly. Cyrenius immediately has 2 riders come past and explains to them what he wants from the district governor. They instantly hurry off towards the city. But when the arch-Pharisees, murmuring among one another, notice this, the high Pharisee steps up to Cyrenius again and says, Lord and ruler, why do you allow the riders to go to the city? Did you send them there on our behalf? Do you want to destroy our legal claims which have even been sanctioned by your law? Lord, that will be difficult, for we have the law and God on our side. You only would have to give new laws, which can be of as little use for the moment as the old ones. For the effect of a new law can never be retroactive. Cyrenius says, somewhat annoyed, You speak when you are spoken to. I know your request and your responsibility too. It now depends on me alone. I must seek advice with my official people whether you are worthy of the emperor's granting of your petition. If you are found to be worthy after the strictest test, your demand will be granted. But if you are found to be unworthy, not only any granting is cancelled, but a punishment will follow for the cheekiness that you have undertaken by desiring mercy from the state to cover your sins as punishable people. Pay good attention. A supreme governor of Rome judges quite differently to you. He never judges according to favours and the external appearance of the person, but always without difference of status, according to laws and rights. Thus be very careful how you stand with your conscience in secret before God and before people. For a much stricter account is demanded from you as so-called servants of God, although God needs no servants, since His omnipotence and all wisdom, His all-presence and all knowledge already serve Him best throughout eternity. And from you as teachers of the people, than from the uneducated people, who often hardly knows a few laws in need, and even then has no idea which spirit they hide inside themselves. But you know the law and the spirit, and must recognize it, and must be indoctrinated in all truth. Therefore you will also see why you are dealt with on my part much more strictly, for the sake of the people, than with a private person. For either you must be as pure as the sun, or you have never been worthy of your office. Therefore, you do not have to worry about what I do, either to accuse or excuse you. But go and put your petition on parchment, and then hand it over, so that I have more proof in my hands, either for or against you. The high Pharisee says, High Lord and ruler, Today is a new moon Sabbath on which every activity is forbidden. On this holy day, man has to occupy himself while his body is resting alone in spirit with God. We are only allowed to speak, but we cannot write until sunset. But after sunset, we want to give you our petition in writing. Cyrenius asks, did Moses give you the law about this particular observance of the new moon Sabbath? Not Moses exactly, but his follower, through whose mouth the Spirit of God often spoke like through Moses' sacred mouth. Cyrenius says, about that I would like to raise a strong doubt. For the divine Spirit looks out of the pure laws and orders of Moses in a tangible way. But as far as your new moon celebration is concerned, nothing is to be seen except the deepest superstition and a whole ship's cargo full of coarse human stupidity. What is the new moon? You don't know it, but we know, and must therefore laugh about your full moon celebration most heartily. And our wise men who understand a lot are amazed at how it is possible that in the nearest neighbourhood of the Greeks, Romans, and Egyptians, there can be such idiots and crudest sinister characters who don't even know what the moon is and what the new moon is. But do tell me what you imagine the moon to be. The High Pharisee says, rather you tell us what you, High Lord and Ruler, think of the moon. Then we also want to say to you what we think about the moon. Chapter 25. Cyrenius explains about the earth and the moon. Cyrenius says, so listen. The moon is a planet about 50 times smaller than our Earth, and accompanies the Earth constantly on its great path around the Sun. While the Earth covers the Great Way once in 365 days, the near moon has circled it almost 13 times. With these orbits, the moon necessarily has to go through various positions. Since it is just as much a dark planet as our Earth, it is also illuminated by the great sun, like the Earth is. If the Earth stands nearby, between the sun and the moon, we see the moon quite illuminated, and that is the full moon. But if in approximately 14 days the moon stops between the sun and the earth as a result of its swift movement, and we get to see only very little of its illuminated surface thereby, it is a new moon. But if the moon somehow accidentally moves exactly between the sun and the earth, as was the case yesterday, it covers the sun and prevents its light from reaching a certain part of our earth. That means on the spot which makes a direct line from through the moon to the sun, and then a very natural solar eclipse occurs. But that part of the earth which is not exactly in the direct line does not get to see such an eclipse. namely those who are on the opposite side of the earth to us. For this earth on which we live is just as much a ball as the sun and the moon, and only has a day and a night through the fact that it turns once around its axis within 24 hours, in which time it gradually pushes all its countries and seas from the North Pole to the South Pole underneath the sun and lets them be warmed. That is alone the secretly well calculated and clearly understood truth, of which the layman, of course, knows nothing, because he is lacking in the necessary background knowledge for such insight, and teachers such as you also must lack this. For what one has not got oneself, one cannot give to others. And if you had it, you would not give it to any layman, because the layman brings you more foolishness than the best wisdom. I have now shown you clearly what the new moon is. But now you show me, too, what you think the new moon is. The leader says, "High Lord and Master, we already learned in secret ways what you have now told us, and I for one am for this. But just look at Moses' story of creation, and no trace can be discovered of all that you have now told me, and what was not unknown to me for the last 20 years. But we sit before the people, out of necessity, of course, as the first main confessor and announcer of Moses' religion, which contradicts this quite understandably true opinion. On Moses and Aaron's chair. What else can we do except to keep the better conviction for ourselves in secret, but nonetheless tell the people what we received from Moses? But today one of us should just try to announce another religion to the people other than Moses's, in whatever respect, and I swear to you that he will be stoned. Certainly some people say, what Moses said has quite a different meaning, and it says something quite different to what can be seen in the dead letters. I also admit that quite freely. But how could we tell this to the great nation, whom not we, but our forefathers made foolish, without damage? Firstly, the spiritual sense is so deeply hidden that one cannot find it clearly oneself. And secondly, there is the question of how one should teach a darkest, foolish, highly superstitious nation, for whom all elements of higher knowledge are more foreign than the North Pole, when one quite honestly doesn't have a clear idea oneself. Thus there is nothing more reasonable than to leave the people their old belief, and as the representative of the old religion and laws, to observe most strictly the religion and laws, at least in the face of the people. But if one is alone, without foolish witnesses, then one should do and believe what one always recognizes as true. If you act differently, you will see this beautiful land only too soon in its worst rebellion. Now you can speak again, and prove to me that I said something false in my speech. Chapter 26. Alarming news from Caesarea. Cyrenius is amazed about the High Pharisee's wisdom and says to Mathael, "Friend, it is very difficult to talk to him, for you just get everything thrown back at you. He is filled with all sorts of knowledge in secret, and how splendidly he knows how to justify his situation. Ah, that has never been seen before. One cannot finally be angry with him. But now at least those from the city must be almost here, and then we'll see what they will bring to light." Mathael says, smiling, "Nothing at all, I tell you that, for these are too slippery and find loopholes everywhere to escape through. In short, in order to trap these people in some way, we need more than just human strength and human knowledge. I trust myself to heal hundreds of Greeks and Romans in a day from their foolishness. For whatever I say will be new to them, and they will even accept it with grateful curiosity. But there is nothing new that one can give these people. They are mostly indoctrinated in all knowledge and know how to represent their cause in such a crafty way that it is difficult to contradict them. Therefore, I also think that the Lord himself drew back a little, because he already saw in advance that it is not easy to deal and talk with the zealots. And so I also believe that the prosecutors and witnesses from the city will also achieve as little as we." Cyrenius says, "Well then, there is a very notable hearing for the moment, which under such circumstances does probably not occur twice on earth. If only the vice-governor would appear soon." At this, a messenger arrives out of breath and says to the whole company, without paying attention to where Cyrenius was, "Friends, hurry up and get out of here, for a terrible revolt has broken out. Everyone is looking for the rascals who fled, the arch-Jews and Pharisees, and the Romans and Greeks are butchering everyone that even half looks like a Jew. I am a poor Greek. Today I put a Jewish tunic over my naked body out of necessity, and I barely escaped with my life." Cyrenius says, "Boy, I am the supreme governor. Explain yourself more exactly. How and why did a revolt break out?" The messenger says, somewhat embarrassed about the unexpected presence of the supreme governor, "High and almighty Lord, things are as simple as this. When the sun or some other light apparition illuminated the evening yesterday, a few hours longer than is usually the case, and afterwards suddenly disappeared from the firmament, a rare but not unknown event on this great and wide earth. The Jewish priests, who saw this thing certainly just as much as we did out of the basis of human experience and human knowledge, began, instead of offering the people of their religion the complete truth, to announce this event to the blind, superstitious people as an enormous judgment by God from their mystical books of the prophets. Thereby a fearful howling went up among the foolish Jews. Their priests, as supposed friends and servants of God, were now sworn to convince God, for every sacrifice demanded, to mercifully remove his punishing justice. When the smart Jews heard such support only too clearly and truly, they answered in the priestly mystical pathos, "If you want to have God's severest judgment on the world turned away from you, You must now bring all the gold, silver, jewels and pearls that you possess as a sacrifice, as well as your best fattened oxen, the cows that are richest in milk, and the fattest calves, so that we can then sacrifice them to God in a worthy fashion. The Jewish rogues of priests had hardly said this when a positive cloudburst of sacrifices appeared. Our not-so-stupid priest also saw this and sought to persuade their people through a lucky shot to give generous sacrifices. They also found something from the old religion which served them well for the purpose of sacrifices. They let the good Apollo fall for a new Daphne and pay her a dirty visit. His enemy, Mr. Pluto, immediately noticed this and swiped the sun. And Gaia, Apollo, and his new beauty now found themselves in a terrible pickle. Every Greek and Roman could see that a most terrible war of the gods would occur from this. Perhaps, if powerful Zeus was targeted with sacrifices and pleas, he could avoid this most dangerous situation. This invention brought much gain to our priests, but not nearly as much as what the Jewish priests were brought by their judgment by God announced to their sheep. A very wise Greek having heart and head in the right place taught some sober thinkers, and these taught the oppressed Greeks and Romans about the natural event, as far as was only possible in the great confusion, and showed them very nicely tangibly the crafty profit-seeking priest castes, who might well lose the desire to demand and take sacrifices, if only one true word hung on their ominous announcements. They should compare both announcements, namely the positively conjured-up Jewish one and the Greek and Roman one, with one another, and they would then soon see that both could not be real. For either what the Jewish priests had said or what the Greeks had said must have happened. But the gods would not be so foolish and cook up a separate benefit to every individual nation when they otherwise usually distribute their gifts from heaven among all believers and non-believers alike. Such instruction and similar things brought the people to their senses. Those who were known to be better Jews were also given similar instructions. But it was a futile attempt. These calves of God, on the contrary, gave threats and accused the paganism of being the cause of the evil occurrence. Such things soon led to assaults, and the Greeks and Romans inflamed a final judgment over the heads of the foolish Jews and demanded from the priests the return of the sacrifices which had been blackmailed from them in need in the most unjust way. When this was not granted, they came with force to the Jewish priests, who well did escape their violence, and took to their heels through the smoke of the city burning in all the Jewish corners. The wise Roman city governor, however, had made important, extensive investigations on the Jewish arch-villains of priests, and then showed the people how they alone were the reason for such an imminent catastrophe. Then the revolt rose on the part of the Jews and became a very dreadful business, for the Jews are being massacred indiscriminately now, and in the city there is almost more blood than milk and wine. As it seems to me, the Jewish priests who escaped are standing over there under the great cypress tree. Well, hello, Things will go badly for them if they do not take to their heels immediately, which I will certainly not advise the villains to do. I will knock a few down with this spear which was thrown at me when I was fleeing here in the belief that I am a Jew, but which luckily did not hit me. The 2 riders met me at the city gates and will have a job trying to reach the governor. Lord, Lord, now you know everything, and what I said to you is the pure and naked truth, for which I would pay you with my life. Cyrenius says, I am very grateful for this news. You did things very well. But now remain here, and if you are hungry and thirsty, take bread and wine. I will send a few cohorts to the city in the meantime to put down the uprising. Then you will serve me as a good witness against those Jewish priests. The messenger takes this request willingly, since he was already very hungry and thirsty. And Cyrenius only made a sign to Julius, and he already knew what had to happen there, since he had listened to the whole announcement by the messenger himself. Chapter 27. Hermes the Messenger. When Julius has carried out the will of Cyrenius, and both cohorts leave, the 2 riders sent out previously come back and report the same things that the messenger had said. At the same time, they report on behalf of the town governor the very most obedient assurance that he, as soon as the storm has died down even a little, will hurry out and give the high master the most accurate and conscious report about everything. Cyrenius rewards both riders and orders them to take some rest, and they salute Cyrenius and head back to their companions. But Cyrenius turns again to the messenger and asks him, who has actually sent him out as a messenger? The messenger says, now somewhat more courageously than before, Lord, Lord, necessity. I myself, a citizen of the city, since the fire finally made no distinction between the Jewish houses and ours, have lost all of my belongings and am now a beggar. I took this coat which now covers my body through need, from the body of a Jew, beaten to death, and threw it over my shoulders. Otherwise I would be naked like my wife and my 3 already quite grown-up daughters, who are now behind the hut of old Mark, all 4 of them with a great linen cloth. But I released a call to flee for all the Jews of the city who are present here, so that they would flee, and I could recognize them more easily, in order to take revenge on these main villains with this sharp spike to my heart's desire. But if they flee, they can only escape by sea. Otherwise, patrols have been sent out from the city on behalf of the governor, and these would capture the rogues, when things will truly not go well for them. Lord, Lord, I am a Greek and I know a little about waging war, but now it is good. These rogues will never get past us. In any case, it would not hurt if a few patrols were placed on the shoreline, for otherwise the fellows could quickly take possession of a boat and sail off with it. Cyrenius says, don't worry about that. It has already been seen to. Now Cyrenius turns to Mathael and says, well, what do you say to this news now by the messenger? I will nevertheless wait for the town governor, and am curious to hear what these will say against this. Mathal says, "You will not gain much through it, for you still know all the 1,000 holes much too little through which they could reach the most beautiful freedom. But you are much better than you were before. But now, above all, we must ensure that the messenger's wife and children are looked after. Helena, you must have a few day clothes with you, even if they are only shirts, so that for the moment they can be protected from nakedness." Helena immediately calls one of her servants and orders her to carry out the order. Straight away the servant goes into one of Uran's tents and brings 4 good shirts and 4 expensive Greek ladies' skirts. When she comes to Helena with them, the latter says, "Have the messenger lead you to his wife and daughters, dress them and bring them here to this table." Tears of gratitude come to the messenger's eyes at Helena's goodness, and with a cheerful heart he leads the servant to where his crying wife and his 3 sad daughters are waiting. But when he says to them, who are still wrapped in the linen cloth and crying, "Do not cry any more, my dearests, for look, we have found a most powerful Saviour. The Supreme Governor Cyrenius is here, and probably his daughter has sent you finer and more expensive dresses than you have ever seen." The wife and daughters jump forward in joy and get dressed quickly. But the messenger folds up the linen cloth and puts it under his Jewish tunic. Then he leads them all to Helena, and they cover their dresses with tears of warmest thanks. Helena lets the 4 women take a seat at her side and immediately serves them with bread and wine. For the 4 women were also very hungry and thirsty already. Helena and Uran chatted to the 4, and they told them about the Pharisees' pressure on their believers. Then Cyrenius says to the messenger, "Friend, I spoke to you rather harshly right at the beginning, with the somewhat disrespectful name boy. But since I now know you better, I regret having been disrespectful to you in such a way, for even a moment. For this you shall now be given clothes of honour by me." At this, Cyrenius ordered his servants to immediately bring forth a Roman robe of honour, consisting of the finest pleated shirt from Byssus, reaching to the knee, then a toga, which was trimmed with gold braid, and was woven and finished in Indian silk, in the most beautiful blue colour, and the noblest Roman footwear, and a finest Egyptian turban, with an adornment of feathers and jewellery, which consisted of a valuable emerald. In addition, our Cyrenius had 6 finest undershirts, and 100 pounds of silver brought to the messenger. The messenger was, of course, beside himself with joy, and hardly knew how he should begin to thank Cyrenius for all these good deeds. But Cyrenius himself smiled with joy, and said to the messenger, who was called Herme, "Go into the house of my Mark, wash, dress yourself, and come back as a noble Roman. Then it will just be time to bring the Pharisees here to a main hearing. For this time they will not escape me, I swear it. And you, my noble friend Herme, will perform a good service for me." Herme says, "It is my will, and I have never lacked in the knowledge of war. But these people are too cunning for the Furies. not to mention for us on the way to a proper court case. If one wants to catch these people, one must only listen to what very reliable witnesses say about them. For as one listens to them, one becomes confused, in the end considers them innocent, and agrees to their desire. Therefore, my opinion would be to catch these rogues and throw them into the sea for the fish to eat, so that no cock will ever crow for them again. Then one has done enough justice for everyone. If tigers, hyenas, and wolves settle in an area, and the people thereby come to great fear and harm, should one first have a proper questioning for these beasts? No, I say. Their harmfulness is too well known. Therefore, away with them if they begin to become too dangerous to human society. Lord, Lord, these people are Proteuses who cannot be taught. The more we make an effort to catch them on the political path, the more we will be caught ourselves by them. I know them, even if I am a Greek. But now, merciful Lord, permit me another question. Cyrenius says, "What is it then? Speak." Chapter 28. Cyrenius continues the verdict against the Pharisees. Hermes says, "Lord, Lord, over there 10 feet from this table stands with a young girl, a man of a wonderfully friendly and also highly wise appearance. A very sweet and warm-hearted young girl is talking to him, and if he says something, she shows an indescribable happiness. Who is this very dear man, then? How noble is this person's form in such a wonderfully magnificent figure? Almost all eyes are directed at him. Judging by his clothes, he is a Galilean. Can you tell me something about this man? Oh gods, the more I observe the man, the more I become positively in love with him. I don't hold it against my wife and my 3 daughters that they almost cannot divert their eyes from him. I would bet my life on it that this man is a good, honest, and wise person. But who, and what is he? Tell me about him, Lord, Lord, and we will then immediately begin to work on the main villains. Oh, they will not escape from us in any case. Only we must not take their statements into consideration at all. Cyrenius says, "Friend Hermes, as far as that man is concerned, I will tell you for the moment only that he is as good as a god among us people. For he is for the moment only a practitioner from Nazareth. But what a practitioner! This earth has never borne anyone similar. He will learn everything else later. But now let's get down to business, and in the future do not say to me, Lord, Lord, any longer, but friend and brother." Hermes says, "Very good. I know how to respect every order, and I would like to die of thanks for this, in the very highest reverence and love for you. But now tell me first, high friend, who is that so beautiful youth near the practitioner? Is that his son and the girl his daughter? Cyrenius says, Yes, yes, friend, you have already judged correctly. But now, down to business. After these words, Cyrenius has the head Pharisee come close again and asks him whether he knows the messenger. The first one says, Who does not know the famous singer and zither player? We have often taken great enjoyment from his songs. It is only an eternal shame that he cannot be moved over to the religion of our fathers. Truly, he would be superior to our great David. He is an extremely honest, trustworthy, and sensitive person. Only he is not disposed to us, which we willingly overlook, however, since we cannot demand that he should understand our often very severely inhuman-seeming statutes in their spirit. Cyrenius says, This Herme, however, is your harshest critic, and has now confirmed to me only too directly, for the second time, what a most believable witness said about you previously. You now stand before me as a very shameful and mean criminal, but you still have the most despicable cheek to demand from me compensation for the fact that you have become the most depraved and wily arsonists through your own highly evil greed. What do you say to that? The head Pharisee says, quite relaxed, As far as Herme is concerned, we have absolutely no quarrel with him, for we have long known that a person who does not possess even a very little knowledge or other about a thing cannot judge differently than how the thing seems to his limited understanding. Who could ever be filled with wrath against a person who falls from the roof and thereby kills a person sitting under the roof? If the good singer Herme now wants to be our enemy, so be it. But we will nonetheless never become his enemies. But there is supposed to be a dangerous point in the sea in Europe, near Sicily, which is called Scylla and Charybdis. Whoever sails through the Scylla without misfortune is swallowed up in the Charybdis. But we tonight also floated in a true moral Scylla and Charybdis. And we ask you now, what should we actually have done that would have been fully justifiable to you Romans? Cyrenius says, But if you know what the matter was in yesterday's occurrence, why didn't you explain to your flock the true content through which all the minds would have been calmed? Why do you lie to the people and create a reason for the greatest ruin and confusion and present rebellion against yourselves? Why do you blackmail the most unheard of and very most tyrannical sacrifices from the people, since you know what the appearance was, and that it hides no trace of the prophecy of Daniel? Give me information about it and justify such unheard of behaviour on your part against the poor and blind people, made foolish and superstitious. The head says, I have just informed you about your Scylla and Charybdis. However, you seem not to have understood the issue. You see, When the sun yesterday brightened the evening unusually long, as in Joshua's days, it struck many of our most eminent believers. They came to me in the synagogue, asked me about it, and also informed me that all the Jews were filled with much consternation about it. I spoke to them as well as I could right from the first visit, and explained the occurrence as something very natural at the time of the approach to the time of equal hours of day and night. They went, but could not calm the people, for they said that they had seen stars falling in the sky in the east, and immediately pointed those calming them to Daniel's prophecy. At the same time, the people became threatening if such a thing was being kept a secret from them. But after a time, the sun or the light appearance suddenly disappeared, and to our terror, it became as black as pitch. But now attempts to calm them were futile. Now it had to be the end of the world. A word on our part against this would have instantly meant our end. You see, that was our sila. We were therefore obliged by such circumstances to preach Daniel fully and to demand the severest atonement in accordance with the gravity of the situation in order to keep at least some hope among the people of God's care in the people's minds. But we saw very well that we would end up in the Charybds in today's pure harmony. But if one has to choose between two evils, one rather chooses the first and rather lesser seeming evil than the second, which must immediately bring our downfall. We therefore acted according to the circumstances that had arisen without our asking correctly and justly, because it was impossible to act differently. How can you then, as a just Roman, want to judge us for that? Explain that to us. Cyrenius says, Yes, that may well be true. But the question remains, what did you do with all the sacrifices you took? For the end of the world, for which you demanded and took the sacrifices as prevention, did not come today, as we can see. Would you ever have given them back to the poor people? The High Pharisee says, High Master, that is truly a strange and superfluous question. It goes without saying that it had to happen with all cleverness and care for the sake of the blindness of the people. But now just ask the question to the fire, which consumed all the sacrifices and all our stores, what it will do now. Because of our sermon, demanded through circumstances and necessity, of Daniel's prophecy, it was not necessary to burn our houses and synagogues, which happened to us because of your wise companions in faith, out of wrath against us. We came, therefore, not because of us, but to ask for our people, in that we have now become beggars without our own guilt. How might or how can you now judge us, instead of helping us, and even want to punish us? Consider the whole situation, the reason and the facts, and you must be in the greatest darkness if you then consider us guilty. Chapter 29. The opinion of the chief Pharisee about Jesus. Cyrenius says, "Let that be far from me. But what is and must be important to me is that I would only like to make you into better and true people. You can truly cover your inner being with external, well-considered clever words, and here all the more easily because the circumstances have formed themselves to your benefit in a certain way, and none of us can claim with provable sureness what you would have done with the taken sacrifices if the fire had not occurred, for example. But now I will tell you something else, and ask you whether you would also have said what you told me with the purest and calmest conscience to the all-knowing prophet Elijah, or an angel of God who can put you through the acid test. It is veritably true, by my imperial word of honour, which is true and powerful. I tell you, there are numerous wise men here in my company, not of my faith, but of yours, to whom the most secret human thoughts are as bright and clear as a most publicly performed deed. If they would test you, would you respond to them with as clear a conscience as me? Since you know well that I am lacking in all knowledge, if not in understanding and astuteness. I have tested these people harshly and have found that you have to take them seriously. In this way, I will test you too. If things happen in the way that you told me, then you will be granted everything and even more than what you asked for. But if the mentioned wise man says something else about you, then the brother of the great emperor and uncle of the ruler sitting on the throne will know well what he will do. The leader says, "How can you give us the assurance that these wise men mentioned are our friends and not our enemies? And whether they will not abuse their wisdom against us? For we are Pharisees and are hated as such in Galilee, because we stick firmly to the statutes and only preach Moses and the prophets, while almost all of Galilee adheres in secret to the Egyptian and Greek philosophy. If your wise men are Galileans, they will not use their wisdom to our benefit, and we are defending ourselves therefore in advance against all hostile Galilean wise men. In addition, it is also written that a prophet can never come from Galilee, because the Galileans, as Jewish heretics, are too far removed from the old wisdom of Moses. But if there are wise men from Judea, then we want to hear them." Cyrenius says, "The wise men that I mentioned are so placed in my belief and in my heart that every word from their mouth comes as good as purely from heaven, although I don't really see whether something that should be true should come directly out of heaven. For every truth remains as much truth on earth as under the wings of light from heaven. For a pear and another pear must be as much as two pears in heaven as on earth. If not, then heaven is a lie." Another question for you, among other things. You have just mentioned the Galilean wise man, and from that I take it that you perhaps have another reason than Greek philosophy. A man is supposed to appear in Galilee who performs great things of the most wonderful fashion, teach the people a new religion, supposedly from heaven, and confirm it through never heard of miracles. Tell me whether you have not heard of this person, and what you think of him. Mathael remarks secretly, "Now you have got them in the right place. Now they will immediately begin to change their colours and words." The leader then answers, "Have then the deceptions of a very evilly reputed quack, for whom the carpenter's axe has become too heavy, and who would rather seek progress in sweet idleness than in any solid work, reached our ears? Look, you want to condemn us as legal priests at any price, as we have understood only too well from your words and manners. But such a Galilean, such a leader of the people with the help of some learned Oriental conjuring tricks, has a passport from you, can do whatever he wants, and his word must have greater weight before you than ours, for whose truth understanding, better reason and a human feeling in the legal order speaks loudly. I know the Galilean that you mean, and with this I have already said everything." Cyrenius says, quite excited by this statement, "Very good. You have now given me your opinion about a man which could never have been more to your disadvantage. But this time you have at least spoken the truth, in that you are showing your innermost as it is. I know this Galilean of yours only too well, and know all about him. But I now know you all perfectly too, and know now all about you. I will deliver to you the most certainly undeniable proof that I do not accept everyone immediately as what they seem, until I have tested them right down to their last atom. Here before you stands the present king of Pontus. Yesterday morning he stood before me as a small bound criminal, and would have easily be damned to the cross. But I checked everything exactly, found all his innocence, and made him, from a very wise man, into what he is now. I am stricter than every other judge, but I am full of justice against everyone. If harm comes to someone during the necessary examination, and I found him innocent, then I know how to turn his misery into joy and happiness, as much as is in my power, which your new king can do for you. But I tested this Nazarene worse than everyone else, and found that he is such a perfect person, the like of which has never been on the earth before him, nor ever will be after him. But he is filled with the true Spirit of God, and penetrated right through, and acts and speaks only out of endless, never measurable strength and power. Thus I have got to know the Nazarene, and now I am glowing with the highest reverence and love for him. Although he is an arch-Jew in the realest sense of the word. Oh, we Romans also know how to respect Judaism when it is as it should be according to Moses and all the prophets. Full of spirit, power, love, truth, and wisdom. But Judaism, as it is now observed, is for us spirit and truth-loving Romans a torment of the fullest destruction in the holy place, as your prophet Daniel did announce in advance. Now you have my proof about the so deeply despised Nazarene. What can you say against that? Chapter 30. More opinions about Jesus. Here all the arch-Pharisees raise their eyebrows, and one quietly makes the remark, "Well, our astute leader has succeeded once again. What a prime camel! Now we can see how he will lift us out of this puddle." Could this camel of a leader not have praised the Nazarene to the face of the powerful master? Then the whole story might have had a different face. The camel must have seen things as well as Cyrenius, that he has been won over completely for the Nazarene, and yet he pulls away from the Supreme Governor's darling, as if he were really God knows how strongly convinced of his shamefulness, and had never seen, spoken to, or tested him. Ah, we could do without this cow of a leader. He is to be deposed, for if he carries on speaking, we will end up on the cross today. There's no joking with the Supreme Governor. After this remark, the others say to him secretly, "Go over and ask the Supreme Governor for a word." But the ass of a leader must not speak one word more. Perhaps we will still get away with it, and you shall become our leader if you can get us out of this pickle. The speaker says, "Good, I will try it, even without wanting to become a leader." At this, he steps out of the crowd before Cyrenius and asks to be allowed to speak too. Cyrenius says, "I am still waiting for a second judgment on the Nazarene on the part of the leader." The speaker, also a Pharisee without parallel, says, "High Master, he has finished already. His cleverness has suffered a mighty blow, and therefore he is as silent as a camel in the desert. He slipped up and entangled himself in the net, and no longer knows how to get free. The good Nazarene probably gave him an invisible slap in the face, and then his mouth dropped open, and now does exactly what he has always done. You, High Master, must have convinced yourself a long time ago that this leader of ours is a great ox. If I or another one of us had been allowed to give the introduction, the trial would have been over long ago. Therefore listen, High Master, no longer to him, but let me speak." Cyrenius says, "Good, then speak. We want to see what you will bring to light." The speaker carries on, "High Master, as far as the accusation that we were the actual cause of the fire is concerned, what the leader said to you can only be valid at a pinch, although I must admit to you openly that we are not as white as snow and innocent, despite the very prickly circumstances, as our leader was trying to whitewash. For the demand of total sacrifices was his command. Whether it was necessary for the establishment of order and calm to strip the poor believers of everything down to their shirts, if they would not have given it freely, is another question. So it is very difficult to answer the question about the return of sacrifices taken from the people. One would have lent them money and things for significant interest, but with the return which the leader explained as a matter of course, there would have been a problem. It made us highly indignant when we had to listen to our camel of a leader chattering away so brainlessly. However, we could not say anything against him, because only the high Pharisee may speak on a high Sabbath. But Satan can happily take our leader even on a Sabbath for this foolish speech, for which we all might easily be taken to the cross. I am now speaking quite openly about what is in my and others' hearts. If our camel of a leader had a particular love for such exaltation, he should just let it happen to his wicked person. We will not drown in tears over him. But we do not care for the moment for such a particular Roman decoration. Now, what concerns this Nazarene whom you, High Master, told us about? We cannot possibly, for Jehovah's sake, from quite natural reasons, say anything for or against. For we have only heard, from some distance, some things being whispered. Some things sounded very praiseworthy. Then others, probably stemming from his enemies, were certainly very adventurous, if not simply bad. He is supposed to have really, completely brought the dead back to life again. Well, we didn't see that, and we only heard about it. But if one thinks about what that means, to bring the dead back to life, then it is very pardonable, I believe, if one doubts it for highly tangible, natural reasons. I do not want to question the possibility, but instead only to represent the great difficulty, and that more than only the most educated and perfected physical and spiritual life forces of a person are demanded. Truly, one says about the prophet Elijah that he once embodied a heap of dead bones and animated it. But we were not there. This is also only a saga from mouth to mouth, and it is not written in any book, not even in the apocryphal part of the Scriptures. How difficult is faith for a thinking person! The Essenes also woke the dead for money, and normally for a lot of money. But we have already seen behind this secret, and we know how things lie. But since you now bear such a valid witness of the Nazarene, and that as a highly educated man, enriched with all experience, who deserves all faith above 1,000 other wise men, then I, and all these colleagues of mine, cannot help giving all due justice to the Nazarene. This is now my answer to your question, High Master. It is as pure as can be, and things happen the way I have now told you faithfully. These people all stand here as witnesses right down to our leader, and you, High Master, give us mercy. Cyrenius says, obviously, I am more satisfied with your statement than with that of the High Pharisee, who wants to be a very crafty fox and avoid my net as long as possible. But since I extended the net, he still got caught up nonetheless, and now stands as a cunning, bad liar. However, a true regret and full, faithful admission can make everything good again. for he belongs to those people who are secret friends of all sorts of lies and deception, but nonetheless want to stand before the people with a high and very most honourable reputation. They want the reputation of a prophet, but they want to act like a thieving and nomadic Scythian. Therefore, a true regret, full of changes in life, improvement, and open admission of the true content, can make everything good again. For I did not come here in order to hold the strictest court within my power over sinners of any kind, but to help them onto the correct path in life. But they must not put any obstacles in my path of highly benevolent efforts. How can one, as such a wise-seeming man, not to mention as a supreme priest, lie so infamously? My leader, just speak and say the full truth, for your colleagues have not said everything that corresponds with the complete full truth. They want to save their skins at the cost of yours, and I do not praise that at all. I know what I know, in its foundations, and you can lie as you wish and can, but it won't help you, for you cannot possibly deceive me. Now speak the truth. Chapter 31. The false speech of the chief. Here the leader is meditating and is very unsure whether he should step into the daylight with the truth or not. Only after quite a while he says, "High Master, many dogs are the death of a hare. I am convincing myself more and more that now the witnesses are gathering against my word like mushrooms after the rain. What more do I want than what you want to know and claim to know to bring evidence of my conviction? Yes, I may not say anything against my conviction, and no is useless to me. Therefore, accept your witness, and I will make no further effort to remove any just or unjust accusations on the part of the many witnesses. If you find me guilty, well, fine. You have all the power to punish me as you wish. I have no power as a totally poor person to place against you. Cyrenius says, "It is written in your books, 'Woe to him who attacks one anointed by God.' Therefore I also know, as long as it is possible, to respect your law. Saul, your first anointed king, was at the end a doer of all evil, and David, as the second anointed by Samuel to king of Israel, had Saul often in his power, and could have destroyed him. But the Spirit of God spoke from David's heart, 'Woe to you if you attack the head of my anointed one.' And behold, although I am a Roman and a heathen respectively, I also hear the same voice of the Spirit which says, 'You can try my anointed ones, and if they have slipped from the recognizable path, then lead them back to the correct way through advice and deed. But woe to you if you try to judge any one of them. If the archangel Michael did not dare to judge Satan himself for the lost 3-day fight, but instead gave him over to the Lord's judgment, how should I dare in the face of God to judge you? But I want to investigate you, show you the great deeds devoid of all conscience and all love against your brothers, and then set you on the correct path in life. But since you know that I only want this, why do you not speak openly with me? The leader says, if you in any case know everything, then I truly don't see why you demand now another open admission from me. I saw you before very moved by my certainly very open confession, because I was not able to give the same valid evidence about the familiar Nazarene as you were, who have already made his acquaintance. And so I will just stop giving you any more open confessions. I have already told you everything, and you said it yourself, that you know everything. Why should we lose more empty words? What I know about the Nazarene is not in my field, and I could not tell you anything but what I have heard myself from others. Now that I heard another witness from you, I am now thinking differently about him. Or should I do something else? Who can prescribe to me to say something good about a person, if only evil and no good things have come to my ears about him before? But since only now the best information about the Nazarene has come to me, I can now bear as good witness as you, and I think now as you do about the Nazarene. Is that now not good enough for you yet? Cyrenius says, yes, that would be correct, if your heart spoke as your mouth does. But your heart, if one could hear it, speaks another language. For your Phariseehood is only too familiar to me. I know certainly that you, like the Essenes, do not actually believe. But for your material benefit, you want to make the people believe everything that comes into your heads, so that they will pay you interest. Now, if a man comes who has an inner true light from God, and shows the people who stumble around in night and darkness the correct and light way of life, where it cannot be avoided that your old deceptions become common knowledge, you will become angry with such a prophet of light from God, and seek him in every possible way to destroy him. For this is an old shameful reputation of yours, that you, with the exception of Elijah and Samuel, killed all the prophets sent to you by God, throwing stones at them, and thereby preached to the people that you have done a good service for God. Only after 100 years you accepted the prophet, but never for your sake, but only because you could use his sayings to terrify the people very well, and have painted and adorned his grave, whether genuine or not. That was all the same. You see, that was always your way of acting that is only too familiar to me. If things happened this way according to the truth, how can I possibly give your words even the least faith? Tell me whether things have ever happened differently to you concerning the truth. Do you believe in your heart even a jot of what you preached to the people? Note well, That Cyrenius could speak in this way came from the fact that I had laid the words in his heart and mouth. So what he said then was as good as spoken by me, but in Cyrenius's individual way. Chapter 32. The Character of the Chief. After a while of deep contemplation, the High Pharisee says, "But how can you prove to me before the whole world that I think differently in my heart to how I speak with my mouth, and that I don't believe what I am teaching the nation? If my ancestors attacked the prophets, what I cannot and will not deny, which guilt can then be given to me for the fact that I have always honoured all the holy seers of God to the highest degree? If thousands of my colleagues in any case have no belief in what they teach, where is the proof that I should not believe such a thing?" Cyrenius says, "The tangible proof lays in the fact that you, to judge by your speech, are much too clever a man to be able to accept the greatest nonsense as a truth that comes from God. You understand the high art of mathematics, and mathematicians do not so easily mistake a fly for an elephant, which you will never be able to deny in any retort." The High Pharisee says, "But where is the nonsense then that I could impossibly believe as a mathematician?" Cyrenius says, "Do you believe in your heart, for example, in the wonderful fertilizing effect of the temple dung that you, as far as I know, have promoted so highly in the rule for all these years? Do you believe in the healing effect of the regular new moon? Do you really believe that Jehovah still lives in the newly created Ark of the Covenant, like he lived in the old one of Moses, now long rejected? Do you believe in the correspondence of the naphtha flame on your shelf with that strange holy column of fire or smoke over the Ark of the Covenant, which illuminated Moses out of Egypt? Do you really believe that it is of more use to the people to make sacrifices in the temple than to love their parents according to God's commandments and to be obedient to them in all things? Tell me openly whether you believe your religion, besides 1,000 similar statutes, completely devoid of human sense. For if you really believe in it, which seems impossible to me, then you are seriously more foolish than a camel, and are more suitable for anything other than a teacher of the people. But if you don't believe it, and nonetheless you teach the poor people with murder, fire and sword, such an evil nonsense, which you as a man of otherwise much knowledge and science can never believe, then you are a very most despicable deceiver of the people, and deserve, for political reasons, to be eternally in a prison as a criminal than to be a teacher of the people." You see, that is obviously the end of your Scylla and Charybdis. I will decorate you with an imperial medal of honour if you can bring me any middle road as an excuse. At this, the high Pharisee begins to scratch himself quite actively behind the ears, and now no longer knows what to say. Hermes, the singer, or previously the messenger from Caesarea Philippi, says to Cyrenius, "High ruler." Only now one is quite sewn in and cannot find the way out of this weave. Oh, that happens perfectly just to this brute against everything good and true. If I didn't know him as well as I do, then I could even pity him, for I feel sorry for such an evil sinner if he comes into great embarrassment. But I could see this fellow burn alive, and it would even be a pleasure for me. It is not the time and the place here to speak of what this high Pharisee has said confidentially. But you can be sure that there is not one good hair on all his body. Many will be sentenced to crucifixion by your laws, who are much better people than this most unscrupulous rogue over there. I am no judge, and therefore I have no one to sentence. But I nonetheless have a great joy that this lad has become so entangled. Matthal says, smiling, "But we still must pay very good attention that he does not tear the net and in the end laugh into all our faces." Until now he remained on the fence with his language, but if he is once driven into a corner, Cyrenius, you will soon see how he begins to parry. I only now know him fully, although I knew him from the temple. You see, it is he who 30 years ago laid hands on the high priest Zachariah and murdered him between the sacrificial altar and the holiest of holies, separated by a curtain. Matthew chapter 23, verse 35. But now nothing further about that. Hermes says, full of joy, "Oh, I know a lot of such facts about him, but they are not strictly provable enough, and so there is little or nothing that can be done." Cyrenius says, quite amazed at Mathal's statement, "Ah, what are you telling me now? So this fellow extinguished the light of life of that high priest, according to every person's witness, a highly pious and wise man. Well, it is good that I now have a hint about it. I will sort everything else out then." Here Cyrenius gave Captain Julius a sign to set up patrols, so that none of the arch-Pharisees could get away from him. Julius immediately gave the secret order, and what Cyrenius had commanded happened immediately. But the high Pharisees nonetheless noticed something of it, and asked Cyrenius, "For who is all this movement?" Cyrenius answers, "Neither you nor any of your companions have the right to inquire after this. For Cyrenius does not answer monsters such as yourself any longer. For you are not only a most pitiful deceiver of the people, but also a spiritual and physical murderer of the people. I am now waiting for the report by the governor from the city, and for the arrival of Cornelius, Faustus, and Jonah from Kis. Then I will tell you why I have had the guards set up now." The leader says, "Good, but then I will tell you only then why I am actually here." At this, the leader takes a roll of parchment out of his tunic, shows it to Cyrenius and says, "Do you know this ensign and this signature?" At this, Cyrenius starts, saying, "That is the emperor's seal and his signature." What is that supposed to do with this? The leader says, "If it is necessary, you shall get to know the content. I therefore advise you to hold back from every further investigation against me. Otherwise, this role will present very significant trouble for you. I still honor you as an honest man. But mark me well, do not take things too far. Otherwise, I could make very unpleasant use of this role, which you have to respect as highly as anyone else. Truly, I would not have taken this fearful weapon out of my tunic pocket if you had not forced me to. But you began to step on me like a worm, and it is therefore the right time to show you that you are not the only lord in this sovereign territory by any means. I now think that it would be better to withdraw the guards, because otherwise I could be forced to place mine besides yours, despite the Sabbath." Come on, does my now very altered language embarrass you a little? But you truly cannot be helped, for yours also embarrassed me somewhat. Briefly, I know you now, and you now know me. Now do what seems clever and good to you, and I will do the same. Have you understood me well? At these words, the high Pharisee turns his back on Cyrenius like a ruler, moves to the shore of the sea with his colleagues, and behaves there as if he were a man who was granted great power in an emergency by the emperor. But Cyrenius finds himself now in great embarrassment and now does not know what he should do. Now Mathael says, "Do you see, dearest, how such a fellow is best equipped with everything which is necessary for his safety, physically and morally, and like a fortress? Therefore, it is highly difficult and actually completely fruitless to act as judge, because these people, the Lord knows in which illicit ways, knew how to create the very highest secret privileges, against which it is now extremely difficult to act." Cyrenius says, "But do tell me, dear, wise Mathael, how this human hydra possibly came upon a document of safety from the hand of the emperor without my knowledge and permission." Yes, nothing else can be done except to put on a good face at this evil game. I am very curious to see what the Lord will have to say to this. Mathael says, he will now not like to give a correct speech and answer, for he has already known in advance why he gave you this club as a test, and seems to have paid very little attention to the whole affair. Cyrenius says, "But we must now ask for advice." Mathael says, "In any case, there is now the greatest necessity for this." Chapter 33. The chief is exposed. On the shore, however, the high Pharisee says to his colleagues, "You have done your job well, for the appearance supposedly against me was at just the right time at which I gave you the sign through my silence. Now they are trapped and no longer know what to do. If only the three announced people would not come, who could make life a little difficult for us. Or if they even brought the famous Nazarene with them. Yes, if so, then we are completely written off. There nothing would help us any more. Therefore, my opinion is this. We should now strive to get away by water early, and to turn towards Jerusalem, linea recta, in a straight line. For once the officials have arrived, it will be too late for us. Cyrenius has withdrawn the guards. We have no obstacle. If we therefore move along the shoreline on the sea several miles upwards, we will meet the vessel of a Greek fisherman on which we can bring ourselves to safety. The previous speaker says, "But the people's guard from the city, how will we escape them? For they will spy on us from behind the bushes, and once they have us, we are lost." The High Pharisee says, "That is certainly a very desperate story. How would it be then, if we were to demand, quite cheekily, a safe escort from Cyrenius? He cannot and must not deny it to us, because of the imperial document. Go, speaker, and do that." The speaker does it, but Cyrenius has sought advice from me beforehand, and naturally I told him everything that the Pharisees had said and decided on the shore. And Cyrenius now knew what was going on, and what he had to do for the moment. When the speaker made his demand as cheekily and domineeringly as possible to Cyrenius, Cyrenius said, "My friend, the certain document did shock me beforehand, for I did not know that it is false. But since I have now seen things in a different light, I am no longer shocked, and will not follow the demand of your High Pharisee. In any case, go there and tell your High Pharisee that he should deliver to me the familiar document immediately. Otherwise it will be taken from him with violence. But should he make the effort to destroy the document, he can consider his crucifixion to be prepared for today. Go there and tell him that." The speaker now makes a deep bow and goes away with great trembling in his whole body. As he nears the High Pharisee, he says, stuttering in great fear, "We are lost. The accursed false document was the straw that broke the camel's back. If not today, and certainly tomorrow, to the cross. Hand over immediately, without vacillation or hesitation, the accursed document to the Supreme Governor. Otherwise you will hang today on the cross. A devil must have betrayed you. Cyrenius knows everything." When the sinister party, along with their head, hear this, they and he all feel quite ill. And the High Pharisee takes the document, gives it to the speaker and says, "There, take it, and take it over there. We are lost, for with that our last hope is gone." The speaker does that, brings the document to Cyrenius and says, "High ruler, here is the document. We are all great and coarse criminals and appeal now alone to your human heart." Cyrenius takes the document, reads it through and says after a while, "Look, how nice and clever. Tell me now nothing other than at what opportunity the High Pharisee came upon this Charta Alba." The speaker says, "High Lord, I know much, but that I really don't know. As High Pharisee, he brought it with him from Jerusalem. But who gave it to him there, I do not know. Cyrenius says, "But do you know for certain that he brought this document with him right from Jerusalem?" The speaker says, "He showed it to us all and told us and then took us into his power. That is everything that I know. None of us know any more." Cyrenia asks further, "How did he act then as a person?" The speaker answers, "I know nothing bad about him. He always represented his office strictly and according to the Jewish spirit. That he, in addition, often carried out his business in a not very merciful way is well known. Yet I hardly knew that he was ever too hard against someone. He may perhaps have something on his conscience from before, which he certainly never revealed to us. But since he took office here, we know nothing, except that yesterday he demanded the sacrifices somewhat too harshly, at the wondrous occurrence. However, it was the people who were the greatest cause." Cyrenius asks further, "Has the High Pharisee often made false use of this document?" The speaker answers, "Until today, we have never noticed anything of that." Cyrenius asks, "Is that all the purest truth that you have now informed me?" The speaker says, "High Lord, I would rather die if there is even a grain of untruth in it." Cyrenius says, "Good then. Go there and tell the High Pharisee that I now want to speak to him, and that he should therefore appear before me. For I want to see what can be done for your well-being in this matter." This time the speaker approaches the High Pharisee with more courage and less anguish, and tells him this. The High Pharisee considers for a while and then says, "Well now, what else do we want to do here except to put on a friendly face to the evil game? It is always better to lose only something than everything." Chapter 34. The Confession of the Chief. With this, the High Pharisee goes over to Cyrenius and says, "Here before you now stands a powerless person. This man imagined for a time that he, as a person of this earth, could make use of every right that people of this earth use. But he miscalculated, as a mathematician himself, and came to the conviction that the high ones do not want to have any other high people among them. Therefore, from now on, I will be the very lowest. Perhaps I will be more pleasant to the high people thereby." Cyrenius says, "You will do well to do that. But just tell me now one thing. For what reason you showed yourself to be different before me than how you are? I offered you my hand like a friend, and you rejected it. What did you actually want to achieve through that?" The High Pharisee says, "Think about the high status of a person. Besides this, there is always a secret letter of arrogance which is called honor and power to the authorities. With this one very easily begins to sin. But once he has begun to sin, one becomes blind and deaf and sins more and more. Unfortunately, one then finally comes so high to the point where it is said, "Only up to here and then not a step further." I have now arrived at this point, and will be very glad to find myself as soon as possible very deep at the bottom. I am already 78 and have little more to expect. From now on, if you will grant me the rest of my lifetime, I will occupy myself only with the purely divine. Cyrenius says, "Go then. Over there, near to Mark's house, you will find bread and wine. Strengthen yourself with it, and then we will settle the affair before those announced arrive." The high Pharisee now makes a cheerful face, thanks Cyrenius, and goes quickly to the laid table. The old man was already very hungry and thirsty, and this was extremely desired. But while the old fellow strengthens himself, I go to Cyrenius and say to him, "That is correct. You have led things very well. The testimony that you gave the Nazarene was also quite in the best order. But to fully disclose me to these people would still be too early. Once things have been carried out in order, as has happened so far, it will even be possible to win over these people entirely for us. But hastiness could ruin the whole thing. I will now place Raphael at your disposal. He will do whatever you say to him. But be careful with a miracle. Do not do anything about the rebuilding of the city which is still glowing here and there. Although the angel would certainly be in a position to rebuild the whole city in an instant, for I want this place to remain in a humbled position for a while, and finally Mark and his children shall be the ones through whom the place will be improved. But he can do everything else, but nevertheless always with a certain safe caution." Cyrenius asks, "Lord, what will you do in the meantime?" I say, "I will remain near you and act like a stranger, as until now. But if towards midday you see a ship coming, go down to the shore and receive the arrivals in my name. But tell them that they should also not make me known for these people's sakes before time, so that the thing with the Pharisees will not be spoiled. But have the singer and messenger Hermes come to my disciples. They will give him the appropriate instruction for our affairs. But I will discuss with Uran the future state of his country, and likewise with Mathael and with his wife. Now you know what you have to do." Cyrenius says, "Certainly, my Lord and my God. But how will I know that these some 50 arch-Jews are ready for you?" I say, "You will learn that at the right time, after the midday meal, which we will take today an hour later. Therefore, do not worry, and do everything else well and in accordance with my eternal, divine order." Cyrenius was highly satisfied with this order and full of joy that I was satisfied with his handling of the Pharisees. But I now immediately called Raphael and placed him at the disposal of Cyrenius's will. Raphael came past quickly and said, "I stand here to serve God, you and all people who have a good will, in the power and strength and in the name of the Lord. But be careful what you order, for I will carry everything out." Cyrenius says, "Friend from heaven, if I acted according to my understanding, nothing but one crazy thing after another would come out. I have only the Lord alone to thank that I succeeded with the extremely crafty Pharisees, for he gave me words and the correct sense in my heart. Therefore, what I deserve equals nothing. Thus I hope and believe that it will continue right to the goal. Under such auspices, friend, we can certainly dare together to carry out the work that has been begun with the Pharisees, according to the will of the Lord. What do you think, my friend from heaven?" Raphael says, "Ah, that is something quite different. With this reasoning, a sin in this situation is unthinkable. And so we will then begin the work again with the united divine strength that is in us." In the meantime, the high Pharisee Stahar had strengthened himself, came back to Cyrenius again, and thanked him from his heart for such a good deed done to them. Chapter 35. The opinion of the chief concerning angels. Cyrenius pushed away the thanks, saying, "Friend, the Lord of heaven and earth is alone due all thanks and all praise. But you will now give me, for my education, as a person most highly indoctrinated in all Judaism, and as a perfect scribe, the explanation of what meaning you attach to the notion of angel. What are the angels of God actually, and how do they serve God and mankind?" Stahar says, "High ruler, that is a very prickly question, especially since it has not yet been completely proven that angels really exist. The scriptures mention them at certain moments, but it never mentions even a syllable about what and who the angels actually are, and how and in what way they serve God and mankind. According to the Talmud editor, we understand them to be only the powers emitted by the divine being in the form of bundles of flames, which move in the most unthinkable speed of thought in all directions from the eternal, uncharted centre of God, approximately like the beams of light which are emitted by the sun. That seems to me to be the most acceptable, but whether that is the correct and truest definition is another question, about which a mortal person will probably not be in the position to give a true answer. According to the scriptures, the angels have often been seen to serve people on the earth as youths of incredible beauty. Well, for deep thinkers, that is a piece of deep belief. I and all my colleagues have at least never got to see something similar. It could be so, but it could just as well be an old lyrical way of speech, through which one personified the spiritually effective powers for the sake of greater symbolization, giving them a full, youthfully active, powerful form of a most beautiful youth. For a female angel has never been mentioned in verse. Probably because the enthusiastic poet never assumed that the great strength would be in a perfect and attractive virgin, like in a full and healthy young man. You see, High Master, thus the opinions according to pure reason are very different. Something real seems to exist everywhere in this issue. But what is actually true cannot be measured by us people. The best thing is to leave the people with their imagination, because one cannot offer anything better in return. But that is now everything that I can give you in answer to your very important question. For I cannot come to you with what one tells the people. Cyrenius says, "So you do not fully believe in the possibility of a physical personal appearance of an angel?" Stahar says, "Not only not fully, but not at all. For I have never had the honour and the luck to see such a thing even in dreams, not to mention in reality. Just as well all my colleagues, with whom I have had an open discussion on this topic, could not tell me anything different to what I have already experienced. It is true that I do not want to fully deny the most extreme possibility, except for me personally, but it is certain that such a spirit of an angel can present himself to us much less as a formal being without a natural medium than a beam of light can manifest itself as such when it cannot find any retrospective medium. The beam of sunlight cuts through the air much easier than it touches the ground of the earth. But in the air, as a too weak medium, it cannot become grass. But on the ground of the earth it can change itself like a Proteus into anything if he finds the appropriate method in the material world. And so I think that one can discover a certain order in the great nature of all things. But one never sees anything be created where no suitable cause led the way, and where no suitable medium would effectively be in the foreground, since one never discovers any leap, no matter how carefully one observes nature. I am then also against all so-called miracles, and against the formal personal appearance of a spirit under whatever name, be it an angel or a devil, a god or its opposite. Yes, a higher spirit can manifest itself, but never as anything other than flesh and blood. Above that is either a fantasy of a spiritual person or a complete lie. Unfortunately, we, who recognized the truth a long time ago, have to be mystically looking and acting spreaders and maintainers of the lie and the deepest superstition. We have to make pious faces where we could explode in anger over the great foolishness. But there is Moses, there are the prophets, sheer domineering people who had to destroy the people first with all sorts of natural spooks, so that they can then crown them as their all-time leaders and give them the right to tyrannize them with everything that is called evil. But once a people has been talked round and blinded by many miracles into the deepest foundations of life, then just give such a nation light, but a true light, and it will fall upon you like a tiger and tear you to pieces. Therefore, it is better if one leaves a very foolish people to its old, foolish belief, and renews and enlivens it through false miracles, rather than trying to enlighten such a people, because a very foolish people in general can no longer be enlightened. There was once a time, for me, in which I attacked every person, who obviously made an effort to make the already very foolish humanity even more foolish with a miracle, like a tiger full of fury and anger for his shameful undertaking, and even killed him if possible. But in time, I came to the conviction, after many sublime attempts, that the foolish people cannot be enlightened, and found also that I was very wrong to wage war against any person who sought to strengthen the people in its old superstition in an effective way through artificial miracles. I think I've now been honest about myself. You will hopefully see without anger that I, of course, had to take a stand against the people, but that I always thought differently. My inner, better conviction speaks for me, which I would never have been able to show if it was not at hand in myself. But now I don't care about people who perform miracles. Only they should not wage war against awakened people like me through professional jealousy, but instead they should join us. We will all make a good living. For one must never let the unenlightened humans notice that there is actually nothing behind us. But instead, through artificial miracles, one must keep them in their opinion and their blind faith that unfathomable secrets are behind us, which only a priest, filled with the Spirit of God, and a prophet awakened by God can understand completely. It is enough that only a few see that all religions about some divine being are nothing but, just between us, vain old fables, which have a basis in human imagination and otherwise nowhere else. Chapter 36. The Chief and the Angel. Cyrenius says, I am not of your opinion at all, for I believe strongly that there is a God who has created all the spiritual and material world out of his own highest complete power, and namely out of himself. Only in a somewhat longer period of time, of course, than that given by Moses, who is either badly or not understood at all. But there are men here who understand Moses better than you. I also believe in an eternal life of all people who actually fulfill the commandments of God with a good will. I also believe perfectly in the formal personality of all spirits and also the angels of God. I believe firmly in a real revelation of God through the mouth of the prophets, and I even believe in a divine human personality. And I believe all this not simply from hearsay, but instead from my innermost and most living conviction. And it therefore disconcerts me very much that you believe nothing of all that. What would you say then if I said to you quite seriously, look, this charming young man here is just one of those angels of God that you never believed in, and can prove himself to you as such at any time through deeds? What would you be able to say to me in return? Stahar says, High Lord, I cannot say nothing to that except, you are now pleased to go easy on me before all people. This charming boy is surely only a promising son of yours. And you will not have omitted to teach him from his earliest childhood in all possible arts and sciences. And therefore, it would all have been for nothing if he did not now possess certain capabilities that the likes of us have never dreamed of. If I were such a gullible ox, you could certainly pull the wool over my eyes. But as it is, it would be difficult to do, for I know what I know, and it will be the same case for you. Only you seem to want to put me to a new test again here. Cyrenius says, "Well, if you consider it so, then put him to the test in the name of the Lord God, and it will be shown whether I have told you the truth or not." Stahar says, "Good, if you grant that. I will immediately lift you triple Moses cloth from your face, so that you can see clearly what your angel really is. Come over here then, my blessed young angel." Raphael steps up to Stahar and says, "What do you want me to do, you unbeliever?" Stahar says, "Look, in this sea there are a large quantity of fish. Could you fetch out of the depths one of the best and present it to me on a plate already cooked and very well prepared?" Stahar had hardly said this when Raphael held out to him the desired fish on a large plate, and then invited him to now consume the fish. When Stahar saw such a thing, he became terribly embarrassed, and didn't know what he should say to this unexplainable occurrence. Raphael, however, invited Cyrenius as well to try the fish, which has been very well prepared. The fish was cut into pieces. Cyrenius immediately took a large piece, ate it, and praised greatly the good taste. At this, Stahar also tried a piece, ate it, and found Cyrenius's praise justified, and finally, other guests took portions of the fish and found it to be extremely tasty. When the fish had been consumed in this way, Stahar turned humbly to Raphael and said, "Are you really an angel of the Lord? Or are you only a young, extraordinary magician from Europe or Africa, or from the great Asia? The deed is truly incomprehensible and wondrous like never before. But there are also conjuring tricks and great magicians among the people, through whom a layman can very easily be confused. Therefore tell me truly whether you are possibly an angel of the Lord, or perhaps really a magician." Raphael says, "What use is my yes or no for you? The doubter needs tangible evidence. Test me and recognize yourself whether what I do can be done by any magician." Stahar says, Yes. It would be good to test you if one only knew with what." Yes, nothing occurs to me that I could test you with, blessed boy. And in addition, the realization of this first test, demanded by me so laughably, is already so extraordinary that something even less impossible cannot even be thought of. Judging by your endlessly charming figure, I would much rather believe that you are seriously an angel of God than a magician. Only you seem to really have a body, and that seems to be no spirit. Let me just touch you to see whether you have bones." The angel lets Stahar feel him, and Stahar finds everything about Raphael appropriate and compact. He shrugs his shoulders violently and says, Hmm. Everything abounds in completely, desperately voluptuous fullness of flesh. It doesn't look very spiritual at all. The deed, yes, nothing can be said against that. But the whole desperately beautiful, full, voluptuous body, surpassing by far all virgins. This magnificent arm, compact and of such high quality. Yes, nothing looks similar to a spirit. One could, to be quite honest, apart from the fact that one is already an old dullard, and apart from the fact that you belong to the male gender, even with the greatest ease fall terribly in love and become as sensually as at all possible. And look, there is nothing that one can call purely and heavenly spiritual with full right. It had to then be so that you, like a young Tobias, secretly invisible to us mortals, were supported by an angel. That is, that from your birth on, like Samuel, you were an extremely pious lad. If that was not the case, you could not stand in secret conjunction just as well with the evil one, which I certainly suppose less, since you otherwise have such a heavenly pious and beautiful appearance. And because I, if I admit it openly, never really firmly believed in the evil one. Even my complete faith in God suffered, all the more then in his opposite. Therefore, despite my external strictness, I am no zealot, but instead a sensible naturalist, and therefore cannot accept any occurrence spiritually, as long as it cannot be explained naturally. Your deed carried out now allows no natural explanation for my understanding. But I have also never imagined that I understood everything that comes to light in the great field of nature. Therefore, your miracles can have no natural base which will be well known to you, and perhaps to others. You will rather not tell it to me. Alone, that is all right. For in nature some things happen that in itself is a miracle, whose reason we cannot see. Should we view it then as a full miracle? Chapter 37. The chief fantasizes. Steha. Look, blessed youth, proficient in magic. About 3 years ago, some Orientals came to this city, from Southeast Asia, as they said, where there are supposed to be such high mountains that their peaks almost touch the moon when it moves past. Well, that may be, but the foreigners exaggerate everything in order to attract a lot of attention, and likewise the height of their mountains. Let's leave that, for it is no matter whether their mountains should be several cubits lower. These extremely strange-looking Southeast Asians asked me for permission to be allowed to carry out their true miracles before the people for a moderate payment. But I said to them through a translator, before I had convinced myself in private, as they say, what their miracles consisted of and whether it was advisable to perform them to the blind people, despite the fact that I myself am a great friend of everything extraordinary, I could not give them the permission to produce miracles, no matter how innocent, before all the people. The miracle workers were all the more satisfied with this decision of mine when I assured him of a good fee for their production simply before me and a few reasonable colleagues. They went to the accommodation they had rented in the city and came back after an hour with all sorts of magical items that I had never seen before. There were staffs, rocks, strange-looking metals, and large and small variously formed containers, of which none were of a form familiar to me. I asked their leader what he needed them all for, and he said, actually for nothing, but there must be something familiar near him, otherwise he would not be able to carry out a demanded miracle as well and as safely. He then asked me what I wanted to see or know from him. I said, "Good, if I only need to demand, you will not make any great steps with your magic." I asked him whether he could tell me what I was thinking then. I thought about Rome and the name of the emperor. He then laid both his hands on my chest cavity and told me my thoughts. You can easily imagine that amazed me no less than your deed now. Next, I set a jug of water before him and said, "Turn this water into wine for me." He went over, made a few hand movements over the jug and over the water, and then said, "Try it, Lord. See how you like the wine." I tasted the water immediately, and you see, it was totally wine. With this, I actually was even more amazed. Then he took a clay bowl that was completely empty and poured the rest of the wine into it, supposedly to strengthen himself on the long journey home soon. But when I observed the container afterwards, which otherwise looked very empty, but didn't even find it wet, not to mention something in it, but it truly smelled strongly of wine, and the magician remarked that he preferred to take the wine with him in a dry and spiritual condition in case of spillage. I asked him whether he could now bring back the liquid, drinkable wine, immediately or ever, from out of this smell of wine. He then asked me and my 3 colleagues whether we wanted to drink. We said yes to this, and he took the visibly empty container, which was visibly smaller than my water jug, and then poured so much wine into my jug that the wine began to overflow. Yes, young blessed friend, our hairs then began to stand on end, for that went much too far over our horizon of wisdom. I didn't know what I should say to that. We then drank the very good wine very thirstily, and another miracle. The jug never became perceptibly emptier. When, very enthused by the wine, we marvelled more and more, the magician said, "But my lords, wine without bread is not good at all. Do you see several rocks here? How would it be if I turned them into bread?" I said, "Do that." Next, he swept his hand over the rocks and then said, "Take a knife and slice the bread." I did it, and you see, it was bread. Good, tasty bread. I then said, "But friend, if you are capable of such things, I would then like to know now why you need payment for your exceptional art." The magician said, "Simply for the novelty's sake, and have means to survive in places where one cannot and may not perform miracles." I was satisfied with this answer, supplied the magicians with 2 pounds of silver, which he took gratefully, but because of the too great extraordinariness could not give him the permission to display his arts openly before the blind people. For the people had given him an almost divine reverence, particularly the Greeks and several Romans. He said to me that he was capable of a great quantity of all sorts of miracles, which were even more notable than what he had already done. But I had truly no particular desire any longer to demand and look at anything more. What had happened had already made my head spin, and I was very glad to see these Southeast Asians leaving our city, for they would have made the people quite rebellious. I asked the magician at the end whether he could explain just one of his skills to me for money and good words. He waved this away, not quite dryly, but demanded so much money for it that I began to shudder, and I then left the artist with an easier mind. Look, my very most blessed boy, the magician from Southeast Asia was certainly also as little of an angel of Jehovah as I am, and had nonetheless performed amazing deeds. Why should you therefore be an angel with your very heavenly beautiful body? Because you are also capable of performing extraordinary things for my coarse human understanding. You must give me more purely spiritual proof of your divine angelship. Otherwise I cannot accept you as an angel of God. And even if you performed 100 greater miracles for me than that of the fish that we have just eaten. And I think that no truly sober, reasonable person will be able to raise any objections to my highly reasonable request. Chapter 38. The chief relates about the murder on Zacharias. Raphael says, "The point now only is whether you spoke the truth or not. I can certainly say to you that you, simply to test my spirituality further, have now lied quite atrociously and stinking in your own unbound imagination, and that of all you have told now, not a syllable is true. The imaginary magician is supposed to have guessed your thoughts, and I have now guessed that you have lied to us all, and there the lie about the magicians has now become truth for you. The false magician turned water into wine, according to your lie. Look, I can in fact also show you that. Look, there is an empty jug. Let's fill it with water." The jug was filled with water. "Look, it is standing here full of water. I have not touched the jug, and yet the water has become the best wine. Taste it and see whether you like it." Stahar tastes the water, and now seriously finds that it has become the best wine. The angel speaks on. But the magician then made the wine disappear in another jug. And look, I am not touching the jug, and yet now there is not a drop of wine left in it. The jug was empty and dry. But the false magician then made wine again out of the smell. And look, this jug no longer smells of wine, and nevertheless I want it to be full of the best wine again. Look, the jug is full. But you have no bread to go with the wine, and may not drink the pure wine easily. Your magician needs several stones in order to change them into bread. I need nothing but my will, and look, already a quantity of bread is lying before you. Try it, and see whether it tastes better than your false bread. You then gave your magician 2 false pounds of silver, and I will create 200 pounds of real, quality silver out of the air as a good payment for your lie. Tell me whether you are now satisfied with that. Stahar raises his eyebrows at this and says after a while, "No, that cannot possibly happen with natural means and powers. Obviously, something more than an unfathomable natural force is working here. There is an all-powerful divine will behind it. And you, young man, are either a real personified angel, or you are one of the greatest prophets of God like Samuel or like Elijah. Yes, now I believe that you are a messenger of God from the heavens to us poor, sinning people, in order to set us, who have turned far away from the right path, back onto it again. It is true, great blessed messenger of the Lord, that my story which I just told you about the Southeast Asian magician was as good as fabricated by me, but nonetheless only after the pattern that was once told to me by someone else. I only told it in order to test you further, but I found that you can truly look into our hearts and minds, and that for your will, even the most impossible thing is child's play. And I also now firmly believe that you are a complete messenger of God, despite your beautiful body. And I now have a great joy in my heart that I have also experienced what is written there in the book, that the pious fathers also experienced such things now and then in the old days. The angel says, "But it is not for the first time that you experienced something that the old fathers experienced. 30 years ago, you experienced something similar in the temple, at which the high priest then fell mainly by your hands, between the altar and the Holy of Holies. Why did you not believe then in the obvious miracle? And why did you even become cruel to a high priest?" Stahar says, "Dearest, all-powerful messenger of the Lord, do not remind me about a time in which I certainly saw the light of the world only through a curse, and about a deed which I deeply regretted 1,000 times afterwards. But it was almost impossible to do otherwise, for my soul and to my knowledge. I had already secretly got acquainted with the philosophy of the Greeks again and again, and I knew why I had become a human being. Plato and Socrates, as well as Aristotle, were 1,000 times dearer to me than all my dubious and highly mystical prophets, whom I even today do not yet understand and will never understand, because they actually cannot be understood. But particularly the songs of Solomon, which rather resemble that of a lunatic than a wise man. I had felt a proper anger against everything that disagreed even a little with the pure reason of Euclid's, by whose works I actually became a mathematician. My all-powerful heavenly friend, if someone says to me, 2 and 2 are 4, and that the day has light and the night has darkness, then he has spoken the complete truth, and I will press him to my heart as a friend. But if someone comes and claims fixedly to my face that 2 and 2 are 5, and that the day is dark and the night is light, I would beat such an ox to death with one blow. For such a mental murderer seems much worse to me than any thief or mugger or murderer. And you see, so it was then in the temple. They had already begun to claim the most absurd things, and even placed punishments on it if anyone undertook to express the least remark against a wise saying by Solomon, no matter how dubious and foolish. That high priest was a real follower of Solomon and stuck strictly to the most mystical wisdom. He even began to sing the praises of a brightest light that was coming to the world. This would now illuminate all the darkness of the night so powerfully that even the darkest holes under the earth would shine brighter than the sun on the brightest midday. But the day of the world would become the darkest night, and the darkness of the day would become so great that men and animals would die from it. The light of the night was already in the world and was already illuminating the darkness of the night, so that even those born blind could see like a seeing person on a brightest day. What I have now said is just a little introduction, which of course is the greatest lie from the Alpha to the Omega, since until today, over a full 30 years, I have never noticed any night light apart from the full moon, except yesterday's extended evening light, which could just as well have not occurred, whereby much misfortune would have been avoided. No one was allowed to ask him what was to be understood by this, and nonetheless he demanded the fullest faith. I could bear this in Jehovah's name, for a little more nonsense on the top of much nonsense matters little, because one can still think purely and truthfully for oneself. But then all at once he began to say, 7 now becomes 1, and 666 becomes 111, and 777 and a half and a third and a quarter. Whoever can count should now count differently, for the old way is now judged and damned. Such nonsense created the greatest worry, fear, and anger for me and several scholars of Euclid. We conspired and put an end to the insulting foolishness through a number of well-aimed stones. But we did not gain much by this, for the successes of the murdered man were 100 times worse. Then the likes of us could no longer remain in the temple. I reflected, pretended to be a big hypocrite, and as a result of that I was soon placed here as a leader with all the rights of a high priest. But here I let nothing pass me by, and outwardly I played the role of a strict believer. But inwardly I was very good and full of good things. There you now have the reason why Zachariah was killed. What do you now say to that? Chapter 39. Raphael explains the promises about the Messiah. Raphael says, "But that had a tangibly spiritual sense and not a material one. It concerned the Messiah who was coming to the world at that time, about whom all the prophets prophesied. Yes, even Adam and Enoch, as well as Kenan in his enthusiasm. The time has now come in which all prophecies have come into fulfillment. Zechariah prophesied as the last prophet in a spiritual way about the successful arrival of the Promised One. And you killed his flesh for this, and thereby sealed another faithful bargain with hell, which Cain had first opened for the blind, foolish and evil humanity in his fight with the pious Abel. But it cannot be held too much against the too blind and too foolish people if they commit sins of all sorts of cruelties in their blindness, and therefore all the less because you have again and again very seriously regretted such a heinous deed, which will be counted in your favour. But now begs the question, what you would do if you stood before the face of the Messiah, who has walked and taught among the Jews on this world for 30 years, and what your 50 colleagues would do. Would you give him the deserved honour and recognise him in your heart as what he is? Stahar says, "My all-powerful friend, we could bang our heads and legs against a brick wall trying to answer that question. Who is the very mystically promised Messiah? Where is he? What does he want, and what does he teach? Before one knows that, one cannot give any certain answer, for Jehovah's sake." Raphael says, "He is what David sang about him when he said, 'Lift up your heads, O you gates, lift them up, you ancient doors, that the King of glory may come in.' Who is the King of glory? It is Jehovah Zebaoth." Psalm 24, verse 9 to 10. You see, he gives such a proof of the Messiah, who is now holy, holy, holy in this world, as physically as we are. But if David now says such clear things about him, your questions are answered, and you now know what to make of the Messiah. But now I demand a clear answer to the question I set you. Stahar says, "If so, which I in my subjective field would not want to doubt, I ask, however, what do we do with Moses then, who said quite categorically clearly, 'No man can see Jehovah and still retain his life'? At the same time, we find in Moses a positive interdiction on the part of Jehovah for the great seer, according to which no one shall ever represent God in any image, no matter how eminent. But you say that the Messiah, according to what David said, is walking around as a person, in corpore, physically. What happens then to the interdiction of God according to Moses? One of them must be thrown away, either Moses or your Messiah, for both Moses and David cannot possibly be correct." Raphael says, "Neither Moses nor David, for both announced to the people the right, the good, and the true. Moses did not say in his promise of Jehovah that he could not appear among the people as a person. He only forbade a graven image to be made of God, somewhat like the golden calf. Thus Jehovah also said to Moses that no one could see him as God or Spirit and live. Immediately afterwards, however, Jehovah nonetheless said to Moses, "Look there, but remain behind the rock." And Moses saw Jehovah's back. But what does that mean? You see, Jehovah's back, which Moses saw, represents the humanly physical form of how he will be visible to man as the most perfect person. If that is so, how can one reject Moses if one accepts David's evidence? You have set aside the old Ark of the Covenant for 30 years because the column of fire and the cloud of smoke had disappeared from the old one. And you set a new, very material one in the place of the old. But such a thing is also, without you understanding it, proof for this time, and means that Jehovah no longer floats majestically as a single spirit over all matter, as once over the waters of the night. But instead, he himself left such a place in which he could make himself known as Creator and Father to the other children, through the awakened seer, only with difficulty and uncertainty. He therefore stepped into the flesh of a person, and now teaches the people himself, and confers with his children. Don't you see here a new Ark of the Covenant, of which the dead new one in the temple is a warning symbol? But the spiritual life of Jehovah, which previously floated over the old Ark, was laid by Jehovah himself into the God-man 30 years ago. And he is now here in the world, and personally teaches the people to recognize him. If things happen in this way, can you then still say, one must reject either Moses or David in order to accept that? It is also written, "But in those days the heavens will be wide open, and the angels will go up and down to the people of good will, and they will bear witness of the eternal, personified Word that is God himself." That is now happening right before your eyes and ears. How can you then ask anything further? Or do you still consider me to be only a human being? Stahar says, now much contemplating the angel's words, now I feel very strange. It is quite true, and the truth shines out of every word of your heavenly mouth. I am now converted. But there is the issue of my colleagues, that they will also be converted. And then there is the issue of where we can meet the great Messiah in order to hear him ourselves. Raphael says, "Go and tell your brothers, so that they may also believe and become blessed. Then come and learn where you will see and speak to the Holiest One." Stahar now immediately goes to his colleagues, who are still in the dark. Chapter 40. The chief converts his colleagues. Stahar's colleagues, however, are for the most part spread along the shore. but several were going around in the courtyard. But Steha called them all to the shore and said to them when they were all together, "Friends, have you heard that youth speaking and seen him acting?" The colleagues say, "Some things, but not everything, for it seemed to us to be too well arranged by the governor in order to pull us into his web, and we thought, the further away the better. We have anyway lost everything that we had. We are beggars. The city is still burning. What should we do? The Romans know who we are to the people. Without our favour, which is hard to achieve, their rule in Africa will cost them dearly. Oh, a Roman such as Cyrenius, who has at his disposal the richest means of all the 3 continents, can do everything. Just give me a lot of gold and silver, and I will also become a miracle worker. Perhaps not in the way of that young conjurer, but I will perform miracles of the most amazing type." Steha says, "Friend, you're crazy if you speak like that and don't even know how to tell the difference between a genuine and a false miracle. I have already offered every objection and contradiction that comes with good reason. But I failed shamefully with all my contradictions when the boy began to read my most secret thoughts. Only then I recognized my old, great mistake. And now I come to you to tell you what I have seen and heard. The boy is unmistakably an angel of God, and he bore witness that the promised Messiah is already in the world and makes the blind see and the deaf hear and understand, and that it is even possible that we will get to see and speak to him here. I now believe everything, and all of you will also believe it, for I am certainly not one to accept and believe everything. I have to be thoroughly convinced of something in detail before I accept it. But once I have the conviction, then it remains as solid as granite, and no one can take it away from me again. But since things are so, you can believe me without any further consideration, for all of you together are not capable of bringing any greater doubts to this issue than I did. But all my objections were belied. And since I finally began to accept the case of the Messiah, as well as I accept that 1 and 1 are 2, then you can also fully believe me now." The colleagues say, "Everything is correct, but there is now only the matter of what we should believe from you." Steha says, "Are you deaf then? Didn't I tell you that the youth is an angel of God in all truth, that the Messiah is in the world, and that we will soon see him and speak to him? That and nothing else is what you have to believe." The colleagues say, "Very good. If you believe it and are even mathematically convinced of this, then we cannot doubt it. But with such new, previously unheard of events, one must always consider that often the best swimmers drown first. The most daring climbers fall from the mountain, and the so-called firm believers in the end begin to have all sorts of doubts before someone who did not understand something incomprehensible very quickly, and therefore placed no great faith in it. You have never believed things lightly, as we know, and as such we accept your words as true. But some reserved care never hurts. For we know from the scriptures how some miracle-working prophets became quite simple, weak people towards the end of their lives. The consequence only shows what sort of spirit the prophet had. That should also be taken into consideration here. Stahar says, I take responsibility for all that. Truly, I know that we are not allowed to approach the temple with this. But we will know how to protect ourselves. On the outside we remain, only a little more reasonably, however, what we were, and pay the determined tribute. But in our insides, things must become quite powerfully different. And in time, we want to introduce the people into something better as well. If you now share my opinion and my belief, let us now go over to where the governor and the boy are. There we shall be given more light. The colleagues agree and go over to Cyrenius, and when they arrive, Stahar says, Here we are now, and stand one and all at your disposal. Whatever you want, we will do and be, and no one will ever go against you. But may the dear, all-powerful messenger of God strengthen these, my brothers, in their belief in everything that I myself found difficult to believe. Cyrenius says, Look now, we Romans are not as strict judges as you have long thought, but we want strict justice and full truth. Whoever is satisfied with that is our friend, receives the right to Roman citizenship, and no court except the court of Rome can ever pass judgment on him. The first thing that I will do for your well-being is that I will give each of you a Roman letter of citizenship. You are 50 in number along with your leader. You shall immediately be served with these. Once you have it, then we will see everything that can be done for you. At this, Cyrenius ordered his servants to bring 50 rolls of parchment. The servants went to Cyrenius's bags and quickly brought the demanded rolls. Once these were on the table, Stahar asked Cyrenius, High Lord, we will surely have to give you all our names. Cyrenius says, pointing at the angel, Look, he is my swift scribe. He has already known for some time what he has to do, and he also knows your names. He will complete the letters in your presence. At this, Cyrenius requests Raphael to do this. Here, Raphael quickly stepped up to the table on which the 50 rolls were lying, spread them as well as was possible on the table, then took a pen, which was filled with black ink, moved across the rolls with lightning quickness, and then said to Cyrenius, Here, friend, are the demanded letters in Roman, Greek, and Jewish language. Now pass them out among those concerned. When Cyrenius now began to distribute the letters, horror seized all the 50. For this miracle was too great and powerful for the 50. And trembling, they all began to see that they were in the presence of God. They thanked Cyrenius for such double mercy, but no one dared to speak or to ask anything. Chapter 41. The Chief and Hebron. But the 30 young Pharisees present also saw this, and among them Hebron and Risa, and had great joy that Cyrenius had succeeded in transforming the 50 stubborn ones for the good work as well. Hebron now stepped up to the head, Stahar, and said, "Look, we 30 here are as we were sent by the temple into the lands in order to bring heathens to the temple. A sour business. Compared to the temple Jews, the heathens are approximately 200 years ahead in their education. And now we should make the seeing blind and put them under the temple's accursed water? We can't do that, and we can't do anything else. That is what our understanding heart tells us. And we therefore have all become Romans. And our evidence against the temple will bring light for many people. But we have received another great, holy testimony here, which gives a brighter light than 1,000 suns at once. And that is a light from eternity, which even before the creation of the world illuminated the angels, who were the living flames of the eternal flame in God, which is called love. We found this original light of all light, this eternal love here. And you have also found it for the most part, and you will find much more yet. But it makes us an extremely great joy that you here have also found what we have found. Certainly, it has cost you your external, good existence. The fire has consumed all your goods and still licks around it. Like we, you lost everything. But it is once and for all the will of God. We people, if we truly want to draw near to God, and to carry the serious desire and will in our hearts to be cared for by God in everything, we must first completely turn our backs to the world, out of great love and out of the strongest trust in the all-powerful Father, and lose every worldly thing that was dear to us in the world, down to the last atom. For only then is God prepared to accept us, deserted and despised by the world, as His children, and to care for us totally, when we will then be truly cared for in all eternity. Once we have been cared for by God, we then see clearly how very badly we were cared for by the world. What use to a person are all the treasures of the earth, which he cannot take with him when he has to leave this earth forever? Will he be able to take them with him? But God's treasures, which He created spiritually for soul and spirit, we take these with us into the great beyond. They will be all in all: food, drink, accommodation and clothing, and the complete eternal life full of clarity, full of light, and full of the highest bliss. Therefore, do not be sorry for all you have lost from yesterday up to now. For the Lord has already cared for you before you recognized Him as you do now. Sacrifice your love to Him willingly, for He will reward you 1,000 times in the Spirit for what you have lost in the material world. Stahar says, I thank you in the name of all these faithful colleagues and brothers of mine for this very appropriate comfort. And look there on the table at the big and solid lump of silver that the angel conjured out of the air. With that we are already more or less compensated for our loss. But I and all of us now place very little value on this compensation. For what we were, we will never become again, since the wise governor will have a very different disposition with us all, as I secretly suppose. So much will certainly be done for us, so that we don't starve and can clothe our body in need. We don't care about anything else any longer. We will also leave this 200 pounds' weight of silver here for the innkeeper Mark, partly as a deserved payment for the food and for the drink that he had brought to us and will have brought to us in future. There is only one thing that we would like to learn, and that is whether the long-promised Messiah, already present in the world, is staying anywhere here in the vicinity of this place. To see him and perhaps to hear a word from him would be a treasure of all treasures. Just between us, we have a small suspicion about someone about whom we have already heard some incredible things, which no longer seems incredible to us after we have seen the angels' deeds. Well, this person, actually God himself clothed as a human, seems to us to be that Nazarene called Jesus, about whom such highly wonderful rumours have spread from place to place among the people that we became very embarrassed before the people when we were attacked by them for an illumination of what they saw with their own eyes and heard with their own ears. The governor asked me a very awkward question, the answering of which was very embarrassing. And so I suppose now nothing else except that this wonderful Jesus of Nazareth is unmistakably the Messiah confirmed by the angel as now being present in the world. And this Messiah is perhaps even here among the many present, but who will not let us recognize him out of surely very highly wise reasons before we are somewhat worthy of it, as has been the case until now. I therefore believe, and say quite openly before you all, if things happen thus, we will turn our backs to the temple and its worthless holiness forever, and join the Messiah of the Jews with every fibre of our being. What do you think? The others say, certainly we have nothing to object to here. Whatever you do as our leader, we will do too. For we know the essence of the temple and know that there is no holiness in their walls any longer, because there is no truth, no love and no loyalty to be found in it, but instead only domineeringness, arrogance, anger, revenge, lies of all sorts, food and gluttony and all sorts of incest and whoring and adultery. Those are now the elements of the essence of the temple. What salvation can be expected from such an institution? Curse and ruin, yes. We can only desire this much. But there can no longer be any talk of salvation. We have now considered things very maturely during your speech, and now we'll turn our backs on the temple forever, and that with complete justification. For we have not gullibly accepted something new. We have tested everything very intensively beforehand. Even the greatest miracle could not turn us like the wind turns a leaf in the air. But now that we have convinced ourselves fully of the full truth, we cannot do anything other than to accept the truth, as it came from heaven, as what it is. And all the more so since time, circumstance, and the sovereignty of Rome are more suitable for us than we could ever have expected. We are now looking forward very much to seeing the Messiah, most certainly from Nazareth. Is it not he in the large group who is wearing a pink-coloured tunic, and under that a Greek merino cloak of light blue colour, and truly has the most beautiful hair that we have ever seen on a man? Stehar says, "Yes, you may not be quite incorrect, for I have been very keen for a long time. I also saw how both the angel as well as Cyrenius constantly looked towards him during their speech and acts, and asked at the same time whether everything that they said and did was correct. Also, all the others show him a certain hidden reverence which did not escape my eye. If that is not an imperial prince from Rome, then I would like to swear that this person is the Messiah and no other." The others say, "Ah, that is no Roman with such beautiful blonde hair." But what could happen to us if we were to go to him and ask him about this and that? Stehar says, "We would rather turn to the angel first, or to the supreme governor. We are Roman citizens and have a full right to do this." Chapter 42. Man's responsibility. At this, everyone moves over to Cyrenius very cheerfully and asks him what should be done in these circumstances. And Cyrenius says, "It is more fitting that you should wait a little longer, but draw nearer to him internally in your hearts. And then he will come to you himself, and will tell you himself who he is, and what you have to do." Nonetheless, for the moment I can tell you that you are on the right track. For you have already been able to tell from our presence that the great man of God must be staying here. For we would not have stayed here almost 3 days for the sake of something less. Thus he is here. You can now be fully assured of that. But draw near to him firstly in your hearts, and seize a serious desire to thoroughly turn away from all your old habits and sins. And then he will soon come to you himself, and give you the divine instruction of what you will have to do for the future. But he is truly the one you yourselves were thinking that he was. Observe him and consider. That is Jehovah himself, as a man among the people. This is the one who created heaven and earth, and everything that is in and upon it. I tell you, he is the eternal original cause of all being and all life. In the never-to-be-fathomed power of his will resides the whole infinity. All the angels' power is only a slight breath from his mouth. and all light shines forth from him. In brief, consider that this is truly the same person that gave Moses on Sinai the commandments for the people of Israel. But this people have forgotten him, and once again fallen into all vices. And he has now come to establish his people once again, and to make them free from all evils of the soul. He wears, therefore, a beautiful pink tunic to show how much he still loves his people. But with the loose blue coat, he shows that he has also come to us heathens in order to turn us into his children as well. The coat covers the whole world, and all the heathens belong there too. Now just consider everything that I have now said to you, and it will only too soon begin to manifest itself that I have not told you any untruth. Stehar and all his colleagues express their great thanks for such an unexpected explanation on the part of Cyrenius, and withdraw in reverence. Having reached the seashore at a leisurely pace, Stehar says to his companions, "But it is strange. I feel very strangely happy at the almost open explanation by Cyrenius about the Messiah. A certain feeling of being cared for has overcome me, as if nothing in the least can be taken away from us all in this world any longer. At the same time, however, I feel a highly strange shyness and fear before the Lord of eternity. For we can now no longer deny, after everything that we have seen and heard, that he is truly what Cyrenius described him to us to be. A conversation with him will create in us a very strange sensation. Our otherwise very active tongue will certainly fail us. One very courageous one in the midst of the 50 says, Yes, you have spoken very correctly and truly, but nonetheless I think we cannot help the fact that we are humans, because we certainly did not place ourselves in this world. Neither can we help our circumstances in life through which we became what we were. Our elders, our upbringing, and the needs of every shape and form which were awakened through it have made us this. If we had been children of poor country folk, we would certainly have also been what our parents were. But it pleased God to give us to very respected and rich parents. They had us brought up in the temple, and then totally dedicated to the temple. We cannot possibly do anything about that. The will of the Almighty certainly had something to do with the fact that we became what we were. That we then allowed ourselves certain things that were not quite in order, according to the commandments, was certainly our problem. But I always think, if your parents had brought you up to be a fisherman who had to earn his hard living, then some things must not happen which a well-cared-for person would have been allowed, because the well-fed flesh and blood urged one on. Thus our crimes against the law are in part a consequence of the circumstances in which we were placed from birth and upbringing. If the great Messiah comes to us now, I could speak to him in a way quite without fear and particular shyness. For I can be no less than I am. and he's certainly no more than he is, from eternity to eternity. Tell me quite openly, can a tree help the fact that he is moved quite violently back and forth by a storm? Or can the sea help the fact that angry winds churn up the flat surface, or make one wave engulf another as a predator devours its prey? Or can the weak reed prevent being bent in all directions by the waves? We are no original force, and depend on all sorts of secret forces acting upon us. What is the use of a good and serious will never to fall, if a bridge over which you have to cross has become fragile without you knowing, and collapses at the moment when you are quite harmlessly strolling over it? What is life? What support does it have, on which we can build with security? Who knows the foundations of thought and desire? Life is created by animals and men in one and the same way through the animalistic mute cohabitation, almost devoid of all serious thought. Neither the animal nor the person has a spark of consciousness of how, through sensually mute cohabitation, a living organism is formed, whose simple materially technical part has been put together so highly skillfully that a great wise man would have to study for 1,000 years in order to see and recognize all the individual components and their connections, even superficially. But then he would only have the machine before him. But where then is the principle of life itself? How does it function in the machine? And how does it make use of all the countless individual parts? We know, of course, that we now exist, that we live and think and desire. We also become aware of the most various excitements and driving forces in us. But how are they created in us? Who calls them out of sleep? And where do they go to when we have satisfied them with what they forced us to do? You see, these are important considerations, through which by every god at least 4/5 of our lifetime could be excused according to pure reason. And I fear therefore no spirit and no god. I have never committed evil to anyone, except that now and then I, as a man, took pleasure in a voluptuous maiden, and my nature is to blame for that. Why did the voluptuousness of a maiden have to attract me so much? Did I myself place such an overwhelming desire in my being? I know nothing about it. Who gave me the feeling then of love that is hard to satisfy? Who is the creator of thirst and hunger in me? Why must I eat and drink? You see, those are all higher forces in us, which we cannot counteract with any law. We can certainly deny ourselves to a certain degree, but after that, not an inch more. If things are so, which pure reason and wisdom can be capable of dragging me before a court for the sake of my status and my actions? Not a human one. All the less a very highest and brightly divine one. Why should I then have a highly silly fear of a god? Stahar says, "But it is written that man should fear God, in that God is all-powerful, and man is highly powerless." who can never stand against God with his power. The speaker says, "Quite right. He should fear God. But that is only said to moral people, but not to complete people in all their functions of life. But even this fear is actually only a fear through love, which should be a similar leading ball of string in life to the free will of demure people as the loving fear of a child to his parents. But let God give you a commandment which forbids breathing or digestion, or the pulse, or growing old, the growing of hair and nails, or smelling and tasting and feeling desire and pain. What anyway wise God could do that? Where do we have the yardstick against which we could exactly measure where man has taken his positively determined viewpoint in all his thoughts, desires, and actions in his moral absoluteness, free of all necessary functions of life? Who knows the threads with which the natural life, with the purely spiritual and free life are connected? And to what extent it can move completely independently from the threads? Yes, you can really see that every man is free in a certain way. He can go where he wants. He can stand or sit. He can look with his eyes in every direction. But all that presupposes a necessity which comes from the limited natural life. It begs the question where the actual free moral viewpoint of a person between the necessary natural life and the free spiritual being in a person is placed. As long as this has not been conveyed, there can be no talk of either a sin or a virtue. Chapter 43. Do not fear God, but love him. Steha says, "Friend, I know that you are a great wise man of the world, and that one finds it hard to contradict you. But the strange deeds of the angel cannot possibly have escaped you. Was he performing these for our natural life, or only for our spirit?" The speaker says, "We saw it with our own eyes. Did they see it in Jerusalem as well? No, because they did not see it with the living eyes, and therefore cannot believe it if they are told about it, should they be informed. Can we, then, as reasonable people, be angry with them, or even damn them to all sorts of punishments? The necessity of faith has only just been shown to us through our senses. Without our eyes, we were as much confused as those in Jerusalem. Tell me where the actual demure stance begins. Wipe the eyes and wipe away the necessary vision, and then determine for me the absolute moral viewpoint." Steha says, "Friend, I see well that we will not easily become equals. Such things must be clarified to us by a higher spirit. I now see the angel coming towards us. You must speak to him, and I would be very curious to learn how you will settle the issue between you. The constantly sober speaker says, "Dear friend, the angel does not bother me a jot more than you do, and I will speak to him as with you, and will give him even less than you in that he is a Holy Spirit, and rejoices in every perfection, while we must still crawl on the hard and dirty ground of this earth as worms in the dust of nothingness. There is only one truth, and that applies to an angel just as well as to the dirtiest rogue in the world." With these words, the angel was beside him and said, "Florin, you do not fear me then at all." The speaker says, "If you know my name, you will also already know the reasons in me why I can have no fear before God, neither before you, even if you performed 1,000 of the greatest miracles. I can even think of 1,000 miracles, but not carry them out. What difference does it make? If I could perform them, then yours would not seem miraculous anymore. Or should I then be sad if I cannot shine like the midday sun, or fly around like a bird in the air? I am satisfied with what I know, what I am, and what I can do, and I do not need anything more, at least for this world. But what I know, am, and can is a gift from God for me personally, for which I am grateful to the Creator. I do not need anything more, and I do not envy anyone who has more. Should I fear you then because you are infinitely more powerful than I? Oh, not at all. If you were more foolish than I, you would have either no power or it would be crude, and I would be able to meet it with my pure reason just as well as the power of the storm. But you are much wiser than I, and that gives me the confidence that you will do me no harm, particularly as I have never been able to do you any harm, nor have I wanted to. And if you wanted to have a joke at my expense, I would not be angry with you, but I would also not praise you as a lion of wisdom, of whose seriousness one says that he is no beginner. But God is endlessly wiser and more powerful than you. Thus I fear him even less than you. The angel says, "But don't you know that God can destroy you for eternity, or that he can set an eternal highest scourge on you if you do not respect him? And in this way, should God not be feared?" Florin says, "Without intruding on your wisdom even the littlest bit, I must admit honestly that this question of yours, speaking straight, did no particularly heavenly justice to your wisdom. To doubt that God can destroy me as the most all-powerful being would be an even greater madness than your strongly silly reminder of my subjective and objective nothingness. What will happen then if I become nothing again, as I was an eternal nothing before this existence? The nothing is nothing, needs nothing, and has eternally nothing to care for. Thus forget the eternal destruction of my nothingness, and I will give you the assurance that I, as a pure nothingness, will never call you before a court. But should it please a God, the certainly very wisest being, to persecute me for eternity and to torture me, his wisdom is not far off. for such a longing would hardly appear for a tiger of a tyrant. But history can show us no example that ever any tyrant was a wise man. And what could you and your God answer me if I proved to you that you were highly unwise instead of highly wise? But no one can claim that about God, who has made only one glance into the highly wise decision of any creation. God is therefore highly wise, and certainly highly good. Equipped with such very most perfect characteristics, he can impossibly have created any creature in all the whole eternity for eternal torture. Through all sorts of bitter and painful experiences, to purify a being, here or in the afterlife, that is something quite different. For man is a work of God that has to perfect itself according to the wisest order of God in the demure sphere in order to become what was determined by the Creator. But the Creator only allows such short-lasting, painful moments of betterment to occur, and does not create them himself in order to torment a person for some time for his pleasure for a mistake, but only to lead him back to the sober recognition of the order, and thereby ease his self-fulfillment. But as a dictatorial punishment, I can eternally never see such a purely divine safety precaution, out of which only love and a highest good will shine. Therefore you cannot insult God any worse than if you present him to me as an eternal tyrant. I think that you will have understood me. I can only love God above all else, and worship him as the most holy, best, and wisest being. But fear him, never. At this the angel taps Florin on the shoulder and says, smiling, "You did that well." And do not believe that I wanted to enter any sort of battle of words with you, for you are right, as I am also right. I wanted only to offer you the opportunity, through my somewhat shallow questions, to express your opinions before your brothers, more than was the case before. And I say to you that you are now mature enough to meet the Lord. Therefore follow me. I myself will lead you to him. Florin says, "So it is fully true that the old prophecy has been fulfilled here." The angel says, "Yes, the fullest truth, of which I am certainly a most audible witness from heaven. Now therefore follow me alone." Chapter 44. Humility and Pride. Florin says, "Why not Steyr, our leader, and my other brothers then? Are they any less people than I am? Go there alone. If my brothers are not worthy to be introduced to the Lord of eternity, then I am even less worthy, because as far as I know, they are better than I. Remember this, angel, if you can remember anything, that I am an enemy of every preference towards my person. Yes, I want to rejoice in the preference of my brothers, but I want to be always the least among them. I truly love the people, but what one loves, one gives willingly every preference and advantage, and is nonetheless quite blissful. Ask all my brothers whether I have ever thought or acted differently. And I should now let myself be chosen first in the face of my brothers for the first time in my life? No, and eternally no. 1,000 legions of such powerful spirits as you, and 10 all-powerful Jehovahs will never change my mind, as long as my thoughts and will are left free. You see, my all-powerful friend, that is a rule which no enticing, even by 1,000 open heavens, and no fear of just as many open hells will make me break. Now go alone to the Lord. I will never more follow with a free will. And I am amazed that you, as an all-knowing spirit, have not seen through my diamond solid mindset beforehand when you made this suggestion. I stick firmly to my statement. You can carry my body there, it is true, since you possess power and strength to the extreme. But you will never change my heart unless it is possible for you to take my mind and set another one in instead. But then you have not changed my present self at all, but instead you have only destroyed it and placed another in this fragile machine instead. The angel says with a friendly expression, "But dear friend and brother, who told you then that I prefer you at all by bringing you to the Lord first, as the most mature according to his will? Have you ever seen all the fruit on a tree becoming ripe at the same time? And who would ever reasonably consider preferring a pear, which has ripened first, simply because it became ripe first? One enjoys it earlier than those that ripen later. But with us in heaven, there is no talk of preferring it more than the later ones. Then Moses must also be more preferable to the Lord himself now, because he was called almost 1,000 years before him. Oh, that gives you no advantage. On the contrary, who is to be preferred here? He who breaks the way, or the army leader and his entourage who stepped on this path and led his army on further? You see, friend, you have not worked that out too well. I truly know the quite rigid sense of your heart, but I only put it to an external test, but also found in the background of your otherwise most sensible heart a hidden peck of arrogance, which had made the correct humility into a preference of your person above the others, so that in a certain way you might seem unique and unsurpassable, and no one equals you in this sphere. And in the end, this is the question. Who is the more arrogant of the two? He who wants to be the last and lowest of all people, or the first and highest? Don't you know the Greek story of King Alexander of Macedonia, and the certain most unsightly man, Diogenes? You see, for years he lived in a barrel on a sandy bank, which he had made his home. One day the great hero and king visited this eccentric, who certainly was the only one of his kind. Alexander placed himself before the barrel. He liked this stoic, and he asked him, "What do you want me to do for you?" And Diogenes answered imploringly, "That you move away from the side on which the benevolent rays of the sun warm me." The great hero, however, liked this stoic indifference. But nonetheless he said, "If I was not already Alexander, I would prefer to be Diogenes." But what was Alexander saying with this? You see, this is the meaning. The whole world pays me homage, but what a battle has it cost me! This man enjoys an almost all-surpassing view of the world and makes himself immortal. And all this immortal reputation cost him only an old barrel. Don't you think that there was no particular difference between the arrogance of Alexander and of Diogenes? On the contrary, Diogenes was in his way even more arrogant than Alexander. It is quite right to want to be the last out of true love and humility. But correct love and humility does not exclude the obedience to the Almighty Lord of heaven and earth. Thus, if you have the right mind, do only what the Lord wants, and everything will then be correct. For the Lord knows best why He wants something. Florin finally says, "Yes, I will follow you now because you have convinced me in a friendly way that I was clearly incorrect in my mind." And Florin followed the angel, who brought him to me. Chapter 45. Florin with the Lord. When both come up to me, the angel says, bowing to the earth before me, "Lord, here is a ripe apple. His flesh is like that of all people, but in the spirit he is strong and full of unspoilt power. Thus to you alone be all praise and honour from eternity to eternity." I say, "Good, my Raphael. Such fruits are pleasing to me and very valuable." He is one of Moses and Aaron's kind. It is true. But he has also appropriated the teachings of Plato, Socrates, Pythagoras, and Aristotle, and is therefore no wind vane that is blown this way and that, but a solid cedar from Lebanon, which knows how to spite the storms. It stands calmly and quietly, but when the storms beat against it, it does not bend. But I will let this tree be until Jerusalem is rebuilt. It shall give me roof and gable in my house. Tell me now, Florin, are you joyful to see me? Florin says, "Lord of life, who cannot be joyful to see you? But I am a sinful person, and your holiness says to me, 'Get away from me.' And look, that is what gives me no joy. I would like to stand before you worthy of you and without sin. But it is impossible, for I have sinned. Therefore I am a sinner, and I am ashamed before your holiness. That gives me no joyful heart, but a bitter regret. But this is not suitable to cheer a heart. And yet I am man enough and have understanding which shows me an apology for my sins before you, and also shows that I am a person consisting of very many elements who reaches his completion when the many elements have been dissolved through sinful ferment, like a young wine in a skin, and has become a pure, tasty wine for everyone. You are the Lord, and man is the fruit of your eternal fight for eternity. Nothing but a battle with victory and defeat, in order to one day rise to a new life, like a phoenix out of the ashes of the fire that destroyed it, which becomes one in itself, but outwardly remains and must remain an eternal battle. Lord, therefore do not forgive my sin, for it was necessary to call me to the battle, to become a new person. But forgive the shame of my frequent defeat, and I will rejoice in you, O Lord. I say to the disciples, you see here a person in whose soul there is no wrong. I have loved this person for a long time. Simon Judas says, Lord, he seems to be a second Mathael. I say, do you think that one can only be a wise man in the way that Mathael is wise? Look, this Florin is exactly the opposite of Mathael, and nonetheless he is just as wise as Mathael. Mathael has the knowledge of the things of nature and of the tongues of the elders, but Florin knows all religions and all worldly wisdom and cleverness of the elders, and therefore it is more difficult to speak to him than to Mathael. But as he now has been won for us, he will stand as an instrument against all false belief that is among the people of this earth, and will battle with much talent and good success without the addition of miracles. And that is better for the children of this earth, so that they do not hold even tighter to the captive court in the soul. For children from above, the miracles are a mercy, but not for the children of this world. Since you know in your hearts who I am, you can remain free in your soul if you see me doing God's work on this earth. But not so the children of the world. For they are forced and captured and have no free thoughts any longer, and even less a free mind. But if Florin does them with his worldly cleverness, they are placed in a certain light which will brighten the steps in the temple of their hearts enough. Once they are there, they have been totally won for all eternity. But you, altogether, are not as clever as Florin alone. But Florin did not hear that, since I had only spoken to the disciples in their hearts. He asked me, therefore, what he should do. And I said, Go over to your brothers and tell them that I shall also come to them soon. Florin says nothing at this, but simply makes a bow and hurries to his brothers. Chapter 46. Florin speaks with Steha about the Lord. When he finds himself among his people again after a few steps, Steha immediately asks him, Well, how are things? Are we on the right track? Florin says, Completely. There is no doubt any longer. He is a person like we are, it is true, but there is something in his being that can only be felt, but not described with words. If he speaks, it sounds as if every word is valid for all eternity. One notices in his words quite clearly that with the words, "Let it be so," a world of miracles could be called forth in an instant. He cannot hide his divinity, and if I had come to him instead of all previous preparations, I would have said to him on the spot, "You are no usual person. In your breast must live a fullness of the divine spirit." But the wisest preparation was also good, so that we could see very easily and clearly with whom we are dealing. He will soon come, he promised me. But when he is here, you will be convinced that I am right. But now I am beginning to comprehend who did the whistle-blowing about our behaviour in the city to Cyrenius, which was certainly not very praiseworthy, that is, our behaviour. But now everything has changed. The situation about which our Messiah Jehovah will have had surely a very significant foresight, if yesterday's second son was not all his doing, has freed us from the old yoke of stupidity with one blow, about which we can all be extremely joyful. For what annoying and insulting madness will the empty temple create for the people in the future, for whose realization we will have to lend a hand again. But now they should just come to us. We will certainly hold our Roman citizenship before their faces, so that hearing and seeing will pass away in the best way. We now have the Messiah and an angel from heaven on our side, firstly and most importantly, who seems to be much more powerful than he that led the young Tobias. And secondly, in the world we have the supreme governor of all Asia and a part of Africa on our side, who is an uncle of the ruling emperor in Rome. All hell should break loose in Jerusalem, and we would still be able to master it in the same way as the angered lion can become lord of any sly fox. What do you say to all that? Stahar says, just that we will be fine for all eternity. Now I fear no one any longer. To fight for God is good and easy, for God's power is a protective wall which no enemy can destroy in eternity. But I would only like to learn something from one of you, if only very generally. What sort of an assignment will we have for the future? Does any one of you have an appropriate thought? What do you think, Florin? Florin says, I don't think about it, and I don't consider it worth the effort under the circumstances. Only with a fleeting thought to turn in that direction. We are now with God. Therefore we are cared for not only for this time, but for all eternity. Thus, brother, you could have spared yourself this question. Now nothing bothers me in this world any longer. For he whom we found here is everything to me above all. Whatever his will desires will be my future for all ages of ages. For only he knows totally what we are, what we should be, and what we have to do for the future in order to be what he wants us to be. Therefore, every vain care on our part is madness. Only when he says to us, do this or that, then the time will come for us to worry whether we will be able to perform His will, to do which His holy will becomes our duty. Look, Brother Stehar, that is my basic opinion. But let's be calm now, for I notice that the Lord and Cyrenius are getting ready to come over to us. We must collect ourselves in our hearts. Otherwise you will not bear His presence. Correct, they are coming. Also, the angel and a girl are coming with them. The girl must also be an angel. Stehar says, the girl cannot be an angel, for there has never been a female angel. There will never be, and there cannot be. For something must be written in some scriptures. Thus this maiden can only be the daughter of some rich Jew. She is not a Roman, as you can see from her clothes. The boy whom Cyrenius is leading by the hand is certainly a Roman, or even the youngest son of the old lord. But the maiden, looking firmly at her, must also be terribly wise, for her solid and gentle gaze is undeniable proof of it. Florin says, Yes, you must be right. But I do not completely agree with your claim that there are no female angels. There will probably be no gender differences between them, but there will certainly be differences in mind, in such a way that they relate to each other like a dear husband to his dearest wife on this earth. And look at the angel. Tell yourself whether he resembles rather a very most tender girl than any young boy. Put female clothes on him, and you have a girl before you, non plus ultra, as the Romans say. But now, enough talk about nothing. They will be here soon. Chapter 47. The Testimony of Florin. With slow steps, we now come to the 50, who immediately bow to us deeply. I commanded them to stand upright as men, and they then immediately straighten themselves up completely. And I asked them, saying, Do you believe that I am he about whom all the prophets have foretold? They all say, Lord, none of us doubt it. But since you are he, how can you then ask us about it, since you know our most secret thoughts before we have even begun to think them? I say, May none of you be annoyed with me because of it. For it is not a matter of what I have, of course, known since the beginning of eternity, but instead a matter of your verbalizing. You will not be able to understand me before your interior has become your exterior. You can certainly see me with your eyes and hear my voice with your ears. But nonetheless, your heart cannot hear or understand me in the spirit and in all truth. And therefore I ask you questions. And the answer that you give me has quite a different effect on your whole life than the one that you give to a person tarred with the same brush as you. Therefore, I now ask you once again whether you truly believe, quite without a doubt, that I am he whom Moses and all the other prophets foretold. Tell me now, without fear, what you think in your hearts. Florin says, Lord, you understand our nature better than we do. Everything happened so suddenly. The second sun yesterday and its sudden disappearance. The result is still smoking and hides the whole area in clouds. Our loss? We have still heard nothing about our wives and children. We fled here, were arrested, and brought before the judge. And then the angel's miracles, and now you yourself. And all that in 18 hours. It is truly no joke. And yet, one cannot rid oneself of every previous thought at one go. It seems like a dream to me, and surely to all my companions as well. Everything is true and correct, and nothing that happened here can ever be disputed. But so many extraordinary things happened in a short time that one cannot comprehend it all at once. We believe firmly what is and happens here, and we are as sure and certain that you are clearly the Messiah of whom all the prophets foretold, as we are quite sure and certain that the old Roman is the supreme governor of all Asia. That is, as far as it has been conquered by the Romans. But we will need a long period of time before we accept that into our lives. One cannot fell a tree with one stroke, and nor can we quite fully understand such a thing in one go. But we will certainly make every effort and strive above all else to value in all depth of correct understanding everything that happened here, namely for our sakes, and what we experienced. No man can experience more profound or higher things anywhere on this earth. Thus, we all believe firmly and without a doubt that you are the prophesied Messiah, despite your more or less known unsightly parentage, as far as earthly possessions are concerned. Your earthly parents are poor, and your father was a carpenter in Nazareth, as far as we know. We do not know about your mother's background, and it is therefore all the more extraordinary that the Saviour of all mankind, as announced even to the first people of this earth, could come into this world in such most extraordinary humility and poverty, since in the spirit he must have had all the advantages of a noble birth at his disposal right from eternity. If you had come into the world from the lap of an empress and did such deeds, where would there be a nation on this earth that would not be subservient to you in all things? But as the very highest and greatest person, yes, even as the only God himself, in human form, to enter this world to such a lowly birth is something which will annoy many people very much. Certainly that does not matter to us any longer, and we are therefore more satisfied. But not all people will think as we do now. By no means the proud Jerusalemites, and least of all the Templars. For we know them. They know only one person in the world whom they love and revere. Everything else is rubbish. And this person, for every Templar, without the least exception, is himself. He alone is loved and honoured above all by each person. Every other, even if he were a god, is extremely despised. Only at times an extraordinary external gleam can impress them a little. If you, O Lord, would come to Jerusalem today and allow it, they would kill your flesh in the first 3 days, for the Templars recognize no one, except someone from among themselves. One may well kill the other, but since one is useful to the other to achieve his highly selfish purposes, one mutually tolerates the other under the mask of the most feigned friendship. No one trusts the other further than he can throw him. But nonetheless, each person feigns towards the other an unconditional trust. But if he needs him for any business, his neighbour cannot place enough bond money on him so that he is obliged to act honestly. But even the bond is of no use. If he who is entrusted with a business errand sees himself at an advantage despite the bond placed on him, he will forfeit the bond money and put the much greater advantage nicely into his pocket. There is much that can be said about people there. But since you, O Lord, will anyway be very familiar with all that, every further word from my mouth would be idle madness. And I tell you, therefore, that we believe quite firmly in you, for you had to come in order to put an end to all these atrocities for all time. Chapter 48. The Ways of Divine Guidance. I say, listen, my dear Florin, you have humbled yourself before me much more than I demanded of you. But it doesn't matter, and it was quite right for you to do so. Yes, I will put an end to the atrocities in Jerusalem and in other places. But many must share your conviction. There are still many who in their great blindness still stick firmly to the temple and expect every salvation and all help from its holes. If one were to take these blind people away from the temple now immediately, they would not see it as a great blessing from above, but as a most terrible punishment, and would become most terribly and wildly desperate, which would then have a much worse consequence than the present blindness, no matter how complete. You now are seen as the representatives of the temple and the distributors of the salvation which fills the temple. But what am I trying to say with this? Nothing but this. You should show the people gradually, and wherever there is a good response, also all in one go, what the temple is now, what its servants do, and how they are conditioned. But at the same time, you should draw their attention to what you have seen and heard here. And then the terrible business of the temple and the temple itself will be buried under the best and most effective order, and in the end it will sink into nothingness, and thereby stop being what it is. And in its place will enter the new temple of the Spirit of God, from which a very new Jerusalem will be built in heaven. Certainly, you will have to begin this good business as secretively as possible. You can do that all the easier, since you are now full Roman citizens, and the temple cannot touch you, because the sword of Rome is between you and the temple and stands guard. This is therefore a duty which I entrust to you. Guard it, and the reward will not be forgotten. You can be fully assured of that. Do you agree to this? Stahar says, Lord, will we take up our old post in Caesarea Philippi again, or should we turn elsewhere? I say, you will remain here in Caesarea Philippi and be under the direction of this host of ours, Mark, to whom Cyrenius and I will give power over this whole area, and to whom it has actually already been given for the most part. The area of Caesarea Philippi is large and encompasses many 100,000 people. Once they find the light will then spread out of its own accord. But it will be left to your own discretion to put this into practice. Stahar says, Lord, that would all be quite good and correct. But now the whole city is a heap of rubble and ash. We have no houses, and our synagogue was one of the first buildings that succumbed to the flames. Where will we sleep? I say, let that be the least of your worries. If I wanted it, a complete world, not to mention such a little town, would stand before you in an instant. In any case, Cyrenius will put every means, supported through my mercy, to active use, and thereby take care of your accommodation. In addition, the high guests expected since this morning will soon arrive here, and then much will be determined and decided. Stahar bows deeply, and then says quietly as if to Florin, The Almighty nonetheless speaks like a person, and this pleases me very much. But he could put a final end to the temple and to the arrogant Jerusalem with just one thought. Why then the extended erosion? Florin says, Look, brother, that happens because we are both still asses who have no idea at all about the divine order. If you see a very green, unripened, rock-hard fruit hanging on a tree in spring, then you would immediately like to have some all-power. You would like to say effectively, Fiat, let it happen, and all the figs, apples, pears, plums, and grapes should become ripe in an instant. But the Almighty Creator has decided things otherwise, as daily and yearly experience shows. Should we then ask, the Almighty knows the needs of man. Why does he then hesitate so much with the ripening of the fruit? Man must also remain a foolish child for years, in order to gradually grow up into a man, while the sparrow is a quite complete sparrow only 14 days after its birth, and knows all about its airy home very well. Yes, most animals already have the most sufficient knowledge about their home right from their birth. And man needs almost 20 years to only begin to know a little about the dear world. He, the Lord of nature, must wait the longest in order to be what he has been determined. Could one not say, Lord, you Almighty One, why have you not better looked after man, your favourite? Why must a human, of all things, have to wait so long to become a human? You see, that is how things are in the certainly very incomprehensible order of God. And it will be so also in the measure of his order, that we must undermine the temple gradually. For a sudden destruction would put the many blind people, to whom the temple is all in all, into the greatest despair, which would be much worse than bearing the deceptions of its crafty servants for a little time longer. You see, I have recognized the Lord's sense a little, and I don't understand how that has completely passed you by. I also don't understand how you could ask the Lord about our worldly accommodation. Is it not enough then when he says that we should do this and that? It has been long known that he who employs me for work will also give me accommodation. If even the selfish people do that, however, how much more will the Lord of heaven and earth do without us having to ask him? You see, that was very human of you, my dear brother. For through such a question, you have obviously brought to the brightest light of day your multifaceted disbelief. And with rights, nothing other can be thought of you than that you still hide a hefty portion of disbelief in yourself, to which you must bid farewell now for all time. Chapter 49. Bringing Back the Lost. I say to Florin, Friend, your flesh does not tell you that, but instead the spirit that is within you from above. There is a spirit in Stehar as well, it is true, but it is still dormant, and so his flesh speaks more than his spirit. But each man worries above all about what is dearest to him. The dearest thing for someone through whom an animated spirit speaks is his spirit. Therefore his care is directed above all towards what concerns his spirit. But he who is more flesh, and thinks and desires from the flesh, loves the flesh the most, and he therefore cares above all about his flesh, and pushes the care for his spirit into the background. That's how people and things are in this world. But when our Stehar is of a more animated spirit, he will also take care above all of those things which are of the Spirit. You see, that is the correct concern for the Spirit, that your heart will be full of love for God and for your neighbour. It is easy to love good and honest people and to get on with them. but to go to the sinners and bring them to the correct path. That is a task which demands much self-denial. For if you walk in the street with a whore and an adulteress, people will point their fingers at you and do things to you which will not honour you before the world. But if you bring the whore and the adulteress back to the correct path, you will be given a great reward from God. And the smallest part of this is of more value than a whole world full of the most shining honour. Whoever brings a lost person back to me will receive more reward than one who has guarded well 100 lambs on a safe pasture. For it is a very easy task to keep an honest person honourable and virtuous. But to lift someone who is despised by everyone up to honour again, and to make a virtuous hero out of an arch sinner, says significantly more. And only that is seen favourably to me. But the former is only work of a lazy fellow. I am the All-Highest, if you will accept that. And I seek and take only the despised and the lost in the eyes of the world. For the healthy certainly do not need a doctor. If you accordingly want to completely be my true disciples and servants, you must also be what I am in all things. If you see a blind man strolling on the street, and also see that the path he is treading is a highly dangerous one, particularly for a blind person, will you not immediately take the blind walker by the arm and say to him, "Listen, friend, the path that you are now walking is very dangerous. Let me lead you so that you do not fall off a precipice." And if he then trusts your word, will you be ashamed to lead a blind man? Certainly none of you all. But a sinner is often much blinder spiritually than the physically blind. Therefore, who can be ashamed to take a blind man by the arm? Therefore, in the future, let no sinner be too great for you, so that you are ashamed to be a leader for him. Remember this lesson above all, and consider it in your hearts, and you will begin to see clearly and plainly the light path of life and everything else coming from it. But now ships on the sea are nearing this shore. These are bringing the guests we talked about. They will bring you much light. Chapter 50. Kings and Servants. Mark and both his sons notice from the house that ships are arriving. They hurry to the shore as good sailors and look to see whether there is something wrong with the ships. Cyrenius and all the Romans and Greeks also hurry to the shore to see what the 3 ships are bringing. But these are still quite far away on the sea, and are still about an hour's journey from the shore. and all the observers cannot yet make out what is on the 3 significantly large ships. Cyrenius therefore asks me about it, and I say, "Those who we have been awaiting since this morning. They have had to sail against the wind, and the sea was rough. They had to seek a harbour on the other side in order to let the wind run its course, and that is the reason for their delay. It is already a full hour after midday, and they would need another full hour to reach here, since they still have to fight a gentle counterwind with their oars. But it is now up to us to help them, and that will shorten their path and the time by a lot." Cyrenius says, "Lord, don't you want to send Raphael to them as you did yesterday for Iran?" I say, "It is not necessary at all, for there is no danger threatening these people, as Iran was threatened yesterday. Mark and his sons will manage very easily with these 3 medium-sized vessels, and we will have them here in a short half-hour." Cyrenius says, "But Lord, don't you want to perform any miracle at all today?" I say, "Haven't you read in Moses? And on the 7th day the creating Spirit of God rested, and the 7th day therefore became the Sabbath? If I now keep the Sabbath a little, then I am doing right, since I have worked industriously for a full 6 days beforehand. In addition, I have now all sorts of servants around me, who now are and can be active in my name and in all power." Cyrenius says, "Lord, that means something special once again, for I cannot understand the sense of your teaching at all." I say, "Well, then ask someone, and everything will be made clear to you. But I am now taking a short rest, not for my sake, but for yours, in order to give you the opportunity to act, and so I am also active in all of you. Don't you understand that then?" Cyrenius says, Yes, now I understand it. I can also now imagine why." I say, "There you have no difficult task, since I explained it to you all very clearly this morning. Before the midday meal, I will do nothing of my own doing. There will be enough opportunity after the meal to be able to do something. But if I speak, then I am nonetheless doing something before the midday meal. But now Mark must be told to send both his sons towards the ships, but that he himself should see to it that the tables will be well prepared. For the expected guests will arrive very exhausted and hungry and thirsty, likewise their servants and their poor, tired sailors." At this I signalled to Mark, and he understood my sign, had both his sons set off powerfully across the sea, and he hurried into the house and put everything into the most active motion. It also became lively in Iran's tents, for Mathael and his 4 companions, his young wife Helena, and Iran the king, noticed the ships from the tents which they had occupied an hour ago with Hermes' family, the familiar messenger from Caesarea Philippi. in order to change their clothes and to dress Mathael in regal clothes, so that he would stand before the arrivals as what he is. Uran hurries to me and asks me in all humility, "Lord, what will the ships bring? Will it be the expected very high guests?" I say, "My friend, that was asked very arrogantly. In our presence there are no high and no low guests, but instead only brothers from A to Z. If I can be called your friend and brother, why should there be high and low among you people? I tell you, the Almighty is alone a justified Lord among you. But you are all brothers among each other and servants of the Lord. Or do you think that the kings are more highly regarded by me than their lowest servants, just because they are kings? Oh, not at all. Only the heart decides. The king must know in his heart why he is a king, and the servant why he is a servant. Otherwise, king and lowest servant stand before me on the same level, down at the bottom. So remember this, my dear friend Uran, that there are no high and no low guests before me, but only children, brothers and sisters. Uran, however, was also quite satisfied with this reprimand, bowed deeply, and then asked nothing further.